The Ghostess and Mr. Muir. Written by J.L. Salter. "Aren't you the new teacher who lives in the spooky old downtown hotel?" asked the female voice behind Levi Muir. Lurching into the flimsy cart against the faculty lounge wall almost caused him to spill his freshly poured coffee. Turning, Muir realized the speaker was his attractive young colleague with lovely tanned legs. "I'll be at the White Cliff Apartments. Don't know anything about a hotel." She moved closer and extended her sun-bronzed hand. "I'm Lucy Turney, Science Department, starting my 6th year." Nice to know there were some 5-year survivors at Magnolia High. "Levi Muir, English Department, rookie." "I know, Levi, we can all spot a newbie, but you look older than most." Intently peering into his eyes, she smiled faintly. "Were you held back in college?" Muir shrugged but didn't explain. "Have you been assigned a mentor yet?" "I don't think so. Don't recall it coming up." His eyebrows lifted. "Are you—" "Oh, heavens no, not me. I won't serve as a mentor until my 7th year at the earliest." Then she lowered her voice. "The school board even requires our principal to mentor someone each term, and I'm betting she'll take you on herself." Lucy winked. "Miss Gull isn't very inspiring and doesn't make the time for effective mentoring, but she likes bossing the young single guys." She pointed to his left hand. "Is she fishing for my status?" Muir couldn't arrive at an appropriate reply. "So what do you think of your apartment in the legendary old Majestic Hotel?" He winced with his bum ankle as he stepped to one side to let others access the dinged 30-cup percolator. It was the final day of orientation and professional development training. Monday would be D-Day, when the students began classes. "I haven't really stayed there yet, Miss Turney. Tonight's my first night." "Lucy, you've been here every day this whole week. Where have you been staying?" She pointed vaguely south toward town. "An aunt lives in Magnolia. My apartment wasn't ready yet. Didn't realize school started so early here. In fact, all I got was a nickel tour from a shrimpy manager who kept looking over his shoulder." Lucy nodded like she knew the man. "Where's all your stuff?" She looked behind him as though it would be near. "Piled in the driveway at your aunt's?" Muir shook his head. "Left some things at my aunt's, but I don't really have too much besides what's in my pickup. That's why I was so intent on finding a furnished apartment." Her nicely toned arm tensed as she reached for an empty cup, but she frowned and put it back down. "The coffee's awful here." "Already noted." "Have you seen those old hotel furnishings?" "Didn't really notice, except to be sure I had a bed and a chair." "What about a table and stove for cooking your meals? Plus couch and extra chair for all your visitors?" Her warm smile suggested she'd be willing to be among them. And attractive company she'd be. But Muir wasn't ready to engage any new females right now. Not after that awful split with Eva. "Don't really cook, at least not worth mentioning, and not expecting many visitors, since I don't really know anybody here except Aunt Martha." "Well, now you know me." Her smile was lovely, but Muir had been fooled by beauty before. Lucy probably expected a particular reply, but he couldn't guess what, so he just eyed the half-full cup in his hand. "Not a big talker, are you?" "Guess not." It sounded terse. "Sorry. Must be the rookie jitters." Lucy nodded thoughtfully. "So tonight is your first night in the old Majestic." "The White Cliff Apartments." "Well, everybody here knows it as the old hotel, so you might as well get used to it." Her tone was lighter than the words she'd selected. Muir discreetly eyed the lounge wall clock. "And you probably already know that everybody says it's—" The principal interrupted as she jostled directly between them. "Now hush, Miss Turney. We don't want to scare away any more of our first-year teachers." Big-boned and tall for a woman, Gull squinted as though she were adjusting to contact lenses. "It's difficult enough to recruit good people to small towns like ours, so don't run them off before classes even start." Lucy appeared mildly embarrassed. "I thought he already knew." "Knew what?" Muir faced the principal again. Mrs. Gull's firm hands took an elbow of each and steered them out of the lounge. "All in good time. For now, let's head into the cafeteria for final briefings and to review our battle plans for Monday." Lucy said no more but took a seat next to Muir at an otherwise empty table. Over the next 10 minutes, he paid considerably less attention to the briefings than to his intriguing table-mate. Though Muir and a few other rookies received orientation on Monday and Tuesday, The veterans didn't appear until Wednesday for the professional development training aimed at all instructors. He'd immediately noticed Lucy and had observed her frequently, without actually communicating. Leaning closely, he whispered, "What was Gull talking about?" No immediate reply. But after a new speaker took the microphone, Lucy tapped his thigh, sending electricity all over his body. Only her business card, however. On the back was a hastily scribbled note. "Tell you later." The principal was staring when Muir raised his head, and he felt like a kid caught passing notes in study hall, which was pretty much the situation. The overly long briefing was just a rundown of the calendar for fall semester, plus reminders about upcoming accreditation visits and campus security protocol. As the session finally ended, Muir tried to catch up to Lucy, already exiting the cafeteria, but he was called back by the principal's authoritative voice. "Mr. Muir, could I see you for a moment, please?" "Of course, Mrs. Gull." He watched for a clue about where they would speak. If all the way over to her office, he would fear some sort of reproach, even though he couldn't guess why Lucy's note would warrant any mention. But if they remained among others milling about the cafeteria and adjacent hallway, perhaps it was merely some session follow-up. Muir had served in the military under officers of both genders, but it was always more difficult for him to read the females. "I wouldn't be worried about whatever Miss Turney told you concerning the hotel." "She hasn't told me anything. Yet." Gull continued anyway. "Seasoned Alabama buildings develop reputations in an older, small town like Magnolia. Legends die hard. Especially," she made a show of checking her watch. "Well, anyway, like I say, don't fret over what you hear." "Okay, Miss Gull, I won't." He nodded deferentially. "Thanks." The large principal seemed satisfied they'd held their little chat, although Muir still had no clue what they'd been talking about. So far, all he knew was the structure was old, had once been a hotel, and presently featured offices on first floor and apartments on second. Plus, whenever people mentioned the place, they usually had an odd expression and lowered their voices. Maybe there was something troubling about its third floor, supposed to be renovated soon. Wonder if it leaks into my apartment. He checked the parking lot for Lucy, but didn't find her. Shame. "She's really cute," he said to himself. "Being that hot, she probably already has a guy." Muir gathered his material, turned a few hallway corners to make a final check of his rather bare first-floor classroom, surrounded on three sides by a noisy commotion. The gymnasium and auditorium anchored each of the four spaces on English Row, and Muir's room shared one wall with the gym. The noisy and smelly cafeteria was right across the busy hallway, and his north wall fronted the loud vehicles and hot concrete of the student parking lot. Though the desk held nothing of his yet, Muir locked it out of habit and headed to his truck, which contained about half of everything he currently owned. The rest remained in Aunt Martha's house, where he'd bunked since Sunday afternoon. It was Martha, knowing about his disquieting breakup with Eva, who'd alerted him to this teaching vacancy and offered to share her room for as long as he needed. Though fully grown in his mid-20s, Muir was apprehensive about classes starting on Monday. Couldn't shake an image of the students ripping him to shreds. Sophomore English. What on earth possessed me to take a job teaching literature and writing to 16-year-olds? He said to his dashboard, with which he could be chattier than around strangers. And it'll be a relief to get out of my aunt's house and away from her yappy little mutt. Peace and quiet. Calm and rest. Weekend at White Cliff and first night in my own apartment, finally. Sure hope there's no construction upstairs, or anything else to rattle me. Chapter 2. Friday evening. Muir had a bit of trouble getting away from his aunt's house. "I'm not leaving Magnolia, Aunt Martha. Just moving into my new apartment." She hugged him for the 5th time in about 40 minutes. "I just worry, Levi." She didn't repeat what she'd been saying almost every day since he'd arrived. How pleased she was that he'd come into her town, hopefully to settle down with a good local girl. It wasn't that girls were not on his mind, but Muir certainly had no intention of being involved again right away. "I'm sure I'll see you often, Aunt Martha, at least on weekends. But let me get situated in this classroom environment before I invite you over for supper." "Oh, I have no intention of visiting you, Levi." Martha spoke in a careful, lowered voice. "Huh? That's what we've been talking about, us staying in contact." "You'll have to come here, Levi. I can't go, there." She shook her head slowly. Why on earth not? If my cooking's so terrible, I'll just order something in. Martha's eyes closed briefly as she clutched his forearm. I've never set foot in that old hotel, and I don't plan to. After she released his arm, she stroked it lightly as though wanting to smooth the resultant wrinkles in his shirt. You'll come here, Levi. He sighed audibly. Okay, Aunt Martha, but it probably won't be during this first week or two. I expect my hands will be full with the kids and getting to know my new colleagues. You find you a sweet Alabama girl, Levi, she said, nodding her head. If not at the church house, then at school. We raise 'em nicer here. With no suitable reply to that final statement, Muir kissed his aunt's cheek, checked his watch again, and hurried out the door with selected belongings in a gym bag. From Martha's place in the east side of town, it was about 2 miles to downtown Magnolia. The old majestic hotel squatted on the square and seemed to stare northward like a sentinel stationed to warn citizens of danger. At 3 stories of mid-19th century red brick, it was the tallest building of the original city. Other dominant features were the ornate ledges between floors and elaborate arches over each huge window. At the very top, spaced along the entire roofline, were scores of intricate decorations which appeared, from that distance, like scouting hawks or hungry ravens. With a few minutes before 5 p.m., Muir finally got his key from the White Cliff manager. Mr. Coombe was short and thin with pale skin and receding hair, probably in his 40s. Wanted to ask you, I heard a lot today about this place having some sort of peculiar history or something. Back when it was an operational hotel, I guess. Coombe looked up furtively and gathered his phone and keys. And I hoped you could fill me in, maybe explain why people look and talk funny when they refer to this place. Well, that's a long story. Suddenly, both his expression and voice seemed strained. Coombe pointed to the wall clock in his smallish office. And I'm really in a rush at the moment. Muir stepped sideways, enough to block the door. Just the broad strokes. Give me a 30-second soundbite. The manager's eyes widened when he realized his escape route was compromised. Very well. The Majestic was built shortly after the Civil War as 2 stories, 3rd floor added near the end of that century. Was the center of social activity in this area for several decades, but fizzled out in the 50s after things settled from World War II and Korea. Coombe eyed the clock again. Vacant for about 15 years or so, can't recall exactly. Some wanted to tear it down to make office space, others wanted to restore it. What you see is the compromise. He motioned for his new tenant to step aside. Muir didn't move. Thanks for the summary, but you didn't say anything about why people act so spooked whenever this hotel is mentioned. The manager's eyes seemed to focus on something behind Muir, and the slight man appeared to quake with anxiety. From the nearby coat rack, Coombe grabbed his umbrella, not needed for a sunny afternoon, and brandished it as though he'd charge. Wisely, Muir stepped aside and let him pass. I live here now, Coombe. If there's something I should know, you have the responsibility to tell me. But his words fell on the manager's coattails as Coombe skittered out the door, looking over his shoulder. A faint, pleasant scent filled the air. Not a heavy cologne such as Coombe might wear, but more like a refined lady's perfume. Muir sniffed in a few directions, but couldn't discern its source. Muir had started to head upstairs to his new lodgings, but a stomach rumble reminded him the low-cal, low-carb platters of vegetables and cheeses provided by the school's PTA had not exactly been filling. He certainly couldn't quiz the departed manager, so Muir stood outside the building's front and stopped a man who looked like he'd play a lawyer in a movie. Could you direct me to a restaurant nearby? Walking distance? Muir nodded, if possible. His unhealed ankle would allow short, leisurely strolls, but no long hikes. Well, we've got a diner over beyond the courthouse, plus some fast food down past the gas station. He pointed in a southwesternly direction. Oh, and a Mexican place across from the drugstore. How's the Mexican food? Pretty good, unless you're expecting Tex-Mex. The man shrugged and eyed the direction he'd been heading. Doesn't matter. Where's it situated? Head west to Park Street and turn south for about 2 blocks. It'll be on your left. If you cross Beach Avenue, you've missed it. He resumed walking. Okay, thanks. Muir's wave was unnecessary, as the possible lawyer was already moving. Not the friendliest folks I've ever encountered. The man's pace visibly slowed after he passed the front of the hotel. On his short walk, Muir noticed many buildings with prominently marked dates, several having been erected before 1900. Most were two-story brick and many crunched wall-to-wall with their neighbors, though some blocks had narrow alleys. Despite the plentiful overhead sunlight of late afternoon, all those claustrophobic alleyways were dark. He found the restaurant easily enough and ordered a combo plate dinner featured on 95% of the Mexican menus he'd ever seen. Beef enchiladas with rice and beans. One day he'd find out how Tex-Mex differed from whatever he'd been eating in similar establishments all over the United States. But not tonight. His brain required rest and his nerves needed to settle. 2 beers with his dinner introduced a nice minor buzz. On his way back to the White Cliff, Muir reflected on his encounter with the lovely Lucy, including that electricity as she'd touched his thigh. Haven't felt that in a while. Hadn't really felt much of anything. In fact, if Lucy wasn't spoken for, maybe he'd find the resolve to speak up. He walked up Bridge Street along the large hospital complex and turned east on Longleaf Avenue to approach his lodgings from the opposite direction, Orchid Street. This afforded his first look at the east side of all 3 floors, and he discerned a very slight difference in brick color between the older second floor and the newer third. He'd check later for a date on the front. But that moment, walking toward the northeast corner, he distinctly chilled as he gazed up at the windows of his new apartment. One, the east-facing window nearest the corner, looked totally dissimilar. Its glass seemed to refract light differently. Perhaps it was thicker. Its panes appeared to be contained by a different material than the framing, aluminum probably, of its neighbors. Most significantly, the topmost portion had 3 arches, a larger between 2 smaller ones. All 3 of those sections featured stained glass, though Muir detected only multiple colors, not patterns. Among the uniqueness of that window, Muir suddenly spotted a strikingly beautiful lady in an elaborate antique costume who stared directly at him. He blinked and checked behind whether anybody else nearby may have seen her, but no one was around. When Muir looked back up, the woman was gone. She'd apparently stepped away. Weird. I know I saw somebody. It was only about 7 o'clock, and still plenty of daylight remained in late August. Must have been a reflection from somewhere else. Scanning the other second-story windows nearby, he saw mostly closed curtains or blinds. Maybe he'd drunk those beers too quickly. Continuing around the block, he entered what he finally recognized as an old hotel. Carving up the first floor for office spaces had erased most traces of what had once been an opulent establishment. Currently, that faded luxury was evident only in a small portion, possibly preserved but more likely restored, of the former main lobby which faced the grand stairway. Like many staircases of an earlier period, in facilities without elevators, it was wide enough to handle scores of people at the same time. Rising majestically about 2/3 of the way up, it opened to the landing, which then split left and right with additional steps connecting to the second-floor hallways which still existed, presumably as originally built. At the second level, they doubled back and would have risen again to the 3rd floor, except those casements were portioned off, awaiting future renovation. At the top, Muir turned left, placing him in the dark east hallway. At the far north end, that passage terminated at the door to his corner suite. He was home. He fumbled with the 3 keys Coombe had provided. One was for the building entrance, another to Suite 7, and the third unmarked. His apartment key was considerably more current than the vintage skeleton key he would have expected for an old hotel space. After unlocking, he stepped inside the silent suite and plopped the keys on a delicate table near the door. Instead of feeling like he'd finally reached his new home, however, Muir had the distinct sense he had inadvertently wandered into someone else's environment. So he ducked back out to the hall to recheck the suite's number. Yes, number 7. Muir had seen the apartment before, of course, but it had been in daytime as the impatient manager briskly herded him through its 4 spaces. Now he took a leisurely tour. Difficult to imagine how the moody interior looked when the structure had been a hotel, but the suite presently occupying the northeast corner of the second floor offered everything he needed: living area, bedroom, modest kitchen, and small bath. Standing just inside the suite, he realized the 4 spaces seemed to represent a hodgepodge of eras. On his left was the small bathroom with shower, tub, toilet, and lavatory, all dated but probably not farther back than the 1970s. Seemed clean enough, but smelled a bit musty. The kitchen, with one north-facing window near its sturdy round table, had every fixture and appliance he'd need, and also seemed to be from about the 1970s. Except for a brand-new modern microwave and coffee maker. It scarcely looked as though a meal had ever been prepared therein. His new bedroom, to the immediate right, had one east-facing window. Its mattress squeaked a bit but seemed to be of reasonable quality and consistency. Muir was no expert at furnishings, but the bed frame, stuffed chair, small, elegant desk, and wooden chair all looked like they were from around the 1930s. No visible dust, but, like the bathroom, it seemed musty. The sitting room, or living area, or parlor, or whatever it should be called, really stood out. With surprisingly dim artificial light from the extravagant chandelier and fading outside light from that corner's north and east-facing windows, Muir surveyed the decor. The furnishings were far more ornate than he was accustomed to, and seemed more like a period movie set than any motel or hotel he'd ever been in. Though everything in the parlor felt antique, nothing seemed musty or badly worn, suggesting they'd been well cared for and or little used, which made no sense whatsoever in either a hotel or an apartment. It was almost as though someone had just shipped them from a prestigious museum. To Muir's undiscerning knowledge and decorating taste, the furnishings simply seemed about 100 years old, but the apartment's restored parlor area was actually a model of post-Victorian upscale home fashion. Despite some 36 tiny bulbs, the chandelier in the middle of the parlor's ceiling did not provide much illumination. No doubt this was due to roughly 1/3 of them having burned out. In the northwest corner stood wooden bookshelves, mostly empty. At the northeast corner, Muir peeked behind a paneled screen, which hid nothing but more wallpaper. Though he sensed something once belonged there. Centered on the north wall's window was an old couch in a muted floral design with rich, curved wood in the arms. Angled near either end were comfortable, upholstered armchairs with matching fabric design. From each, one could see out both parlor windows, though most advantageously to the east. Their views through the north window were from nearly opposite angles, northeast and northwest. In front of the couch was a delicate wooden table with fold-up wings featuring handle slots. With the wings down, it possibly formed an oval. In the southeast corner was a garish metal floor lamp, also with burned-out bulbs. Dominating the south wall of the parlor were the front, sides, mantel, and hearth of a massive fireplace, but darkly painted wallboard completely covered its cavity. Evidently, for a long previous period, some small piece of the furniture had been situated west of the fireplace, because 2 tiny but deep impressions remained in the luxurious oriental rug which covered most of the parlor's wooden floor. Through the north window, looking beyond the town square, Muir could see all the way to the levee which restrained the narrow Little Tinsaw Branch River. To the west, he could almost see the beginning of the swampy area, and probably close to downtown. To the east, nearly as far as the distant railroad trestle. Out the east window, which presently looked exactly like all the other windows, Muir glanced down to the place he was standing when he'd felt the chill and seen the costumed woman. He scanned all the buildings visible from that spot, trying to guess which one may have caused such a reflection to appear as though a person was actually present in the position he occupied at that moment. A noise. Was it a whisper? If so, then a sad undertone without discernible words. Or, if a faint tune, then distant and elusive. Muir sensed the sound clearly enough to look for a source, but equally certain he'd just imagined it. He dismissed the noise as perhaps the radio of a quickly passing vehicle on the street below. On the round kitchen table, he laid out his material from 2 days of new teacher orientation and 3 days of professional development sessions. Frankly, he had not learned much, and the trainers had seemed as bored with their material as the reluctant audience had been. He hoped that was not typical of Magnolia High School's in-service training. Muir wasn't sure what to make of sturdy Principal Gull and hoped she would be assigned nearly any other faculty member as his mentor, if he was required to have one. Given his choice, he would learn as he went along and preferred not to be dependent on the personality or perspective of someone who was a mentor only by virtue of having a few more teaching years under his or her belt. Lucy had not elaborated, but still left the impression that Gull was over her head as an administrator and not especially perceptive. Muir had been assigned mentors in the military, but they were individuals whose experience and wisdom drew the younger troops to their sides. Such was the proper relationship, rather than a mutual burden on 2 reluctant participants. Sorting through his small mountain of paperwork, he selected the semester schedule and faculty roster as the only valuable items, and stacked the rest in the nearly empty bookcase in the parlor. A quick circuit through the bedroom and bathroom reminded Muir to return to his truck for the rest of what he'd need overnight: Dopp kit and a change of clothes. Hours later, as he undressed for bed, Muir had a sense he was being watched. Checking the windows again, he couldn't see anybody across the street, though it was clear people lived in several of those second stories because many had lights on, albeit behind curtains or blinds. Though he closed the curtains on his 4 windows, it did not dampen the feeling of curious eyes upon him. Over Friday night, his first in the Whitecliff Apartments, Majestic Hotel, Muir slept fitfully with unusual dreams. The images he could later recall were vague and shadowy: a unique window, old furnishings, someone whispering or possibly humming, and that aroma he'd first sensed in the manager's office. Though too vague and too wispy to categorize, it left a notion of something rich and sweet, and old. When he woke, Muir thought he recalled the dream smell as similar to honeysuckle, but that wasn't quite it. Something else. Something with strength and mystery, though cloaked in dusty sweetness. Chapter 3. Saturday, August 16th. Muir woke more tired than when he'd crashed around midnight after thinking further about Lucy Turney. He remembered a few scattered dream images, but strained to make any sense of them. In the kitchen, he would have made strong coffee, but realized he hadn't brought any grounds or filters, so he needed to check out whichever downtown stores were open on Saturdays. Friday evening's walking exercise had not apparently set back his ankle healing, so another brief stroll should be okay. Didn't know enough about the town yet, but he did recall seeing near the northeast corner of the square a donut shop which should have coffee and pastry. He got both. Twice. During breakfast, he wondered what Lucy had hinted about and Principal Gull had cautioned about, but still had scarcely a clue. Guess I'll find out on Monday morning. Many of the customers in the small dining area were obviously couples, and Muir noted how different it felt since his breakup with Eva, eating alone. He wondered where Lucy ate breakfast, thinking perhaps he could accidentally bump into her sometime, somewhere. She'd not only been the first friendly face he'd encountered, but also a lovely one. If she was in a relationship with some local guy, Muir speculated how serious it might be and whether they had any qualms about exclusivity. Nah, he concluded, somebody that cute and smart would already be taken. He ordered another large coffee to take with him. On the way back to the Whitecliff, Muir retrieved a few more of his belongings from the truck and carried them up to his suite. Later, he should return to Aunt Martha's and transport what else he'd left with her. Wonder why she's so dead set against visiting me here, he asked himself. And why do I keep talking to myself? After reheating the cooled coffee in his microwave, Muir paced in the limited confines of his quarters. Not really pacing. It was more like he didn't feel like sitting still, despite needing to let his ankle rest. Nearing the bedroom dresser, he spotted Lucy's card, read its cryptic note for the 7th time, and then turned it over. Must be her cell phone. Didn't know teachers gave out their private numbers. He hesitated, wondering if Lucy would take a call from an Alexandria, Louisiana area code, then shrugged and punched in her number. No answer, so it went to voicemail. Hi, this is Levi Muir, your rookie colleague at school. It's Saturday morning. I got trapped by Mrs. Gull yesterday and never had a chance to get the lowdown on this business about the old hotel. Let me know if you have a few minutes today. Then he recited his number and ended the call. She won't call me back. She's probably lounging around with her boyfriend. He wondered what it would be like, lounging with Lucy. Muir tried again to sit and sip coffee, but somehow he was itchy to be in motion. About 10 minutes later, Lucy called him. Hi, Lucy, I was just thinking about you. Glad to see I made such a favorable impression this past week. No, I mean, well, yes you did, of course, but that's not... He tripped over his tongue, a recent habit. Okay, there I go again, jumping the gun. She exhaled audibly. Maybe I should start over. Thanks for calling back. Lucy's tone lightened. Would have sooner, but didn't recognize the number, so I looked up the 318 area code. Then I put 2 and 2 together. He repeated the basic content of his voicemail message. I've been thinking about what you started to say the other day, and I'd really like to hear the rest. Anytime, Levi. When the principal's not around, that is. Muir's phrasing nearly stammered. How about sometime this morning? Essentially, said Lucy after a slight pause, I'm free right now. Well, Exercising, actually. He'd noticed her heavy breathing and was relieved to learn it related to exercise instead of boyfriend tussling. Jogging, I bet. I figured you for a runner. Runner? Why? Tan and trim and, Mr. Smooth Talk. Lucy chuckled lightly. If you mean fit, thank you, but I don't run. That's high impact, and I want these knees and ankles to last me a long time. So what do you do? I'll show you when I get there. I'm on South Bridge Street right now and heading north. Probably be at your hotel in 5 minutes. Muir checked his watch. Cool. I'd also like to show you something, or ask you. I'll meet you in front of the Majestic. All right, it's a date. Wear some comfortable shoes and shorts because it's pretty warm outside. Okay, see you in a couple minutes. Muir wondered what they'd be doing, but had no intention of wearing shorts because his legs were too pale. He hadn't been outside much in the past 2 years of school with heavy course loads. His military hitch had split his college career, but most of the successful classes were crammed into those final 2 years. During that time, he'd kept up his workout on weights and aerobic machines, but primarily indoors. A badly sprained ankle during midsummer had been slow to heal and effectively cut out any treadmill training. As he changed into jeans and t-shirt in his bedroom, Muir again had the feeling from last night. Somebody was watching. But who? The window was draped and he heard no movement. Toward the high ceiling, he saw nothing but the chandelier. Then he glanced toward the bedroom doorway. Okay, I know you're here. He was surprised he'd said it at all, much less out loud, but no sooner had he spoken than the room filled with a beautiful aroma, as though a flock of butterflies had been flushed and darted away. Couldn't place it. Something he'd never smelled before the previous evening. Then he remembered the image of honeysuckle from his dreams. No, you're not honeysuckle, he addressed the scent. You're richer, more potent. Maybe a hint of medicine about you, but it's a good medicine, not medicinal, as if that made any sense, hashing his imagery and speaking to odors, and continuing to talk to myself. Just as quickly as the aroma entered, the sensation of eyes watching disappeared. It's not polite to peek, he addressed the invisible monitor. Wonder who I'm talking to. Muir shook his head, smiled to himself, wrapped his bad ankle, and finished tying his sneakers. I'll be outside for a while, so there won't be anything going on here to interest a peeker. He grabbed his wallet and keys and ascertained the door locked as he closed it. And I won't have anything worth stealing, he added before heading down the hallway toward the grand staircase. By the time Muir reached the corner outside, he spotted Lucy, looking quite nice in a spaghetti-strap t-shirt and tight spandex jogging shorts. Even though she wore a compressive sports bra underneath, Lucy clearly had attractive upper dimensions. Heading east from the intersection with Bridge Street, she wasn't quite trotting, but it was much brisker than a walk. He'd have to remember to inquire. He waved. Hi, Levi, she said breathlessly as he checked her watch and held 2 fingers to her throat. Good morning. Perfect timing. It was difficult not to stare. She looked delicious. He scouted for a bench to sit on. So this note, she continued to pant. Okay if I work you a bit first? Huh? He took a half step backwards. She grinned and whacked his shoulder. I need another few minutes of this. She motioned vaguely toward her feet. Before I stop. Then we can take a breather, okay? Sure. How far? Lucy squinted in the direction of the bandstand. 3 laps around the square ought to do it. She checked her watch again. By the time Muir had phrased his question about her speed walking, she was already a dozen feet ahead and he hurried to catch up. Wow, this is quite a pace. And quite a view as well. She paused enough to let him catch up and continued. By the end of their first lap, Muir's ankle was screaming. Having already slowed to keep from losing him, Lucy clearly realized she'd need to stop, so she doubled back and again fingered her neck artery. Out of shape? Ex-military guys are supposed to be lean and mean. I've been out for around 3 years, but this is about my ankle. He pointed where the sock bulged from the elastic wrap. Guess I got soft. Not so soft, Levi. She tried to pinch his midsection. Plus, you've still got your guns. She pointed to his biceps. Okay, let's head back to the bandstand and you can sit while I stretch. She took off before he could reply. He watched. Lucy already had one heel on a bench and was extending her shapely hamstring when Muir reached the structure, with styling of a century ago, but looked in relatively new condition. She clearly noticed his puzzlement. Refurbished about 10 years ago, for the bicentennial, I think. This town is 200 years old? It was in 2004. Well, that's 200 from its founding. Her breathing was still rough. Of course, it's changed a lot in the past 2 centuries. I can imagine. As he gently rotated his bad ankle, he intently watched her stretches. Lucy was a fine specimen of physical fitness and a pleasure to monitor. When she caught his eyes, he looked away quickly. Should I apologize for noticing beauty? At least your eyeballs are getting a workout, she smiled slyly. Muir felt his face redden, so he changed the subject. Sorry, I couldn't keep up. It's a little embarrassing to be outwalked by a woman. He nodded and resumed his dedicated study of her stretching motions. So what happened to your ankle? Bad sprain? Exercising? Considerably less heroic. I just stepped into a pothole in a parking lot. Ouch! Doctor in Alexandria said to keep it moving but not to rush things, and it should eventually heal. Good advice. After it heals, you'll probably need to get your wind back. She paused in mid-movement and eyed him like an appraiser. And your leg's back in shape too, I'm guessing. Yours are certainly nice. Muir halted before he said too much. So you just blurt out whatever you're thinking, don't you? No offense intended. Actually, Lucy's legs were much more than nice. They were spectacular. Not offended, just a bit surprised. Most people are more circumspect. Her eyes followed an antique roadster which made a complete circuit of the square while someone in the back seat took photos. Tourists? Or spies, she laughed. Anyway, I thank you. It's good to know that some of my diligent exercise is paying off. She leaned forward and rubbed her calves. Muir smiled lamely. You do a lot of this run walking? Nearly every day that weather permits. Lucy pointed skyward. Need something physical to burn off the stress of teaching 4 sections of general science. Me too. The stress, I mean. You could come with me, Levi, if you want, and if your ankle can stand it. Pleased to receive the invitation, his default settings still caused him to demur. I'd only slow you down. Not as much as you're thinking. Besides, I could meet you near the end of my program. After a noticeable hesitation for his internal debate, Muir asked, What's your route? I start at my house. A duplex, actually. Lucy seemed pleased he had asked. It's right next door to the old cemetery. The one across the river? He pointed northward. No, that's the new cemetery, started in about 1950. She nodded southerly. The older one, catty-corner to the post office, goes back to the early 1800s. I've hardly seen that part of town yet. Then you should visit me and I'll show you. Gulping as though she wished she'd swallowed some of those words, Lucy resumed her virtual mapping. South of downtown near the corner of Bridge Street and Maple. Muir nodded warily. The route seemed more like punishment than exercise, but the destination sounded pleasurable. I'll point it out when we take our first trot. There's a really cool funeral parlor across from the cemetery. Refurbished Victorian mansion. Beautiful. Due to his temporary lack of interest in leg exercise, Muir partly tuned out, but he heard enough to comprehend Lucy was inviting him to speed walk with her the next day around noon. Pointing to his ankle, he declined with a shrug. Lucy finally ceased her post-exercise stretching and rechecked both her watch and pulse. Evidently satisfied, she exhaled noisily, then plopped down on the bench, closer than Muir would have figured, but not too near to be forward. He didn't mind a bit, but began wishing he had a breath mint. So you still don't know the general backstory of the old haunted hotel? Haunted? Nobody's told me anything. He pulled her card from his jeans pocket. Except your vague hint that something was amiss. Oh, there's plenty amiss, Levi. The old Majestic has been haunted since about 1914. Around the time of the first centennial? No, this started about 10 years later. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, so I doubt there's any reason to accept haunting phenomena as real. He flicked her card slowly against the heel of his left palm. But suppose there were such entities. Which ones allegedly haunt the hotel? Lucy leaned closely and steadied his eyes. You've spent an entire night in that place and you don't know? Spirits are just figments of an overexcited imagination. Don't you ever get overexcited? Not about ghosts. He felt his cheeks flush again. So what type of spooky creature is this? Tell you what. She paused as if rehearsing the words. I've been wanting to see the inside of that second floor ever since they reopened it a couple years ago, but the manager won't let us in. Us? She likely meant her boyfriend. Us, the local paranormal chapter. She peered again into his face to see how much registered. We research and investigate phenomena, take readings, measure electromagnetic anomalies, and shoot photos and video. Ghost hunters? Well, we don't have fancy matching t-shirts, but that's close enough. She tamped a wide wristband against the perspiration on her smooth forehead. Once the manager found out we were investigators, he refused to let us in. Why? Said he was having enough trouble keeping the offices and apartments rented, especially the second-floor corner suite. Northeast corner? That's where I am. Awesome, she grinned. Anyway, Mr. Coombs said nobody local would take it, or if they did, they didn't stay. Said he'd have to find some out-of-town sucker. Muir's head jerked back and his eyebrows arched. Sorry, that came out wrong. I'm not a sucker just because I don't believe in spooks. He looked at her note again and slid the card back into his jeans pocket. Besides, I didn't know it was supposedly haunted. After a pause, he added, That must be what's in Aunt Martha's craw. Pardon? Nothing. My aunt said she won't visit my apartment at any time for any reason, but offered no explanation. Everybody local knows the whole story, which nobody, including you, has yet provided even the slightest detail. I was getting to that. I want to see the insides and you want the history. Show me yours and I'll tell you mine. She grinned crookedly. You don't trust me to show you my place after you reveal your scary tales? After you hear what I know, Levi, it's possible you'll jump in your truck and drive back to wherever in Louisiana. Wonder how serious she is. Say again? Just kidding. You being such a skeptic, it's possible you'll stick around a few nights. But, to my knowledge, nobody has lasted a full week in that corner suite. She checked the small window on her watch. If you're still here by Labor Day, you will have beaten all the odds. That's about, he closed his eyes to count, 9 days. I spent nearly that long in a glorified foxhole at 120 degrees half the time. I think I can withstand the horrors of a renovated hotel suite. Sorry, didn't mean anything personal. I'm just explaining the situation here. She leaned forward again and lowered her voice half an octave. You asked for the information. Okay, I understand. But you still haven't told me anything specific. Just that I'm supposed to be terrified. She stood and arched her back as her arms stretched toward the open ceiling of the bandstand. Doing so showed all her curves. If you'll indulge me, let me see the interior. I'll sit down and tell you everything I know. But we have a chance here to get some uncontaminated witness testimony. Some what? Her stretch ended abruptly. Uncontaminated. You see, everybody around here knows at least parts of the accepted story, so when they observe something, it's typically what they've expected to see. You, on the other hand, have no expectations. And no information yet. Plus an abundance of skepticism, so whatever you see will be without contamination. He nodded. Okay, I get it. But I don't like being stiffed. I won't stiff you, I promise. She pointed south toward the hotel. Let's go. The sooner I get inside, the sooner I'll spill. She spotted something at her instep and bent way down to correct a shoelace malfunction. As she was in that position, Muir, struck by a sudden impulse, leaned over and sniffed her hair. When she straightened suddenly, they collided. Hey, watch it, what are you doing? Sorry, I was checking your perfume. I seldom wear much scent anyway, and I certainly don't have any on now. I noticed. Then why were you sniffing? I smelled some beautiful perfume this morning while I was dressing to meet you, but I can't place it. Apparently, forgetting her indignation, Lucy's eyes widened. What was it like? I could say it reminded me of honeysuckle, but that would give the wrong impression. It's not that sweet, but it's as pleasant. The scent has more boldness, more body. Muir struggled for the right words. I've never actually sniffed a butterfly, but butterflies were what I thought of when I smelled this. I only got a little whiff, but it seemed like a swarm of butterflies had bombed me. Oh, wow. Is that a perfume you know? Let's just say I've heard of that scent. Does it have a name? Hold your thought. Maybe I'll catch a sniff when we go inside. Chapter 4. Lucy headed straight for the Majestic's main entrance until Muir steered her to the left. She started to pull back, but instead stopped in her tracks. What? One more thing before we go inside. I wanted your help to figure out where the reflection came from. What reflection? The one I saw last night coming back from supper. Cupping her elbow, Muir led her around the corner, down Orchard, approximately 80 feet, and looked around to get his bearings. I was standing about here, looking up at the room. She followed the line of his gaze to the northeast corner of the Majestic. I first noticed the window was so unusual. Looks the same as the others to me. He seemed puzzled. Don't know. From up there it seemed just like the rest of them, but last night from down here it was different. How did it differ? Lucy squinted as she shielded her eyes with both hands. I can't really describe it. Could you sketch it? It wouldn't look right, but I could try. We'll do that first thing after we get inside. This was the closest she'd ever been. Maybe it was the reflection or whatever that bounced the image of the lady. Lucy turned suddenly and clutched his upper arm, feeling the tightness of his bicep. What lady? Where? Muir pointed again to the corner of the second floor. Which room was she in? Goosebumps prickled her skin. My bedroom has the second window, so whoever I saw was looking out the living room window. Lucy's grip intensified. My friend Anna said she saw a lady in that window, too. Some previous tenant? I'll tell you when we get upstairs. She released her grip on his arm. Well, that sitting room, or whatever you call it, is furnished in a completely different style than any of the other spaces. What era? Lucy was itching to say it herself, but didn't want to contaminate his testimony. She'd read an entire article about the parlor decor. Sparing no expense, the original dwellers had furnished the entire suite in the manner prescribed by Elsie de Wolfe, one of the first American female interior designers. Miss de Wolfe found Victorian styling too cluttered and oppressive and instead emphasized space planning, practicality, comfort, color, and light designs. Lucy recalled there was a 6-panel chinoiserie screen, a convertible davenport, and a muted floral design against rich curved mahogany, and a delicate wooden serving table with fold-up wings featuring handle slots. A luxurious oriental rug appeared in several photos, and somewhere in the original apartment was a grand period fireplace. What era, Levi? Muir shrugged. Not sure. I just sense it's about 100 years old or so. All the furnishings in that corner room. Wow. She wiggled her fingers as though she was deciding which piece of delicious chocolate to sample. Now tell me more about the lady you spotted. Well, she was in an old costume and totally gorgeous. But all I could figure was that it had to be a reflection from one of these other windows. He pointed as his upper body turned. It was after 7, and the sunlight would have been coming from the other side of the building, so I thought maybe it bounced off one of those windows and beamed the image into this one. Lucy eyed him carefully, then shook her head. You English teachers have no head for science. What do you mean? The setting sun could indeed reflect light off those other windows, and you might easily experience a glare, but it's not like a projector. You wouldn't see any images bouncing off those windows into your parlor. Are you sure? Cross my heart. When she pantomimed an X over her own bosom, one fingertip snagged on the front of her sports bra. She realized Muir had noticed because he quickly averted his eyes. A short silence followed before he resumed his queries. So where did that image of the elegant lady come from? Lucy took one more scan of all the other second-story windows which could have a view of his corner apartment, and then administered one brief pat on Muir's firm chest. I think you already know the answer, but your brain won't let you recognize it yet. Let's go inside and I'll fill you in. Finally, after 4 long years, Lucy was about to enter the old Majestic's haunted second floor. She felt 1,000 goose pimples as Muir inserted his master key into the front door, evidently always locked on weekends, and she gasped at the luxurious grand staircase and its restored surroundings. Gosh, this is beautiful. I've only seen photos. Well, come on upstairs and you'll get the deluxe 10-cent tour. He climbed the steps as quickly as his ankle allowed. Lucy took each riser slowly and absorbed features around her with alert senses, sight, hearing, smell, and touch, as she moved. Along the ornate wooden banister, her fingertips trailed lightly but thoroughly enough that she detected occasional burrs and nicks. The carpet was likely new, but had the authentic pattern and texture of its vintage surroundings. Each landing featured a plaster statue on a marble pedestal. Evidently, the original statues were too valuable to remain in this setting. Covering the walls were rich, dark linen with subdued floral designs. By the time she traversed the long hallway and caught up with Muir, he stood in his open doorway and handed Lucy a hurried sketch of the window he'd seen the previous evening. This looks like the leaded glass at the top. She studied the drawing more closely and squinted toward the north-facing window visible from the doorway. That's nothing like all these others. I think I recall hearing they replaced all the old ones when this floor was renovated. She folded the page and tucked it into the elastic waistband of her tight jogging shorts. Let me hold on to this. I know who has some old photos of the Majestic when it was basically in original condition, shortly before they added the 3rd floor. Okay, but let me see those pictures too. Sure, it's a date. We can go after school one day this coming week. As Muir took off his shoes and wiggled his toes into the lush rug, Lucy toured the suite, beginning with the 100-year-old furnishings of the parlor. Wow, this part is just like the photos I've seen. Her fingers trailed over the mantel, the davenport, and one of the twin upholstered chairs. She even flipped down one of the wings of the serving table. Cool. Always wanted one of these. She straightened and pointed toward the northeast corner. What's behind that screen? Nothing. He shrugged as he removed the wrap from his ankle. But there are marks in the carpet back there and over by the fireplace which suggest something was there, and likely for a long time. Wonder what? Bent double to examine the 2 indentations, Lucy straightened and realized Muir had been watching her intently. She decided not to say anything. Nothing special in the kitchen or bathroom. Looks like all those fixtures were added much later. I think you're right. I recall an article about the renovations. 100 years ago, this suite was larger. Not sure when they chopped off whatever was over there. She pointed west. But that's probably when they added the kitchen. Maybe this bathroom, too. The archives will still have a copy of that story, and likely more. Lucy's stomach fluttered as though she were attending her first dance. Sure wish I'd brought some instruments to take a few readings, or at least some digital video. My buddies won't believe I've actually seen this interior. The other Ghostbusters? We prefer spirit chasers. Muir nodded, clearly unimpressed. The bedroom is a different era altogether, he pointed. Take a look while I get some cola. You care for anything to drink? I'd take a sweet tea if you have it, she called over her shoulder. If not, water's fine. She entered the bedroom apprehensively, realizing Muir was about as far away as one could be and remain inside the suite. Wow, this sleigh bed and dresser are both awesome. They look more like Depression era to me. Probably some 20 years newer than that parlor stuff. That's kind of what I figured, 1930s. I've seen that kind of furniture in lots of old movies. He extended a glass. Here's your water. No tea, sorry. Thanks. Lucy took a small swallow. Are you an old movie buff, Levi? Not a fanatic, and I can't watch the hokey ones, but some of the films from Hollywood's golden years are better than anything they produce these days. Except for the special effects. He smiled. Of course. And I like CGI as well as anybody, but I don't think they should drive every single movie. What about characters or story? It's like the difference between trashy fiction and classic novels. So what is that difference, Professor Levi? One's just an enjoyable read, and the other's great literature I have to teach to pimply kids. She patted his bicep again to see if it felt as firm indoors. You're already jaded, and school doesn't start till Monday. Without reply, he sat on the chair near the east window and watched as she settled on the adjacent davenport. Now, will you finally tell me what's supposed to be so spooky about this old place? His hand waved generally toward the 12-foot ceiling and ornate chandelier. When I asked the manager yesterday afternoon, he acted like he'd seen a ghost. He probably has, and likely often. Okay, then you're not leaving till you explain. Lucy didn't bristle. She knew she could dodge him if she wanted to, and she had already proved she could outrun him. Ha. All right, so you're the one who has to sleep here, she said, pausing to let it sink in. For some 100 years, the whole town knows this place has been haunted. Everybody says it's the same spirit. All these people have seen this ghost? No, of course not. For one thing, the entire building was locked up for decades. Then, while the first level was being renovated, access to this floor was restricted to only those infrastructure technicians who needed to work here briefly. But even then, those crusty workmen didn't want to spend any time on the second floor alone, because of this haunting creature. Lucy nodded. And lovely she was, too. I've seen pictures somewhere. A real beauty. At the time, she was considered the most prized catch in this whole area. Not even counting that her family was wealthy from their shares of the original timber business which had started in this town. So her father was one of the founders? Might be her grandfather. Not sure which. There were several old guys in this first consortium. When we see the other material at the archives, maybe we can pin it down if it's important. Muir sipped his cola and watched her over the top of the bottle. Anyway, she was the prize maiden in these parts, and everybody speculated which local society family would produce a prince worthy to wed. When suddenly she was engaged to a man nobody knew. He was definitely not local, and there was quite a flap about where he came from. It was also said he didn't have the right breeding. Whatever. So anyway, out of the blue, she's engaged, and everybody's talking about the big local wedding to be held in the spring, when suddenly she's dead. What happened? Stepped in front of a moving train. Lucy pointed northeast, where the tracks crossed the river. Suicide. She killed herself? Lucy nodded, which is why everybody says she's stuck here haunting the place. You know, she's buried right in the corner of the old cemetery next to my duplex. I'll show you her grave sometime. In fact, just about any time you'd like. Hold a minute. Let's just say I believe your story. The history outline seems plausible, but I still question the spook parts. Why would this poor, beautiful girl haunt the hotel? Why not her family home? There's a bit of controversy, actually, but most folks subscribe to the story that her family was building a fine new mansion either in town or closer to town. So they'd been living out in the boonies? Well, along the river, upstream. Beyond that old web mansion which still exists? She had to close her eyes to envision her mental map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, while they were building this new mansion in town, they took up residence in the hotel. She scanned Muir's suite and then stepped to the door to peer out into the hallway. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it was configured differently then. Much larger suite. Why didn't they just stay at their old mansion until the new one was finished in town? Lucy frowned. Not sure. Maybe we can find some hints in the research files. Chapter 5. Muir watched Lucy inspect his apartment's interior as though she were an auction appraiser. Even though he visually enjoyed her movement, Muir was puzzled at her fascination with supposed spirit elements. After a deep swallow of cola, he put his bottle on the serving table and moved to the non-functional mantel. Lucy returned from the kitchen with a paper towel, which she placed beneath Muir's beverage. You've got to protect this beautiful old wood. So who was this ghostly old lady? His eyes followed Lucy on her second visit to the bedroom. Well, she wasn't old for one thing. Barely 18, if I remember correctly. She reconsidered. Maybe 19. Not sure. Anyway, from the photos I've seen, she was gorgeous. Define gorgeous. I thought 100 years ago the ladies were all shapeless, shriveled, and wrinkled. Oh, Levi, quite the contrary. She was the epitome of a Gibson girl. Muir squinted to help his memory. I've heard the term and seen some illustrations, but don't recall much. Impossibly narrow waist, but generous around here. Both hands pointed to her breasts. And here, both to her hips. Wavy hair, worn up off the neck, floor-length skirts or dresses. So they didn't show any leg? He inquired, already knowing the answer. Maybe in the dance halls, Lucy smiled. Why? Are you a leg man, Levi? She asked, tensing her calf muscle. Muir considered his words. Let's just say I appreciate beauty, wherever it may appear. Well, as the song says, a glimpse of stocking was shocking back in the early 1900s, when our ghostess was still alive. Is this a generic ghost, or does our attractive young lady have a name? Didn't I tell you? Danielle Gregg. Lucy fingered the carved-in panel of the corner bookcase. The museum next door has a good bit of historical documentation. So let's go. Patting his pocket for keys, he realized they were on the delicate table near the entrance. Hold on, I'm not dressed for a museum visit. She waved her hand over the tanned expanse of her toned legs. Besides, I don't think the archives portion is even open on weekends. Like I said, we'll go after school one day. Muir's reply emerged before he even realized what he was saying. But I need to know now. Why? What's the rush? He studied the chandelier. Not certain, but I have a sense that it's urgent. It definitely felt that way. All of a sudden, too. 10 seconds ago you were scoffing about ghosts and dissing shriveled women, but now you can't wait to know more about them? Or her? Can't explain it, Lucy. It just came over me. Very odd. She walked toward the fireplace and peered into his face. Are you making fun of me? No, not at all. He shook his head. It's a sudden urgency to know more about this person, or place, maybe both. Well, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. She stretched again and rocked her head back and forth a few times to stretch her neck. Oh, hold on, just remembered something. There's a rumor she had a portrait done, so lifelike it's practically a studio photograph. Supposedly still in this hotel somewhere. Where? I have to see it. But no idea why. Nobody knows where, if it even still exists. Obviously noting his disappointment, she lightly whacked his elbow. Maybe we'll find a copy of it at the museum next week. I need to see the original. Why? Not sure I can explain. And don't understand myself. Lucy moved toward the east-facing window and studied the spot on the sidewalk where they'd stood earlier. Hey, why not call your manager? Maybe Mr. Coombe knows. Good idea. Muir hustled to the small desk in his bedroom. With his checkbook was a small stack of local business cards. Here it is. Coombe. He grabbed his phone and punched in the number. After 6 rings, the manager answered. Rather breathlessly and without any initial pleasantries, Muir asked about the painting. Why is it so important? Coombe tried to brush him off. This is my weekend. Look, you said you've had trouble keeping this suite rented. Well, I'm renting and plan to stay, but I'm going to need a little cooperation from you to make this work. Do you know where the painting is or not? From a few feet away, Lucy made a theatrically scary face and positioned her fingers like claws. Coombs sputtered a bit into the phone. "Well, I'm not sure your item is included, but years ago somebody deposited a few framed pieces in the storeroom." "Where's that?" interrupted Muir. "The same relative position as my office, but on the far side of the building." Muir winked at Lucy. "West side of the first floor?" "Yes," grunted the manager. "And this could have waited until Monday." Muir ignored the complaint. "How do I get in?" "If your front door key doesn't work, try the third key I gave you." Coombs sighed. "That storeroom is not used for much. Most people refuse to go in there." "Why?" When Coombs ended the call without replying to the final question, Muir glared at his phone briefly before turning it off. Smiling at an obviously positive development, Lucy moved to his side. "What did he say?" Muir impulsively hugged her and kept squeezing. "Our beautiful damsel is locked in the storeroom downstairs. Let's go rescue her." It was a surprising embrace, but ended so quickly Lucy wasn't certain she'd hugged him back. On their way down to the storeroom, she asked to hear the rest of Mr. Coombs' comments, which Muir dutifully relayed, though it was clear his mind was on the portrait of the ghostess. He tried all 3 keys, but none worked, and Muir became visibly frustrated. "Here, let me try," she said. "Might need a woman's touch." After jiggling the unmarked key a bit, she got the door open, with an agonizing creak. She couldn't restrain a gasp. Inside was spooky and dark, and the light switch didn't work. Muir merely looked impatient. Lucy, however, had 1,000 goosebumps. Maybe the bulbs burned out. With a disgusted sigh, Muir went out to his truck for a flashlight, leaving Lucy alone in the storeroom for a lengthy 3 minutes and 42 seconds. During that eternity in the dark, she poked around a bit, but felt such a chill that she wrapped her arms across her chest and was backing out of the room when, yikes! Muir appeared directly behind her and tapped her trembling shoulder with a flashlight. "Sorry, here's your light." "Don't do that." She snatched it from his hands. "No wonder nobody comes in this place. Gives me the creeps." Lucy moved the rather weak beam of light across the plentiful dark shelves and boxes, revealing ominous shadows. "Maybe your spirit chasers should spend the night in here and take some readings," suggested Muir with a crooked smile. "I'll be sure to recommend that at our next meeting." Partly diffusing the gloom with Muir's pitiful light, Lucy turned to him. "Are you cold?" "Not really. Why?" "I'm freezing." He pointed to her bosom, where the chill's effects were particularly visible. "Well, you're dressed in skin-tight spandex for run-walking outdoors in August." She cleared her throat, quickly crossed her arms again, and turned away slightly. "And what is that smell?" Muir reached for the flashlight and began sniffing the room. "Not sure, but it's definitely not the same one I mentioned before." He followed his nose to a spot beside a sagging cardboard box near the far corner. "Here it is," he announced, waggling the dim beam over the spot. "A dead rat." "Yuck." Lucy started retreating again. "Look, this has been real fun, but with the Arctic temperature and all these dead bodies lying around, I'm not sure I can stand it. Next thing you know, the door will slam shut and I'll jump about 12 feet. Both sets of eyes immediately zoomed to their only exit and peered through the gloom as a tiny gust of something moved the door about 3 millimeters. "That's it. I'm out of here." She zipped so close to Muir they were almost in the same spot. "Hold on a minute, Lucy." He kicked a small box into position to block open the doorway. "We haven't had a chance to inspect everything." "Well, if we don't find a picture in exactly 60 seconds, I'm gone." But she settled down enough to resume searching. At first, they didn't locate any framed pieces at all, just haphazardly stacked boxes lining the antique sagging shelves, and a few pieces of dusty furniture scattered on the floor. Small piles of old magazines and newspapers filled in the gaps. Then, in a far corner, Lucy spotted some frames leaning against the wall, with one edge on top of waist-high boxes. Her hands were already on the first one when Muir arrived with the light. "Ow! What happened?" Muir squinted in the darkness. "Don't know. Not a rat bite, is it?" He probably grinned. "Oh, ha, splinter maybe." She held the finger very close to her eyes but couldn't see anything. "Bring that light closer." As he shifted his flashlight, the beam struck the face of a beautiful woman, and Lucy shrieked. Her insides turned to ice. "What?" The face was so vividly lifelike it seemed she was in the room with them. "That's her," Lucy pointed. "Danielle Gregg." Her heart raced about 200 beats per minute. "Wow, she is a hottie." Muir hustled over and examined the portrait calmly. After her heart rate and breathing began to settle down, Lucy also inspected the artwork, though from a distance. Well, you can't tell much from these old paintings. The artists usually exaggerated their best features and hid all their warts. A sudden low groan made both of them jump. What was that? Muir flicked the light around. Don't know. Maybe some air in the pipes. What pipes? There's no plumbing in the storeroom. Might be a restroom next door, I don't know. He finally looked a little anxious, too. But let's take the painting upstairs where we can see. I want to check out this lovely lady. Taking care not to step on the dead rat, Lucy hurried out and immediately noticed the contrasting warmth of the hallway. She held the flashlight while Muir lugged the sizable painting. Upstairs, the portrait resting against the wall next to the dormant fireplace, they studied it from various angles and distances. The image cropped the subject at about mid-thigh, but her visible features appeared to be approximately life-size. Though framed in massive fine walnut, the portrait itself was about 2 feet wide and about 3.5 feet tall. No question this is Danielle Gregg. I've seen photos of her portrait in several sources. Muir pointed toward the east-facing window. This is definitely the same lady I saw from the sidewalk last night. He scrutinized the bottom corners. Can you tell when this was painted? Well, it has to be before 1914 when she died, but she looks fully mature here, so I'd guess it was probably earlier that year or possibly the year before. Let's say she was about 19 at that point. What kind of costume? Lucy positioned herself to take advantage of the best lighting. Well, this is the epitome of a Gibson girl. Wavy hair worn up, tiny waist, generous bust and hips. I'm surprised how much skin she's showing, said Muir as he pointed to the flesh above her neckline. Well, that was only for very formal occasions, such as a society ball or an expensive portrait. The normal everyday wear for an upper-class lady would have had her bosom covered up to the chin, probably 24 buttons. Muir couldn't take his eyes off the painting. She's positively gorgeous. Don't get carried away, Romeo. First of all, she's been dead for 100 years. Secondly, once you remove all those whalebone corsets and bustles and whatever else they strapped on, the women of that time probably looked a lot like we do. Muir eyed Lucy from top to bottom and grinned. Then they were lovely indeed, though I doubt they wore sneakers. And we've already established they didn't have tanned legs. Lucy could have been warmed by his remark, but a distracted Muir soon dragged a kitchen chair over in front of the portrait and sat to study it even more carefully. Over his shoulder, he asked, What else do you know about Danielle Gregg? Not very much else besides what I've already told you. She died on the train tracks not far from here, but we'll get what we need at the museum archives next week. Muir nodded as though he'd tuned out her reply. To get his attention again, Lucy stood in front of the portrait. I figure you were kidding about spending the night in that horrid storeroom, but it would be really cool to get some of my chapter buddies here in this parlor with instruments to take a few readings. He had already started shaking his head. Don't even believe that's legit. No offense. Though it was not the time to be offended, she was. Well, just think about it. Maybe this Gregg ghost wants us to know more about her. Assuming there is a ghostess, why would she want that? Muir leaned way over to peer around Lucy. Can't say. Won't know until we establish contact. No, I'm opposed to letting a group in here to pick this lady's departed brain. I thought you wanted to get to know her better. He nodded. But just us. After a pause. So how would we reach her anyway? Besides some nutty seance. Our instruments and readings would detect presence or activity, but not necessarily instigate contact, as you might think of it. If the ghostess Gregg wants contact, I suspect she'll find a way to reach you. But I still don't believe in ghosts. Lucy finally moved out of his view and patted his firm, broad shoulder as she passed. Ghosts have a way of making you believe. As Lucy busied herself in the kitchen, Muir finally rose and moved closer to the painting. Noting the height was wrong, he dragged his chair to the wall and placed the frame on its arms. There was something about her lips in the portrait, far lovelier than the Mona Lisa, but with a similarly enigmatic smile. Standing directly in front of it, with the portrait's face as high off the floor as her real face would have been if still living, he said softly, Miss Gregg, if you were still around, I'd sure want to kiss you. A soft, cool, concentrated breeze moved across his face. Do you feel that? He called out to Lucy. Feel what? She raised her voice over the noise of sink water. Never mind. It had passed as quickly as he'd felt it. Muir made his way into the kitchen and stood behind Lucy as she rinsed his several dishes. You know, Levi, she said without turning around, It works better if you put them directly in the dishwasher instead of piling everything in the sink. I keep forgetting. Standing close behind her, he placed his large hands on both her shoulders. Guess I need somebody to watch over me. Lucy stopped in mid-maneuver with a glass nearly slipping from her grasp. Careful, mister. I have sensitive shoulders. When she turned to face him, his arms dropped to his sides and he took a half step back. Muir smiled self-consciously. Why did I do that? Thanks for coming over here. Giving me the lowdown and helping me find the picture. She scrutinized his face. Glad to help out. It combines 3 things I'm interested in. He arched his eyebrows. Local history, haunted sites, and helping newbies get acclimated to our school. Do all the rookie teachers get your personal assistance? He reached for her hand, found it still damp and dried it against his shirt. Then he raised her knuckles and kissed them, chivalrously. She eyed him with a puzzled expression. Actually, I'm pretty selective. Well, if I've made the cut, I'm glad, and I'd like to repay your kindness. How about lunch? I've worked up an appetite with all that jogging. It wasn't jogging, and you only took about 1 lap, as I recall. Plus, it's not yet time for lunch. She checked her watch. Besides, I can't. Probably has to hurry home to her honey. Oh, okay. She took a final look around the suite. But I'll take a rain check for that meal. After we visit the museum archives, you can take me to supper. Okay, it's a deal. Monday? Let's play it by ear, Levi. That's your first class, and you might be too shell-shocked to interact with an adult. Saturday night. During the afternoon, Muir had located the grocery southeast of downtown to stock up on staples. On the way home, he'd driven by the address Lucy had provided for a duplex, and wished he would spot her so he'd have an excuse to stop. But he didn't. After dining on nondescript fast food from about 3 blocks down Park Street, Muir settled in his antique living space into the comfortable stuffed chair nearest the east window. Monday's syllabus was in his hands, but his mind was distracted by thoughts of Lucy. Was she taken by someone else or potentially interested in him? Was he ready yet to start something new? As he had previously, Muir again sensed he was being watched. This time, however, he chalked it up to the painting's beautiful, piercing blue eyes, which seemed to follow him no matter where he was in the suite. After a hot shower, a tired Muir headed toward the bedroom with a new sensation he was being monitored. Passing the portrait, he said, "Good night, Miss Gregg." Immediately, he felt another concentrated puff of air on his face and neck, and also thought he heard a faint whisper. "Okay," he grinned. "If you're haunting me, I guess that's your way of saying goodnight." Then he turned out the light and got into bed. "Good thing I don't believe in ghosts," he muttered. During that night, Muir had another set of dreams, slightly less hazy than those of the prior night. In these, he had a much clearer view of the woman with the beautiful face and striking figure, the same individual he'd seen in the east-facing window, the lovely Danielle Gregg in the portrait. In his dream, he'd called out her full name, but she did not reply. And even though the figure in his vision did not interact, she seemed like someone Muir had known all his life. Chapter 6. Sunday, August 17th. One more day till D-Day, said Muir to himself as he poured milk on his breakfast cereal. Reviewing lesson plans might increase his confidence in what he was hoping to cover, but he needed a strategy to win over the students or at least establish who was in charge. Hopefully both. But Muir couldn't shake the apprehension that the first day of his initial teaching job might not accomplish either. He was also quite distracted. Not only did the portrait's eyes seem to follow him around the dark and moody suite, but he could hardly take his own gaze off the lovely Miss Gregg. Unable to concentrate on his prep for the start of school, Muir phoned the only person he knew in Magnolia besides his aunt. "Sorry to pester you on a Sunday, Lucy, but I kind of need to get out of the apartment for a few minutes. Wondered if you felt like joining me for lunch somewhere." "This wouldn't count as our date, would it?" Muir laughed. "No, that's still set for after the museum junket. Just checking. A single girl can't let dinner dates fall through the cracks, you know." She paused, perhaps expecting a reply. "So where did you have in mind for lunch?" "I still don't know my way around except to the campus and back, basically. Got any suggestions?" "Well, the Hop-Stop Railroad Car Diner is only a couple of blocks from you, and it's about the right distance for my walking exercise today. Sounds like a greasy spoon, but I'm game." Tell me where it is and I'll meet you there. Northeast of the town square, across Pecan Street from the courthouse complex. Can't miss it. Usually when people say that, I find I can easily miss it, but that's okay. I'll find it or get somebody to point it out. Ask the cops at the police station. They eat there a lot. Safest place in town. He eyed his watch. What time? Give me half an hour. I'm still in my jammies. It was actually about 35 minutes before Lucy appeared, breathing heavily with a healthy tanned glow emanating like it was her aura. Having waited on the small bench outside the diner, Muir rose as she approached and waved awkwardly over the heads of several uniformed police officers and firefighters approaching the diner's stairs. The platform in front, featuring several steps and a handicapped ramp, was large enough to resemble a stretch of an old-time rail station. Thanks for meeting me. Glad you took pity on the rookie again. She eyed him closely. It's not pity, Levi. I actually like you. Then she whapped his upper arm. Now let's get inside and order. I'm starving. The east two-thirds, which included customer entrance, was for dining. The portion behind the partly open curtain evidently contained the grill, sinks, refrigerated area, and food pantry. No room for tables, the crowded establishment had a single slender counter with stools, and along the south wall, with plentiful windows, a full-length bench upon which spillover diners could perch. After ordering at the counter, Muir and Lucy ended up on the plank bench. As he ate a sloppy but delicious beef po' boy, Muir monitored Lucy and her tuna salad. Leaving the skin-tight spandex attire at home, she wore what might be considered gym shorts and a t-shirt. Looked like the same competitive shoes, however. So how did you sleep last night? Lucy nibbled on an extra piece of lettuce. Any visions about the Victorian vamp? Yeah, and they were a lot clearer than my dreams the first night. Muir didn't like eating from a plastic plate balanced on his thighs. She examined something on the leaf and dropped it to her plate. Any particular imagery? Well, I can't recall much detail now, but during the dream, it almost seemed like Miss Gregg was there in the room with me. Maybe that's the portrait speaking to you. Huh? Lucy took a sip of ice water. You know, now that you have a visual reference point in real life, with her portrait in front of you constantly, it would be easy for your dream to utilize that image in your subconscious. Maybe so, but it seemed more intense. She wiped her fingertips on a paper napkin and clutched his arm. Did the Gregg ghostess say anything yet? Didn't speak at all. She wouldn't even answer me in the dream. What kind of questions did you ask? Don't recall. So what kind of interaction did you two have? Lucy sat back slightly on the hard bench and crossed her toned legs. He couldn't look away. Can't remember now, but it was warm and easy and comfortable, just like talking with you. A strange look crossed Lucy's face. I guess that means we're officially buddies. His face warmed and likely reddened. What just went through your head, Levi? I was just thinking about the other buddies I've had. None of them looked anything like you. She began a smile. You mean gender-wise? Oh, I've had a few female friends before, but some of them looked practically like guys. Well, you've got me on a ledge here, Levi. What oddball category do I fit into? Not oddball. I must not be explaining it right. He felt like he was stammering. I was just pointing out that I've never had a buddy as pretty as you. It was her turn to blush. Well, I do believe you explained that part eloquently enough, and thank you for the compliment. She nodded her head rather formally. Their conversation had taken an awkward turn. He'd known Lucy for less than a full week, but from practically their first moments of contact, she'd been friendly, open, warm, and cute, and apparently available. Are you still in contact with your other friends from... She evidently also felt a need to shift the topic, even though she obviously couldn't remember his point of origin. Alexandria. Oh, a couple. You know, occasional emails or scattered posts on social media. Stay close to your army buddies? Looking away, Muir had to collect himself before he could reply. Some of them didn't make it back. I'm sorry. He nodded. And a few friends did get home, but not in one piece. She placed her small tanned hand on his thick forearm. That's got to be hard. It is. He gulped. Some keep going, continually adapting, and work towards goals. Muir stopped. But some withdraw from everybody and give up. Muir nodded again, very slowly. Some of my friends from college have served and come back all busted up. It's important to maintain contact if you can. If they'll let you. Some won't. There was another long silence. Another uncomfortable topic needed to be dropped. After taking his mostly empty plate to the small window behind which a sweating employee was stationed, Levi returned to the bench. Lucy finally came up with the shift. Do you do a lot of posting? Social media? No, I try to stay off it, actually. I figured out pretty quick that it could easily suck away all my free time. He was certainly correct. Well, some of us teachers have a support group where we can whine when we need to and commiserate with those who've had a really tough day. Sounds like territory I wouldn't want to visit. It's not all whining and commiseration. There's also occasional humor. Well, just send me the jokes on email. I figure yakking on that site would only make me feel worse. He looked like he wondered if he'd hurt her feelings. For one thing, can't the students see what our colleagues are talking about? It's a closed group, by invitation only. Same setup we have for our spirit chasers. Keeps out the riffraff? She laughed. Well, not all of it, because we get some pretty wild advertisements. I can imagine. Moments later, they shifted back to the school session. Muir seemed to want to talk about gaining control from the first day. She tried to reassure him. They'll be just as nervous as you are, maybe more. Not sure that's possible, he replied. I hated every day of student teaching. Not a great start for a new teacher. Hated? Well, maybe that word is too strong, but it never felt comfortable. Lucy poked the remaining dill pickle slice with her plastic fork, but made no attempt to eat it. Not crisp enough. Well, if yours was like mine, they throw you in one school for a few days and then yank you over to a different one. By the time you locate the restroom and teacher's lounge, you're already reassigned. That has a way of keeping you off balance. Maybe so, but I worried it was a deeper issue. Such as? Maybe I'm not cut out to be a teacher. She stared before commenting. So, there must be some reason you're here. Muir smiled wistfully. When I went back to college, determined to actually finish my degree, I had a rather idealistic notion that it was my mission to share my love of literature with the new generation. A lot of us feel that way, she nodded, about our respective majors. But during those student teaching episodes, I encountered so many kids who seemed to feel it was more important to put on airs as disruptive punks than to participate and actually learn something. Demoralizing. Yeah, I understand, Levi. But it's not that bad once you get into regular classes. That's what I'm counting on. Otherwise, this could be a terrible miscalculation. Trying to teach and move into a small town that Aunt Martha swears is heaven on earth. I wondered what brought you to Magnolia. Your aunt must have a lot of sway over you. Well, I can't say she actually raised me, but she was pretty much my second mom. Lucy nodded. I had a cool aunt like that also, and I'd do nearly anything to please her. She took her plate to the disposal window and returned, but remained standing. Do you wish you hadn't come here? No. The town's fine. I'm glad to be near Aunt Martha again, and I like the people I've met so far. He winked as he nodded her direction. Just questioning my career choice. I know it's a bit late for this admission. With a signed contract and everything, and the day before the term begins. You've probably just got cold feet. It's a common disease for newbies. She patted his forearm again. You'll do fine, provided you don't fret yourself to death before class even starts. Guess I've become more of a worrier since the Army. He'd mentioned his service several times, but never with any detail. So what did you do in the military? Lucy again took her seat next to him. Well, I trained in the States, of course. I was in great shape until I recently wrecked my ankle. He rotated it slowly as he pointed. After training, I shipped over to Afghanistan. Officially part of an infantry brigade combat team, but my platoon was detached and based at Bagram Airfield for most of the time I was in country. Muir's eyes had the 1,000-yard stare Lucy had heard about. Bagram had, among other units, the 101st Combat Aviation Brigade, and their missions were all over eastern and northern Afghanistan. But sometimes there were smaller jobs for infantry patrols, like they'd pull from our platoon. Didn't any of that make you nervous? Sure, all the time. Sometimes scared to death. Well, just approach the first day of class the same way. There's a big difference. Uniforms? She smiled so he'd know how to interpret it. He patted his chest. I usually had on a Kevlar and carried grenades and 2 loaded weapons. Don't think Mrs. Gull would appreciate that here. You're right. Lucy chuckled, but most of the teachers would love it. Muir appeared lost in a long silence. Pointing to the diner's interior decor, Lucy mentioned the tie-in with Daniel Gregg. I've never seen this in writing anywhere, but some people say this car was one of the ones involved in the collision that night. This actual car? Well, not that it ever came in contact with Lady Gregg, because supposedly it was way back near the end, just a few cars ahead of the caboose and baggage compartments. Wow. Is that the reason they set it up for this diner? Oh no, it was years later when the older cars were being auctioned off. Just the luck of the draw, I guess. Wonder how anybody would even know which cars were in that particular run. The depot here had tons of records on shipments and passengers, manifests and such. I guess somebody searched through those files and made the connection. Sounds like tedious work, about as bad as digging latrines. Some folks enjoy that kind of thing, like Mr. Sproul, the gentleman we're going to see at the archives. I hope he has some info on Miss Gregg. So, 2 nights in her chambers and you're already hooked. She smiled, but hoped he wasn't snared. It's kind of like when you're really thirsty and you take a drink but still feel the need for more. His eyebrows arched into a question, likely wondering if she understood. Well, I don't know their particular holdings on Danielle herself, except for the grisly train death, but they're bound to have some general material because her family was so prominent. And that group of founders and everything, plus the horrible suicide, really took the little town by surprise. Did Danielle leave a note? Lucy squinted. A suicide note. Oh, don't think so. Not that I've heard of, anyway. On TV, if they didn't write a note, Muir's fingers scribbled in the air, it's usually investigated as a murder. That'll be interesting to find out when we visit the archives. They've almost always had at least something on whatever topic my group has needed to research. I mean the local topics. What got you started in ghost hunting, anyway? Spirit chasing? She poked the back of his hand. As a kid, I sensed things, occasionally saw things, but very few people believed me. When I found a group of people who understood what that felt like, I joined in with them. My friend Anna, you've met her, she introduced me. Turns out a lot of us felt similar kinds of doubt or alienation because of what we'd experienced. Which developed first, Lucy, your science or your spirit hunting? I think I drifted into science in the hope I could study the spirit world better, but I found out most of the mainstream science refuses to consider spirit realms as an anomaly worth serious investigation. She frowned. So mainly they just think you're kooks. Basically, which makes it difficult sometimes. You know, like I'm swimming upstream against my colleagues. I've got a hunch you partly enjoy being a maverick. He turned as more customers entered and looked for seats. Lucy stood. We ought to scoot so these folks can sit. Can we hang around outside for a bit? Sure, she said, and preceded him out the door. She plopped down on the bench out front and gazed toward the square's bandstand. You were sat close, but they were not quite touching. So in your spook investigation so far, have there been any surprises? Lucy closed her eyes to think. Some of the cases have featured emotional components which I think surprise me. Not sure I understand. Nobody really knows what keeps a spirit from getting to its destination. She scooted a bit closer and slightly lowered her volume. Or, to put it another way, why most spirits apparently move on rather quickly, but some linger for years or even generations. Have you got a theory? Some people say it's about the way they died. For example, if murdered or in a tragic accident. Others say it's about unresolved issues or damaged relationships. Muir pointed toward her sternum. What's your notion? Not sure. It can't be as simple as unresolved issues because all of us will leave things unsettled when we die. I mean, unless you know your earthly life will blink out at some precise moment, how could you get everything done? Or make every contact which seemed important? Muir nodded without comment. And if it's about the way people died, gosh, that might leave a third or more of all the dead souls wandering in limbo. She wrinkled her nose. Because, let's face it, dying is usually pretty ugly. Still waiting on your theory. Lucy took a breath and held it briefly before she spoke. Okay, this will sound nutty to some people. Well, to folks with little or no religion. Another pause to see if he was on board to the point. Can't tell. Some of the spirits which still haunt earthly places or individuals may well have died horribly or left unfinished business, but I think most of those who linger are stuck here because they weren't prepared to meet their maker. Makes sense to a point. But if they died without settling accounts with God, wouldn't they just be condemned to hell? She pointed vaguely southeast, in the direction of the church she attended often, though Levi could not have known where she indicated. I'm no theologian, and probably most preachers would disagree, but I'd like to think that a good person who is getting their spiritual life in order, so to speak, might not automatically be sent to eternal damnation, even if they hadn't quite reconciled everything with God. You're right that most preachers would disagree, Muir smiled. So you figure if a person was about to make the decision necessary to enter heaven, but hadn't quite gotten around to it, they might be given a chance to work things out and wouldn't necessarily be condemned. Lucy nodded hesitantly. Just a theory, but it's one possible reason for souls to be kept here and not reach either destination. Well, don't try preaching that from a pulpit. He squinted as if trying to remember how they reached that tangent. Anyway, I guess your theory is at least as good as the others, and we can't prove any of them true either way. True. Besides, I'm still not convinced that spirits remain earthbound in any case, and if they did, why would they pester living humans? Lucy responded with her own question. Even though you've already had vivid dreams of our ghostess? Danielle was a real person way back when. Maybe my dream images come from her 19 years with the living. No reason to assume I was dreaming of her lingering spirit trapped for the last century. She patted his forearm softly. Like I said before, if a ghost wants you aware that she's around, she'll let you know. There won't likely be any gray area about it. Call me a skeptic. Doesn't matter what I call you. It's when the ghostess Miss Gregg makes contact that matters. Sunday night. With his laptop on the strength of some unknown neighbor's Wi-Fi signal, Muir had investigated the Gibson girl imagery. She was pretty and exaggeratedly voluptuous, but seemed to have a haughty or unfriendly air. On the other hand, the portrait of Danielle made her look reserved, but approachable, warm, but sad. Even more apprehensive about tomorrow's first day of class, Muir prepared for his third night in the apartment. After his shower, he dressed for bed, rechecked the entry door was locked, and bade good night to the portrait of the hauntingly beautiful Gregg maiden. As soon as he spoke the words, his face and neck experienced another concentrated gust of air, fresh and rich, this time sweetly fragrant. In his mind's eye, it resembled the perfume of Danielle, though he had no rational awareness of her scent 100 years before. What additionally came to mind was the title of a Faulkner story, An Odor of Verbena, and Muir decided perhaps this could be what that blossom smelled like. However, having never been near verbena, as far as he knew, Muir would have no way of recognizing it if he were holding a sprig in his hands. With that puzzle still churning in his mind, Muir also heard the sound again. Was it an incredibly faint whisper with indistinct syllables, or a fragment of a vague melody? Had the tone been less variable, it could perhaps have been a soft hum. By the time he'd finished trying to identify the scent and decipher the sound, both were gone. And once they had vanished, the dark suite felt empty. Muir had figured he would sleep poorly because of the stress about school starting, but he actually rested soundly. More dreams, however. These new visions contained even more vivid imagery of Danielle and how lovely she was, how desirable. But while pointedly aware of her beauty, Muir realized the lady's dream face looked cheerless. As he was about to comment during the dream on that juxtaposition of beauty and sorrow, the lady finally spoke to him. But he was not afraid. In the vision, as he struggled to understand what she was saying, he knew he would have to wake up. And it seemed to take all his physical and mental strength to break through the barrier of sleep. Once he finally did awaken, he staggered into the dark parlor where only a ribbon of moonlight made the painting visible. Muir immediately engaged the portrait as though its subject were actually standing against that wall. If you really are a ghost, why are you here? If I am truly a spirit, she responded, not audibly but directly into his head, why have you not fled in fear? Or was her voice coming from the portrait? Not exactly. For one, I don't believe in ghosts. For another, I think it's possible I'm actually still asleep and this is just a dream. Is this your customary behavior during dreams, Mr. Muir? Something in her intonation was hypnotic. He tried to pinch his own arm but couldn't feel anything, despite seeing the red impression of his squeeze. Not sure, but I usually don't walk around and talk to pictures, the voice replied. Then explain your conclusions. I've heard your whispers or your melody, felt your breeze, and inhaled your scent. I believe something is present, but I still don't think it involves haunted hotels. It is not my intention or my need to convince you of anything, Mr. Muir, yet I am intrigued how unlike you are from others who have visited these premises." Muir rubbed his eyes and addressed the painting. "Can you give me some visual proof that you exist? My friend will want to know." "Before you is my portrait, which is certainly visual, and I do appreciate your liberating it from that awful dungeon." He nodded gallantly. Why was your picture hidden away down there? It should have been in a gallery somewhere." "The manager was terrified by my likeness, but I would not allow it to be removed from these premises. However, until you arrived, I could not persuade anyone to bring it back up here." Her inflection contained a smile. "This is where it belongs. Thank you." "You're welcome. But can I see you, the real you?" After a pause, she replied, sounding slightly nearer. "I am present with you now, and that is all I can share at this point. It is difficult to trust humans or predict what they will do, so I must proceed cautiously." "I think I'm pretty transparent." Ha, that pun's intended. "So what you see is what you get." "I do not know how to assess you, Mr. Muir. You are different, to be certain, but I am not ready to manifest myself to you visually." "How will I know that we actually spoke tonight? How can I tell it wasn't just a dream?" "You will not know for certain, and that must be so." "Okay. If you won't show yourself, at least prove that you're here." He strained to imagine how and could only think of movie scenes. "Move something." A loud scraping noise. Muir whirred around in time to see one end of the heavy bookcase pull away from the wall. No explanation from the voice. Indeed, none needed. He had other questions, but Muir could tell she'd disappeared. He smelled her perfume again, either an odor of verbena or the scent of fleeing butterflies. Chapter 7. Monday, August 18th. On awakening, Muir hurried into the parlor to check the wooden bookcase. Sure enough, the near end had moved about a foot from the wall. "Lucy is gonna freak," he said out loud. It was finally D-Day, opening session of the fall term. As a first-year teacher, Muir felt about as nervous as a freshman student in his own high school those dozen years before. He determined to keep something in his hands in case they started to tremble. He'd looked for Lucy in the teacher's lounge before first bell, but she'd evidently been busy in the science lab, which doubled as her homeroom. It was also on the first floor, but the facility's opposite side from Muir's room. After he'd survived 2 class periods without major difficulties, Muir relaxed somewhat and discovered he had about 5 minutes for a quick coffee upstairs in the lounge. It was barely lukewarm. Ugh. As he was about to toss that cup and search for a cola, Lucy entered the room and joined him. "How's the newbie holding up?" "Not too bad. After I got past the first few minutes of each class, things went reasonably okay." She whispered, "You didn't bring the Kevlar and weapons, did you?" "No, but I figured out a gimmick that might give me a few days of leverage." "Bribery?" "Saving that for later." He grinned slyly. "I told them I have a mature pet python in my truck, and if they misbehave, I'll keep it in the classroom." "Do you?" Her eyes widened. "No, but the fact that you ask means it's at least halfway believable." Lucy giggled. "Mrs. Gold wouldn't let you bring in snakes anyway." "You have a few in the science lab, don't you?" "Anna, our biology teacher, has a garter snake in an aquarium. That's different, totally." "Well, it's the only trump I could think of." Lucy put a warm hand on his arm. "You're doing great, Levi. Besides, most of the kids don't behave as badly with ex-military anyhow. How would they know anything about my background? Word gets out." Her voice was like a whisper. "Kind of like in prisons. Most inmates know pertinent scuttlebutt before the guards do." That minty whisper was nice. Muir eyed the wall clock. "I had the strangest dream last night. About our lovely Ghostess again, I imagine?" "Yeah." He nodded. "And this time we talked." "You mean like real conversation?" "In the dream, anyway." "Wow." "But we haven't spoken while I'm awake, unless I was actually awake when I thought I was dreaming. But I don't think it was a daydream because the bookcase moved." Lucy's eyes widened. "Confusing, and I still haven't seen her yet." He gauged the student traffic in the hall. I'll fill you in later. Gotta run before the kids set fire to my desk. Remind me to tell you more about the bookcase." Lucy squealed softly before turning toward her own class. "Oh, do you think we'll be up for our museum research this afternoon?" "Definitely. Looking forward to it." He was indeed, though he could not discern whether it was because of the topic or the company. Maybe both. Watching Lucy until she disappeared around a corner, Muir hurried to his room. Monday, after school. Lucy had to wait only a few moments for Muir to hobble on his tender ankle to the faculty parking lot in back. She didn't know if he would remember their tentative supper date for after the archives list, but they'd each need their own vehicles anyway. He waved and smiled warmly. "Meet you at the Old South Memorial Museum?" Even though Muir nodded, his expression indicated puzzlement. "Right next door to your hotel." "Oh, okay. Next to the Whitecliff Apartments." Since he'd smiled while reminding her of that distinction, Lucy figured that was going to become a running gag between them. That's a good start. Within 15 minutes, they were inside the main museum area and headed toward the separate archives section, walled with glass atop cases and cabinets, and accessible for fewer hours than the primary facility. Despite being on those premises, the archive was in many ways an independent collection, with the curator's salary funded in presumed perpetuity by a bequest from the family of Jebediah Wilkins, one of the town's founders. Through the glass, Lucy noted the fastidious Mr. Sproul busily sorting through a small stack of what must be newly donated material. He always wore a long-sleeved white shirt, immaculately pressed, with a brightly colored bow tie and dark slacks belted noticeably high on his considerable girth. Everyone in town knew his wife dropped him off at 9, brought his lunch at 1, and picked him up at 6. Citizens of Magnolia could set their clocks by the activity of Mrs. Sproul, though no one understood why her husband never drove their vehicle. Looking up as Lucy tapped on the glass panel of the door, Sproul immediately recognized one of his frequent patrons and waved her inside. "Good afternoon, Mr. Sproul." "Delighted to see you back so soon, Miss Turney," he said without any effort to shake hands. "Investigating the background of another unfortunate soul?" He had helped her group's members with much of their local research. When his collection did not have what they needed, Sproul often had a notion where it might be found, if extant. "This is my friend Levi Muir." Muir extended his hand, but Sproul merely shrugged as he held up his own, covered with a white cotton glove. "Are you one of Miss Turney's new members?" "Huh? Oh, you mean her chaser group." "No, Mr. Sproul. Levi's a new teacher at Magnolia High English Department. 10th grade English, 4 classes. The very students Eve Arden taught as our Miss Brooks," said Sproul, obviously pleased to recall that trivia. Not recognizing those names, Lucy gathered Muir didn't either. "Among other literary endeavors," added Muir, "I have the pleasure of introducing them to Shakespeare." "Ah, is Macbeth still in the sophomore curriculum? Double, double, toil and trouble." He smugly adjusted his tie. "Well, since you're an English professor, I should tour you through all our major holdings. Most of the Native American material, plus Civil War diaries and correspondence, are elsewhere in the museum, but here we have coverage of the original timber business, some of the founders and their families, the town's early days, some of the first businesses and downtown structures, certain of the train depot records." When Lucy interrupted, their host looked distinctly disappointed. "We're mostly interested in available documentation on the Gregg family, particularly Danielle herself. And her tragic death, of course." Sproul absent-mindedly smoothed his starched white shirt with his ungloved left hand. "Plus, whatever you've got on the old hotel." She pointed to her colleague. "Levi's staying there, you know." "At the Whitecliff Apartments," corrected Muir. "2nd floor. The Majestic. My. I suppose you're aware." Sproul leaned discreetly toward Lucy and whispered, "Does he know?" She nodded. "Danielle's already made contact." The curator's eyes widened as he turned toward Muir. "And you're still here?" "She's not scary at all, but I get the feeling she's sad." "No doubt because of the suicide," said Sproul. "A terrible way to depart this life." When he tucked his jaw, 2 fleshy chins appeared beneath. "They say she decided death was preferable to that arranged marriage." "Sounds kind of drastic to me," observed Muir. "Well, he was an out-of-towner," added Lucy, assuming that explained everything. Spruill punctuated his obvious comprehension with a tusking sound. Remaining stationary, Lucy scanned the shelves and cabinets. The archives organization system was known only to the curator, and he likely kept it that way as part of his job security. He needed only to check 2 file drawers before he produced several thick folders and carried them to a nearby table, only half of which was clear. After Spruill pulled a white cloth glove over his other hand, he pointed to a box of disposable gloves and cautioned them to touch only the documents they were directly interested in. Archival material did not react well to the oil in a human's skin. As he opened those folders and later pulled a box of loose papers from a nearby shelf, Spruill kept up a running dialogue of the people and events covered within each. I can't recall exactly where it is, but somewhere in Danielle's few surviving letters there's a reference to a local boy who had caught her fancy. She apparently believed they might enter courtship at some point. He paused to flip backward 2 pages which had moved together. But her father got wind of that possibility and forever put an end to it. Why? Asked Lucy. Not the right social standing to suit the stuffy Mr. Gregg Esquire. What did the old man do? Muir tapped their host's shoulder to get his attention. Spruill looked at the spot of the visitor's touch as though he'd been poisoned, but he recovered after a nearly imperceptible shiver. That boy's father worked at one of Mr. Gregg's timber-related concerns, and that employee was given the not-so-subtle word if he wanted to retain his position, he'd keep his son away from the Gregg mansion. Wow, that's straight out of a romance novel, Lucy smiled. What was the boyfriend's name? After looking toward the ceiling to check his memory and then idly fingering the folder's contents, Spruill replied, I don't believe I've ever come across that boy's name. All we have is a reference to his father, one of numerous employees of Mr. Gregg. But not even a surname. It's almost as though that family was only whispered about in town. Muir just grunted softly. I'll keep looking, however, said Spruill, now that I'm aware of your interest. They were not actually examining much, if any, of the plentiful documentation, but their host seemed to know all of its content, so they basically listened as Spruill recited what came to mind with visual prompt of each page he touched or turned. Not long after that, the curator continued, Danielle's engagement was announced. To George Fairley, added Lucy, as she spotted that name on the leaf flashing in front of them. Yes, not only an out-of-towner, Spruill's gloved finger pointed vaguely, but seemingly little known even by the people where he came from. Lucy nodded. But it was still fairly common for some society marriages to be arranged at that time. Muir seemed to struggle with the notion. You mean she was trapped into marrying a stranger that her domineering father located for? That really stinks. In any case, little is known for certain about Mr. Fairley, Spruill continued, but the few citizens who did know him were not favorably impressed. They're not right here in front of me, but I've seen letters which describe Fairley as vain and cruel, and that's just the parts they were willing to talk about. So most people believe that was the reason Danielle killed herself, Lucy summarized for Muir's benefit. Here's a facsimile of Danielle's portrait, painted by a renowned artist from France, but it disappeared at some point after the Gregg mansion was torn down, if not before. Muir started to speak, but Lucy discreetly pinched him. When he met her eyes, it was clear he understood not to volunteer any information. Someone reported seeing it at the hotel before the Majestic closed, but that line of inquiry never turned up the portrait either, Spruill continued. I fear it's been lost for a rummage sale in South Carolina by now. Over the next half hour, their host regaled them with stories large and small about the Gregg family, Danielle's tragic death, and the history of the haunted hotel. Much of what he covered was new information to Lucy. Knowing the archives section closed at 6 when the curator's wife arrived, Lucy began thanking Spruill at 5:45 and started ushering Muir toward the door. You certain you don't want to see our files from the train depot? There was a witness to that train death, you know. No thanks, Mr. Spruill. We really have to scram. This was Levi's first day of teaching, and I'll need to tuck him in by 9. She smiled awkwardly when she realized how goofy it sounded. They left their gloves on the table and hurried out, passing Mrs. Spruill on the way. Plump and short like her husband, she clutched a purse tightly to her upper left hip, and her right arm swung widely with each abbreviated stride. Why are we rushing out? Muir stopped at the museum exit. He wasn't finished. I didn't want you to blab that we found that painting. Why? Would he have any claim of ownership? Not directly, but he Not directly, but he has influence, and for the time being, I think we ought to keep the old girl where she is, in my apartment." Lucy nodded. "Plus I knew Sproul's wife was coming, and I didn't think I could keep a straight face at how she fusses over him. She manages him like a little girl does her doll." "Okay." Over his shoulder, he quickly checked the domestic Sprouls. "Well, what was that about the witness?" "Oh, everybody knows that Fairley saw Danielle's accident, but he claimed he couldn't get there in time to save her." Muir held open the door. "Totally stinks. Maybe that's why Danielle's so dejected after 100 years. After exiting the museum, they walked east to the front of the adjacent Majestic Hotel. As Muir gazed up at the second floor, Lucy tapped his shoulder. "Are you still up for a meal? Or have you had enough excitement for your first day of school?" "Supper, yeah. In fact, I'm starving. Didn't eat much of that stuff in the cafeteria. Is the food always that lousy?" She laughed. "Actually, today's was better than most. I think they were trying to make a good impression on the newbies." "Ugh. Well, I've survived on MREs, so I guess I can eat high school chow. It's an acquired taste, but I'm sure you'll adapt." She pulled gently at his elbow to get him moving again. Her car was a block south on Orchid, in the lot across from the library. He figured it out. "You're driving?" "Yep. That's easier than telling you where to turn. You're not hauling me across a state line, are you? I think that's still illegal in some areas." "Not in Alabama. We do it all the time." And she had the right companion for it. "Well, this is my treat, remember, to repay your kindness at school and with this research." She pouted theatrically. "And here I've been thinking of it as our first date." "Very well." He clasped her hand. "So where do first daters dine hereabouts?" Lucy discreetly noted how well their hands fit together. "How about the Bama barbecue? Best barbecue around. It's south on Route 59, just barely outside the town limits." "So you are taking me out of town?" "Yeah, about one long block. You're not going to blindfold me, are you?" He grinned as he squeezed her hand, then pulled out his phone. "Wait, we need a photo for the evidence guys when they're searching for my body." "Photo of what?" "Us, of course." He draped a long arm over her shoulder and extended the phone. "The kidnapper and victim together." Levi, you can't." "Can't what?" "Can't shoot our picture." He started to lower the phone. "Why not?" "It's facing the wrong way, doofus." She elbowed his ribs gently. His laugh filled the parking lot. "Okay, then you shoot it." It only took a second to find the button and aim it properly, but it was difficult to steady her hand because of her own laughter. Levi seemed to be in the best mood she'd witnessed in the past 6 days, and Lucy wondered why. Must have something to do with their research. It couldn't be because he's pleased to be with me. She tried to chase away those self-doubts as she drove to the highway and turned south. It only took a few minutes to reach the restaurant, and Muir seemed to watch her the entire way. Standing on rustic pine flooring in the area designated to resemble a traditional front porch, they stared at the menu board above the open divide leading to the kitchen. A woman in front of them placed a takeout order and then moved to the side to wait for her food. Shortly after, a teenage girl, wearing a checkered shirt, denim miniskirt, and cowboy boots, appeared at the counter to seat them and take their drink orders. Both ordered iced tea. "What do y'all recommend for a new guy in town?" Lucy nodded in Muir's direction. The girl smiled broadly. "Our house special is barbecue plates with sides of coleslaw, baked beans, and melt-in-your-mouth hush puppies served with honey butter." Muir seemed like he was about to start drooling. "Your waitress will be back with your drinks and take your food order." She hurried off. Though it was difficult to wait those extra moments for their food, the results were well worth it. After about 20 minutes, both were stuffed, and neither had room for dessert. Occasionally sipping his huge tumbler of sweetened tea, Muir gazed into Lucy's eyes. "Thanks again for helping make my transition less painful." It was odd how he kept coming back to her assistance. "I'd have rather you value my company." "You're welcome. You would have done the same if our roles were reversed." His brow furrowed as he apparently pondered his reply. "I'm not so sure. When guys are friendly to women they've just met, it's sometimes viewed in the wrong light, like they're hitting on you or something." "Did you think I was hitting on you?" She tried to smile. "No, I just thought you were really being nice." His long fingers circled the tumbler, but he didn't raise it. "I think I've tended to be less sociable than I wanted to be at times, so I wouldn't get the cold, hard stares from people who assumed I was after something." "Do you imagine I'm after something?" He looked suddenly exasperated. "No, I've greatly appreciated how friendly and helpful you've been. I'm just trying to say that Had the roles been reversed, I probably would not have been this considerate." He paused and searched her face. "I'm thanking you, Lucy." She thought she understood, but also guessed nearly anything she could say might just make the confusion worse. And it was mutual confusion. She actually had been pursuing him, and on his end, Muir seemed interested, but stricken with relationship issues. "Sometimes it's difficult for men and women to communicate effectively." He nodded. "Especially when one of them has been badly burned." It took her a second to discern he was speaking figuratively. With some veterans, it could have been literal. "Anything you care to talk about?" She dabbed her paper napkin to her lips and leaned back slightly. When she figured his silence would continue, she squirmed in her seat. "You don't have to. No, it's actually something I'd like to tell you, but sometimes I don't explain things very well." "I'm listening." She waited patiently. "Remember when the curator was talking about how cruel and vain that Fairley guy was?" Lucy nodded. This was taking an unexpected turn. "Well, I was about 2 minutes away from being engaged to a female Fairley. When Lucy tensed, she nearly jostled her own tea tumbler. "Go on." "Eva was spoiled and self-absorbed and believed she was God's gift to men. We hooked up after I was out of the service and had returned to college. At that point, I had not made a very smooth transition back to civilian life." Lucy guessed he meant PTSD but did not inquire. "And I thought Eva wanted to help pull me out of my slump." He gulped like he had a lump in his throat. "But I realized she liked having someone tentative and out of balance to kick around. I finally understood that my maladjustment was something she hoped to maintain." "Yikes." She still refrained from asking. After a long silence, he explained, "The doctors said it was combat stress reaction." "Never heard of that before." "Supposedly, if left untreated, CSR can become post-traumatic stress." "So yours was the better of those two diagnoses?" He nodded silently. Lucy covered his hand with her own. "How much of this did Eva know about?" "Everything, and I got the impression she would have preferred me having the worst diagnosis." "That's crazy. Why?" When Muir took a small sip of tea, his hand trembled slightly. "She turned out to be shallow, petty, and spiteful, and I realized I couldn't stand to be shackled to her in a marriage." Exactly how close were you to this engagement?" "She had already picked out the ring I was supposed to buy for her." "Ouch. Where is it now?" "Still in the jeweler's case, I imagine." "Good thing you found out in time." Another large swallow of air. "Later, I comprehended that I had known something wasn't right, but sometimes when you're weakened and still healing, you hold on to whoever is near, even if they don't actually want you to get better." Lucy was speechless. It made no sense for a woman who supposedly loved a man to not want him healthy again. "Then she didn't actually love you." "Evidently not." "But Eva still wanted the ring, the marriage, the whole charade." "Apparently so." "I don't get it." "Me neither. But thank goodness I had enough smarts and resolve to walk away before things got any more formalized." "It must have hurt." She lightly stroked the top of his hand. Muir nodded sadly. "But not as much as if I'd have gone through with it. One of my buddies, he came back in a wheelchair and they were trying to fit him with prosthetics. He started dating a girl who kept talking him out of getting the legs." "Why would she do that?" "I really don't understand it." He swallowed hard again. "But I think she was in love with his wheelchair instead of with him." "Ugh, that is so disturbed," she gasped. "I've read about people who are fascinated by the disabilities of others. Maybe she was in love with the idea of having a visibly crippled man by her side. And if he got new legs and could walk on his own, maybe he wouldn't need her." She straightened. "Okay, this has thoroughly depressed me. Sorry. This business of people thinking they're in love with someone who they really only have a need to dominate or display, it's so sick. And it pretty much burned me up on dating, as I suppose you can guess." "I had wondered." "Well, I really like you, Lucy. And I wanted you to know enough to understand that my words or actions or whatever might not be textbook pattern, at least for a while." "That's okay," she smiled. "I don't date textbooks anyhow." "Then you wouldn't mind going out with me? I mean, to places besides museums? I enjoy your company, and I also like you, Levi." She couldn't hold back a giggle. "And suddenly I feel like I'm a school kid again. It shouldn't matter whether we're doing anything in particular or nothing at all. I believe I want to be with you. So you won't object if I call you just to hang out together?" "No problem. Only you don't have to call. We can pass notes in the hallway like in middle school." Both laughed. And with that, Muir left the tip, moved to the register to pay the bill, and they stood outside her car looking at the moonlight over the bog to their west. "Some folks say our swamp has as many haints as any of the haunted buildings in town, including the old hotel. You should go with our group on one of their forays at night." Muir chuckled. "If I go into a swamp, it's daytime. I'm wearing snake-proof boots and I'm armed. You won't find me standing in black water at night asking spooks to talk to me." "Well, that's not exactly how it goes, but I understand. I don't do the swamps either." When she drove Muir back to the front of the hotel, he got out, walked around to the driver's side, and reached through her open window. Then, Muir lifted her hand gallantly and kissed it. "Good night, Lucy. See you in the morning." Then he unlocked the front hotel door and disappeared inside the darkness. Lucy smiled sadly as she addressed her own hand. Why didn't he kiss me? Chapter 8. Monday night. Having died shortly before the age of 20, Danielle Gregg had spent roughly 5 lifetimes in her spirit state, neither in heaven nor hell. And not really purgatory, had she been Catholic. It was more of an aimless, endless, and rather hopeless sense of waiting for delivery from that status. There were no briefings and precious little information to speak of, but she had gathered through a few isolated contacts with mortals that she would remain in her limbo until something significant changed. What had to change? That was never totally clear. Danielle had concluded it dealt mainly with her manner of death, but there seemed to be other factors. While in this ill-defined state, these 100 years, her awareness was more or less confined to the majestic hotel where she'd lived for several months prior to her death. That period had included certain joys which were becoming increasingly difficult to remember, and, of course, those unfortunate situations with the stranger Father had selected for her. But in the past several days there had been much activity in the suite where she'd formerly resided. This new person, a young man, handsome he was. Most interestingly, Mr. Muir was not the least bit frightened. The slightest noise or whisper would usually send visitors running, but the gentleman now residing in her quarters seemed to possess mainly skeptical curiosity, with a bit of compassion. That was new. Compassion for a troubled spirit somehow captive in this old hotel. The more she studied him, the more Danielle was willing to share. Mr. Muir had already pressed her to reveal herself, which she had fully intended for that very evening. This bold new cohabitant might just be the one to provide the special assistance she needed. However, Danielle's goal would require his complete attention, so she decided upon a minor campaign of subliminal suggestions to convince Mr. Muir that he need not concern himself with the Lucy Turney person, except as a colleague at his school, and if Mr. Muir did not seem to take these hints, Danielle had stronger measures she could employ to make up his mind for him. But tonight was to be about her debut, and she was nearly as excited as she'd been for her social entree at age 16. No longer did Danielle expect Mr. Muir to flee, but she still did not know how he might respond to her manifestation. After all, a believer in ghosts is prepared with prejudices, but a skeptic offers no predictability whatsoever. She waited until her cohabitant had settled in after his supper date with that woman. Danielle could still smell the vapors of burned pork and other rich spices about the man, despite him having washed his hands after visiting the bathroom. She did not watch his other activity. In fact, it was Mr. Muir's open immodesty which kept Danielle on her figurative toes. She scarcely knew when he would pull off his shirt and sit in a chair near the window to soak in some sunlight. Of course, she dared not observe him when he stood under the piped-in water spray, but Danielle had to admit he had accidentally glimpsed every bit of his unclothed flesh at one point or another. It warmed her just to think about it. Now seated in what had clearly become his favorite chair near the east window, Mr. Muir put down a bottled beverage and spoke. "I can smell your perfume, Danielle, so you know I'm here. Will I be allowed to see you this time?" "I'm unaccustomed to less cursory greetings, Mr. Muir. Before having demands placed upon me." She could speak telepathically or direct her voice to approach from any angle of the room. Tonight, she spoke from the special window she already faced. "Sorry." He'd tensed ever so slightly, despite having requested the interaction. "Good evening, Danielle. Well, I survived my first day of school, went with Lucy to the archives and picked up a bit of background on you, and then we ate some supper." "Yes, I'm aware of the supper. I can detect the pork aroma, but its preparation does not seem familiar. Barbecue. Didn't they have that 100 years ago? If so, perhaps it was a Yankee dish. Down here we roasted pigs on hand-turned spits. In any case, pork was not among my favorites. I bet the sauce would make a difference. If you could taste the way good barbecue is done now, you'd be a believer. He took another sip of his beverage and likely wondered if they had spent enough time on the pleasantries. I do not believe pork, with or without special sauces, will be a concern for me. Spirits do not consume food, as I'm sure you realize. Actually, I don't know much at all. I've spent my whole life thinking that ghosts were mostly imaginary, so the rules are pretty much Greek to me. I'm pleased to know you still study that original language. There is much to be learned, Muir chuckled. That was a figure of speech. Nobody actually studies Greek anymore except maybe some preachers. The only language I know besides English is a little bit of Spanish, but not enough to carry on a conversation. I studied Latin and French, but Greek classes had already begun to decline in popularity when I was in school. Well, anyway, when you visited last night, we discussed the possibility that you'd let me see you finally. Yes, I recall that conversation. So it wasn't part of my dream after all. He smiled as he pointed toward the Askins bookcase. There's much about our interaction which may be viewed as dreamlike by mortals, but it appeared to me that you were awake when you spoke to my portrait. As I figured, he nodded. So what did you decide? I have not done this very often, but I should be visible as we speak. However, you will not have to turn around. Muir jumped. Despite his declared skepticism of ghosts, learning there was a spirit directly behind him clearly unnerved the young man. Holy smoke! Do I frighten you now that your eyes can sense me? No, but you shouldn't sneak up on people. I thought you were over there near the window. I was earlier, but spirits can relocate rapidly. Yet you're still confined to this building? So it seems. She moved around in front of his chair so his trunk would not be twisted. Is my appearance what you imagined? I thought you were beautiful in the portrait, but now I realize that guy was a lousy painter. Danielle's lips formed a pout. What do you mean, sir? You aren't just beautiful. You're stunning. Muir stood and stepped closer. Please, she said, holding up a pale and delicate hand. Do not approach. Why not? Let us proceed slowly and cautiously as we interact. This is not only a new experience for you, but for me as well. Okay. He returned to his chair. Would you like to sit? My manifestation will remain standing, but thank you for the offer. She leaned forward slightly and gazed into his eyes. You are certain you have no fear? Muir shook his head. When you're scared, your guts turn to ice. He pointed to his bottled beverage. But when I'm around you, my insides feel warm, like I'm sipping rich hot chocolate. It warmed her to hear his analogy. I wish my friend Lucy was here. She'd have a ton of questions for you. I do not intend to appear to your acquaintance. She knowingly frosted her words. Has Lucy done something to tick you off? Our only encounter was when she visited you here. But I have been harassed by members of her organization, and over the years by others with similar tactics. Harassed? It would be difficult for a skeptic to comprehend, but some of these individuals seem to view their efforts as a gaming contest, their apparent goal being to accumulate more contacts than other individuals, as though someone somewhere were keeping score on how many spirits these people can locate and irritate. Irritate? Muir looked deeply troubled. I thought they believed they were helping you in some way. It depends a great deal on their motives. The ones clearly out to increase their tally, I completely ignore. I would only avail myself with someone interested in me. I'm interested in you, as I'm aware, which is why I've agreed to appear. Have you appeared to anyone else in these 100 years? Danielle smiled. Only briefly, and usually to frighten them away. You mean like, boo? That is not an utterance of mine, but I believe I understand your reference. My customary approach is merely to whisper their names. Usually that pricks their haste in the other direction. It has been rare that a glimpse was also necessary. Why do you seem to like that particular window? Muir pointed to the parlor's east wall. The morning sun visited through that window and felt good even on summer days. Danielle inhaled deeply as though she could breathe those solar rays. In the evenings, I could hear boats on the river and trains coming over the trestle. If you'd been born a few generations later, I'm afraid television would have drowned out those sounds. I know what you refer to, having witnessed mortals using it in this building, but It does not seem like an activity which would interest me." She smiled wistfully. "Watching a box on which other people's lives play out seemed quite dreary." Muir chuckled. "I can't disagree with your assessment, though I've never heard it phrased quite that way. Yeah, it's mostly mindless. And I gather it keeps its adherents from observing real life, such as boats and trains, and other people, of course." Her sweet mate was silent for a moment. "Why does that particular window change when you're looking through it?" "I was not aware of a change. It has always looked the same to me. When I saw you from the street that first time, the window had a completely different style, with something Lucy called decorative leading. Those windows were specially ordered by Father before we took occupancy of this part of the second floor. Mother was very particular about elegance, and Father did whatever he could to please her. It was something of a town scandal how much money Father spent on those windows for what would become a stay of less than 1 year. Wonder what happened to them." When Danielle shrugged her shoulders, she noticed Muir's eyes followed intensely. "It was, in my time, considered rude to stare." He smiled, but did not turn away. "I'm sorry, but you're so beautiful. I never realized women in that time could be so lovely. We considered ourselves ladies, not women." She turned to examine her own portrait, but continued speaking over her shoulder. "That was my loveliest gown, and yet the only time I ever wore it was for those portrait sittings. I notice it shows quite a bit more, flesh than what you have on now." Muir pointed vaguely to her bosom. "Is this outfit you're wearing the only one you appear in?" Uncertain of the reason for his question, she replied cautiously. "This is the dress I wore when my life ended. It does not occur to me to make wardrobe changes over these years, since I do not even exist in physical form." "Not a complaint, Miss Gregg. I was just thinking how much I'd like to see you in that other outfit." He nodded toward the portrait. Danielle felt her face grow warm, the first time she could recall in a century. "I do not believe it is possible, Mr. Muir, and I do not see how it would make any difference to you." "I appreciate beauty." He seemed immediately entranced. "Surprising, but it could be useful to my purpose." "I see." "The more beauty I can see, the more I appreciate it." Possibly too entranced. "There is a decidedly carnal edge to your topic, Mr. Muir, and I will ask you to refrain from further consideration or expression of that bent." "My apologies. It's been a while since I've spoken with a woman." "Ladies, Mr. Muir. But speaking of women, what is your assessment of the relationship with Miss Turney, beyond being colleagues at school?" "Well, Lucy's been a big help. She's a buddy. My only friend in town so far, and very cute. She is very fond of you, or were you already aware?" "If that's even true, how could you know?" Danielle's sly smile was her only reply. "Besides, I think she's just being friendly. We mainly hang out. It's not serious, yet." "But you would wish it so." He nodded rather sheepishly. "It could already be more than you realize." Danielle again faced Muir. "She is actually quite pretty and very trim. A little too brown, however, for my taste." "It's relatively common these days for women to have a tan. In fact, people pay good money to lie in a long clamshell with bright lights just so they can be darker." "You mean while disrobed?" "Of course. The idea is to tan just about everything." "Everything?" Danielle felt her cheeks flush. "I did not know this was possible." Muir grinned. "My knowledge about spirits is sketchy, but I didn't think you were, able to be embarrassed. Perhaps other spirits have not encountered a young man who speaks so brashly and about such intimate matters. I mean no offense. Sometimes I can barely speak, but other times I just say what's on my mind. That is one of your disarming qualities, Mr. Muir, in addition to the fact that neither my presence nor my manifestation seems to disquiet you. I've seen a lot of death, and it's usually gruesome. You don't even look dead. In fact, you not only look alive, you're ravishing." She blushed again. It had been a long century with no compliments. "Your form is also beautiful, Mr. Muir." "Beautiful?" "Well, your skin has a healthy glow and your musculature is well-defined." "So you have been watching me undress. Have you also been peeking while I shower?" "As a lady, I can be counted upon to avert my eyes when the moment would be too unpropitious." Translate. But the English teacher knew because he was already grinning. I looked away, After a moment or two, she fanned her face theatrically. "But it is all right because I once intended to train as a nurse." Muir scooted forward on his chair. "What changed your mind?" "Father changed it." Her bottom lip poked forward slightly. "He said it was beneath our standing for me to work. You would have helped other people. I bet you'd have made a wonderful nurse." Her face warmed again. "Your compliments continue to catch me off guard, sir." "Why?" She could not think of a proper reply. "Your voice sounds like you've been lonely, Danielle." "I believe the same could be said of you, Mr. Muir." She studied his face. "However, in your case there appears to be something else I do not recognize. Some other hurt as well." After a long pause, Muir nodded. "Most people say it's related to my military service." "You were a soldier?" She brightened. "I knew some young men at military academies. A big war was breaking out in Europe, but the newspaper said it would remain confined to those countries. Many of the boys I knew hoped America would somehow become involved. Father said that could never be." "Are you talking about World War I?" "Oh, I do not think it could be the same. This was begun when a minor archduke was assassinated. Within a few months, half a dozen nations had declared war on someone else, but no fighting had taken place. Our President Wilson swore America would remain neutral. We did until 1917, when we first sent troops over. Some never made it back home." "Oh, dear. I wonder if any of those young men I knew were involved." "If they were in military academies when you died, they probably fought in 1917 and 1918. "I hope none of my friends had to fight. If America entered the fray, I suppose it really was a world war." "At the time, they just called it the Great War." Muir's expression suggested he had tired of the subject. Each was silent for a moment. "We were talking about loneliness, and you didn't answer my question. Does a spirit have the ability to feel lonely?" She struggled with the right words. "At times, and for long periods, desperately lonely. But not now while you're here visiting me." "No, not now. This exchange has been most pleasant." Danielle smiled. "It has been such a long time without any meaningful conversation." "Surely there have been numerous occupants here over the past century." "As I have explained, Mr. Muir, mortals usually do not remain to notice me. Most are frightened and flee." "Not me." Muir shook his head slowly. "As soon as I saw you, I recognized you. You seemed so familiar, like I've always known you." "But you have just arrived in this town and scarcely entered this hotel where I reside. How could I seem familiar?" "Can't explain. But when I first met you, it was like I'd finally arrived home." Danielle's eyes widened. This portion of the entrancement was also escalating beyond expectations. "Home? Like my heart and soul had been wandering, exhausted and resigned to never be happy." "Does this relate to the one you call Eva?" "She's my almost ex-fiancée. How do you know about her?" "You have called her name in your slumber." "What did I say?" he asked. "Nothing very specific, but it's clear. Perhaps as much as those soldiers' experiences. Her memory troubles you." "She was so vain and self-absorbed. She thought she was a superhighway for my life, but actually she was just a bump in a bad road. Just a pothole I wish I'd seen sooner so I could have steered around it." "I do not understand all your terms, Mr. Muir, but it is clear that leaving her was a troubling experience." "No, leaving was the good part. Everything else was bad." Danielle took a moment to contemplate. "Even when you coupled?" She could not restrain her giggle. "She had a pretty face and a nice body, but everything else was ugly." Without comment, Danielle arched her eyebrows. "But I was horny and let that take first place." Again Danielle blushed. "I believe our conversation has taken another uncomfortable turn, for which I am partly to blame. I think it best that I depart before we engage in further familiarities." "You're coming back again, aren't you? I mean, visibly?" "Would you wish it?" He nodded and smiled. "Very well, then. I shall." "Promise?" Muir stood but did not advance. "A lady does not swear." "But I want to see you again." "I am disposed to consider your request favorably, Mr. Muir." She disappeared in the blink of his eye and left her scent filling the room. "Wow!" Muir slumped back to his chair and took a long swig of his beer, presently a bit too warm for his taste. "Unbelievable." There are ghost hunters all over the world struggling to record blips on fancy equipment, and I've been sitting here hanging out with a gorgeous spirit from 1914. Wow. He reached for his phone and called Lucy. She answered right away, and he reported his contact. You mean visible? Totally in view? Lucy sputtered. Not just shadows or hazy orbs? It was just like talking with anybody else. So she was an energy-generated hologram? I'm not certain about that. I think she really was here. I could smell her perfume, you know? A spirit can't be in our dimension since they don't exist in a form that we can perceive. Whatever you saw, and smelled for that matter, was a manifestation she projected from her realm. No, I think you're wrong, Lucy. Danielle was here in this living room. Only she's a fanatic about germs or something because she wouldn't let me get near her. She's a holographic spirit, Levi. Nope, it was her, just like in the painting, only prettier. Oh, except not wearing that cool party dress. What was she wearing? Long, dark skirt all the way to the floor, white long-sleeved blouse, buttoned up to her neck. Disappointingly modest. That sounds about like what I'd expect for everyday clothing for a society lady of that time. She said it was the outfit she had on when she died. A long silence from the other end. Amazing. That contact would have spiked all our equipment, I'm sure. The EMFs would have been off the charts. Yeah, about all that equipment, I guess I should tell you, Danielle doesn't like it. What do you mean? It's state-of-the-art. We've got some of the same gizmos those TV people use. But Danielle called it irritating and, he struggled to remember the word, harassment. Harassment? We're trying to do them a favor. That's what I told her, but she says it's about motive. What motive? A favor's a favor. If we can make contact and help them get situated in the place they belong, it's win-win. Not quite that simple. What are you talking about, Levi? You're a skeptic who just partied with a spook, and now you're acting as her counsel? Well, never mind. I'll just let her tell you when she's ready. Tell me what? When will she be ready? She didn't really say. I mean, she didn't speak it. Not when we talked before. But I just now heard it as though she was transmitting while you and I were discussing it. That makes no sense whatsoever, Lucy grunted. Leave it to Danielle Gregg to wait 100 years for a total skeptic and out-of-towner before she makes herself heard and seen. And now she's enlisted you as her spokesman. And seems to have her hooks in my brain, too. Look, I'm sorry I mentioned it. Despite the implied criticism, Lucy was obviously excited about this development and eager to rush over. But Muir said no. Why not? She's already gone. That can't be. When a spirit residually haunts a place, they're always, present. Yeah, she said she's basically confined to this building, but also said she was leaving, and she disappeared. Maybe she's just invisible. Might be. In either case, you wouldn't be able to see her. But she's gone. I can sense it when she's here. I can't believe this. I've waited 4 years to see a spirit, and you're living with one, but don't even seem to think it's a big deal. It's a big deal, all right. She's seen me naked. This pervert ghostess admitted that? It's okay. In 1914, she was thinking about becoming a nurse. Chapter 9. Tuesday morning, August 19th. When Lucy saw her close friend Anna approaching so early in the morning, she almost tried to hide in her corner of the teacher's lounge. Nothing against Anna, whom she spoke with daily. It was just that Lucy couldn't handle any chirpiness at that moment. How's it going? I've got some great students this year. Anna's complexion was luxuriously smooth and the color of dark coffee. She'd been at Magnolia High for 1 year less than Lucy. 2 or 3 already told me they planned to major in biology. Lucy's eyes slowly closed. On the second day of school? Well, one told me yesterday. Anna had the petite physique of a college gymnast and a lovely enough face to be a movie star, but manifested no vanity whatsoever. I love knowing the kids who really feel biology in their bones. Something about that phrasing didn't sound right, but Lucy had no energy to parse it, so she merely shifted the topic. How'd the spirit chase go last night? An investigation of one edge of the swamp had been originally scheduled for the previous week, but inexplicably moved to Monday night instead. Must have been related to the moon's cycle. Oh, I didn't go. Anna took a seat. It's one thing chasing spirits at night, but I didn't want to have to worry about critters chasing me. You mean snakes and such? Lucy was only being polite. She really wanted to be left alone. And panthers. Anna, you know the only panthers we have are in the school. She pointed to the garish mascot image above the door. Well, that's a real comfort when you're in the swamp at night and you hear that chilling cry. Good grief. Anna brushed back one side of her straight black hair. You seem a bit out of sorts, Luce. It's only day 2, and I'm already feeling the urge to take my grade book out to the town dump and shoot it full of buckshot. Lucy slumped over the coffee-stained table. What's wrong? Usually you're still raring to go through the whole month of September at least. You don't normally threaten to blast your grades until October. Lucy groaned. What? I'm bummed, Anna. Miss Gull riding you again about the budget for lab experiments? No, this is about Levi. He's a rookie on his second day. Give him some time to adjust. Not about school. Levi seems to be assimilating okay with his classes. Then what's the problem? After all the time we spent together this past weekend, I thought maybe we had something, starting. Gosh, Luce, give it more than 4 days. He'd just begun to open up a little bit with me, but now he's preoccupied with that Ghostess. Anna examined her short, unpainted nails. The last info you texted me referred to dreams and possible sounds, maybe an odor. Pretty generic stuff. Oh, and I think the ghost moved against something heavy. Oh, that was Sunday night. Wait till you hear about their tryst last night. So what did Levi and the elusive Miss Gregg chat about? Not only chatted, she appeared. No way. Anna clutched the table's edge. He's already met her? A full-scale holographic manifestation plus olfactory signals. From just what I know so far, I'm guessing she's a hybrid spirit, somehow combining both a residual and an intelligent haunting. Shut up. For real? From what I can gather, they practically sat down to tea together. Getting real chummy. With a spirit. Anna eyed the wall clock. That's part of the problem. Since Levi doesn't believe in spirits, he seems to think of Danielle as a real person, and he finds her oh so attractive. Doesn't he realize that lady is some 120 years old by now? Like I said, he suspended everything you and I would be thinking, and all that's on his mind is, hey, she's a babe. Well, she was in her day. Yeah, but not the kind of babe he can take on a date to the movies. Good point, Luce. Plus, he's also lecturing me on having the proper motive as we investigate spirits. Motive? Where did that come from? Straight from Danielle Gregg, according to Levi. He said she currently transmits her thoughts directly into his brain. Oh, good grief. Anna checked the clock again. She was a stickler for never being late to her classes. Yeah, they're a regular pair already. Before long, I'm afraid he won't even know my name. That's ridiculous. You two had that wonderful supper date last night, didn't you? This is just your insecurity creeping out again. Maybe you're right. It pops up at the oddest times. Hang in there, Luce. Anna scooted back her chair. I just can't get over a skeptic becoming a spirit prima donna overnight. Anna patted the back of her hand. Well, keep helping with his research and stay close. When Levi gets tired of dusty old papers about a musty old ghostess, he'll look up and see you again. Lucy spotted Muir entering and waved Anna away. Amscray. Anna hurried off and nearly bumped into Muir as she left. Muir greeted Anna, who didn't remain long enough to reply. Then he approached the table. Hi, Lucy. How's it going? Sorry if I called too late last night. That's okay. I was still up. He hadn't taken a seat, so evidently he didn't intend to stay. Why spend time with a mortal when you've got a live ghostess at home? Guess I just got excited. My first time to see a spook. Muir discreetly looked to see if anyone else was near. And she's hot, too. So I gather. Lucy made a show of yawning. Yeah, I'm kind of tired, too. Couldn't stop thinking about my live-in ghostess. Tuesday night. As was her new custom, Danielle monitored Muir's after-school activity and deportment from the time he entered their jointly occupied suite. He had sifted through a few stacks of papers, perhaps student reports or essays, but Muir had seemed distracted as he gazed out the east-facing window toward the Little Tensaw Branch River and its distant railroad bridge entering the outskirts of Magnolia. She could not read all of his thoughts, but was able to discern a remarkable proportion. Most did not interest her. Danielle had already ruled out any further scrutiny of Muir's occasional thoughts about Eva, whom he had previously left, and likewise discarded his frequent stressful memories from his time in uniform. The parts of Muir's brain which Danielle focused upon were those which touched either on her or Miss Turney, the rival with a potential to dilute Muir's assistance. When she perceived a Muir thought about herself, Danielle nurtured it as though she were softly puffing breath to heat up a struggling ember. But to any of his thoughts about that other woman, Danielle sprinkled vexing, chilling confusions to make them seem bitter, as though she were flicking cold salt into his coffee. It was a shame to hamper their developing relationship, but for Danielle's effort to be successful, she needed all of Muir's attention and energy. Her newly hatched plan, begun just after Muir returned from supper with that woman, was already quite effective. From reading his thoughts, Danielle knew Muir had spent very little time with Tierney at school that day, and it was the spirit's intention to keep up the embargo as long as necessary. But now she could focus on Muir himself, once again present with her in their cozy mutual parlor. She watched as Muir settled himself in the upholstered chair and again sipped a beverage from a tall glass bottle. He looked about the suite expectantly, as though Danielle was supposed to appear on cue. That piqued her pride, but she did not keep him waiting long. She began with a whisper, to which he turned and smiled warmly. Then she blew softly toward his face, as though she were scattering a dandelion's spores. Her breath would have no odor since it was only energy, but Muir could feel it immediately and raised his chin so as to bathe in the focused gust. Then she hummed a fragment of a favorite melody. Finally, Danielle concentrated in the particular manner necessary to materialize herself into a form Muir could see. He stood as though she had entered through the door. "Good afternoon, Danielle. I hoped you'd show up. What was that song you were humming?" "Greetings to you as well. One of Al Jolson's. #1 hit last year. My last year, 1913. It's pretty. Seems familiar, but I'm not acquainted with much of Jolson's work." She smiled softly. "It has a lot of meaning for me. One of my favorite possessions was a tiny music box which played the chorus." She pointed toward the portrait behind her. "You can see it on that small table in front of which I posed." Muir stood and, as before, attempted to move toward her. "Please remember not to approach me." Danielle's hand poised vertically. "I still don't understand why we can't be closer." He frowned slightly. "You seem so far away." "I am far away, Mr. Muir. Much farther than you can imagine." She tried to smile, hoping to soften the impending blow. For you see, I'm not really here in front of you." "Yes, you are." He pointed. "You're standing right in front of your painting." Danielle sighed. "That is where I placed my manifestation, but I do not have a physical form. What you see is the energy I have assembled and positioned." After a groaning shrug, Muir slumped back into his chair and stared. "So I'm not looking at you, just your energy?" "I believe that is the best way to explain it. This is part of the reason the investigators with their instruments can locate spirits, or at least traces of them, but not actually perceive anything with their visual receptors." "You should be on the Science Channel." "I do not understand." "Sorry, I was being sarcastic. I just meant that you said a lot of words, but they didn't help me understand." "Which part is most confusing to you, Mr. Muir?" "Why I can't be closer to you." "But I just explained. What else bothers you?" Muir took a slow sip of his beverage. "Whether you're really here?" Then he put both hands on his face and leaned forward with his elbows resting on his knees. "Or if I'm just delusional and heading farther towards post-traumatic stress." "I can intuit enough of your thoughts to grasp what you refer to stress over the trauma you experienced while serving your country. I'm not able to assist you with the recovery from those residual feelings and worries." Danielle searched for a way to explain. "But I assure you my spirit is real and right here in this suite where I used to reside and which you now occupy." He looked up, apparently relieved. "Well, the business about assembling your energy into this form. Is this really the way you looked when you lived here?" She glanced down at her own image. "Oh, I believe I understand your confusion. You want to know if I have gilded the lily, if I'm pretending to be prettier than I truly was." Muir nodded. "I know from the portrait that you were beautiful. I can see with my own eyes that you're even more gorgeous, but I also know the mind can play tricks. And if you possess the power to shape energy into a visible form, then you could say you were Elizabeth Taylor, and poof, there's Liz." "I do not know that individual. Is she local?" "She's a movie star. Was. Dead now, I think. Maybe you've seen her on your side." He groaned. All the dead souls do not gather in one room and shake hands, Mr. Muir. I regret I have not met your friend, and I do not understand your reference." Muir strode to the north-facing window and searched outside for something. "Okay, here's an example. Over there on top of that building," he pointed across the square toward a small building between the Little Magnolia Theater and the Magnolia Herald newspaper offices. "There's a huge billboard with a woman's face on it." Danielle moved behind Muir and looked over his shoulder before shifting back again. "Yes, I see it." "If you wanted to, could you make your energy look like that woman?" It was the Archer photography shop, and the image advertised local studio portraits. She peered again and smiled softly. "I should not wish to resemble that woman, in point of fact, but if it were needed to accomplish contact with a mortal, I suppose it would be theoretically possible for me to appear in that form." "Aha!" Muir sat back down with a satisfied whump. "So you admit you could appear as a gorgeous woman if it suited you to do so, in order to make an impression on a human guy like me." "I finally comprehend the basis of your anxiety. You think I have generated this form simply to entice you." "Exactly. And I've seen movies where guys get all drooly over a beautiful ghost, and as soon as they kiss, the camera pulls back and all the viewers can easily see that she's actually a worm-eaten carcass of an old hag." Danielle's tears started as soon as her shivers began. "You distress me, sir, with your talk of dead bodies. Certainly my mortal remains, buried 100 years ago after being crushed by that train, would be mere dust by this time. It is not my physical body which visits you, Mr. Muir, but my spirit. You demanded to inspect me visually, and now you chastise me about the form my energy assumes." She paused for a deep breath. "Yes, I could assume the shape of a horned dragon if I wished to terrify a persistent investigator. But I have come to you as myself, the dismayed heiress forced into betrothal with a disdainful stranger. This is how I appeared, sir, on the night my life ended, and this is the form my energy takes when I wish to share that image with someone I believe might care enough to delve beyond those superficialities." Another pause. "But I see I have mistaken you for a gentleman, when in fact you are merely a—" "I'm sorry, Danielle." Muir's voice was barely audible. "I apologize." He reached his hands toward her, but did not rise from his chair, as previously instructed. "Sometimes my thoughts go screwy and I get confused about what's what. I didn't mean to offend you, and I won't press the issue again." Danielle dabbed her tears with a dainty lace kerchief from her sleeve, but did not speak. "Please forgive me for hurting you. That wasn't my intention. I sometimes don't explain my confusion very well." "I accept your apology, Mr. Muir, and I regret that I am not better able to explain things to your satisfaction." She sniffled as she tucked the kerchief back into her lightly ruffled cuff. "Some of what I face in this ongoing condition is also disturbing to me. I do not know every answer, or else I would possibly have secured my release long before now. Please believe that I do not deliberately deceive you about what I know and what I can control." "Since I'm not terribly good with my questions, would you rather that I not ask you any more?" "You may inquire, but please do not badger me if my reply does not satisfy you." "Okay, fair enough. What else do you wish to know?" "Why did your father get rid of the man you fell in love with and force you to hook up with that bum Fairley?" When she explained, Danielle's tears returned, and it took her a while to recover. "That basically jibes with what I learned from the archives curator yesterday, except he didn't mention anything about your father threatening to horsewhip the man you loved. Father could be quite brutal to get his way, and he knew I would realize his threat was far from empty. Had I corresponded further with Nettie, he would have been badly beaten or possibly killed." "Killed?" Danielle nodded. "I do not doubt it. This union with Fairley was extremely important to him, presumably because significant timber contracts were in the balance, and Father still believed the old-school way of running his family." "So your old man basically sold you to Fairley for some timber business?" "That is a crude manner of expressing it, but nevertheless accurately conveys what occurred. And you can comprehend why I resisted that marriage, why I fled that night." "And that's the reason you committed suicide?" "No, it was not suicide." "It wasn't? But everybody says I was reckless and desperate, but I was merely running away. I was only trying to cross that track. At first I did not even see the train coming. Then, seeing it, I thought I had time, but the hem of my dress got caught. An unavoidable accident." "Not suicide." He exhaled loudly. "So suicide's not the reason you're stuck in this limbo whatever." My inability to move on seems related to that suicide theory, only in the sense that after 100 years I am still unable to correct this grossly misconstrued belief. To correct the record? Yes. And I believe I must remain where I am until I can somehow accomplish that. Is that the only thing holding you here? No. I perceive there are other factors, but they are hazy to me. No mortal has yet been of any use in clearing that fog. Which is why you don't care for those spirit chasers? All the investigators who have approached me are searching for something else that somehow benefits them. They have not been truly interested in helping me move on. But they usually say they are. Danielle nodded. Yes, mortals typically say what is necessary to obtain what they want. Muir had no reply. One of the sweetest things about Nettie was that he had no guile whatsoever. He must be the guy who gave you the music box. Muir pointed toward the one in her portrait. Yes, and I am certain it cost him a week's wages, if not more. What happened to it? I do not know. So many things disappeared. It is something of a marvel that my parlor has managed to remain in some semblance of how I left it. She scanned the room quickly. Though I wish you would move the small wooden table from the entrance over next to the fireplace. I can push things, but not lift them. Will do. I think I know exactly where it goes. Muir pointed toward the 2 indentions in the oriental rug. Is there anything else you want moved around? Well, my writing desk, presently in the bedroom, should be behind that screen in the corner. I would like it very much if my portrait were hanging once again. Muir looked about the suite. I'll be happy to hang it back up. Where? Originally it was on that wall. She indicated the kitchen. You see, our family suite included the rooms of what is now next door, but now I believe I should like the painting on this wall, next to the fireplace and directly above the table, once you position it properly. I'll do it right now. He jumped up and went to the entrance, returning in a matter of moments with the small item. Positioned with the outermost feet in the exact depressions of the carpet, the table was precisely midway between the end of the hearth and the edge of that wall. How's that? Lovely. And when you have the proper tools, my portrait, right, directly above the table. Danielle smiled as she looked where the painting had formerly hung. My parents slept in that other portion. The original bathing facility was accessible from their bedroom by one door and also from the parlor, which is how I entered. Why did they carve out that other space? I do not know, but it pained me to see the suite altered. I tried to frighten the workmen, but their noise and commotion was too jarring for me, so I relented. When did that take place? I am unable to discern time in mortal years. I can only describe the people I encounter and tell you the order in which I saw them. When would it have been in that sequence? Danielle thought for a moment. After a long period with no activity and no visits to the suite, suddenly a large number of workmen appeared. That must have been in the 1970s. Lucy told me the entire hotel was vacant for around 15 years or so before renovations began. This woman, Miss Turney, she remains interested in you. Hope so, but I'm not sure. She wonders whether she has captured your attention. I'm very interested, but I think you've misinterpreted her contact with me, he said sadly. She's a ghost hunter, someone who spends her free time chasing spirits and taking measurements, compiling data. We're colleagues, and I think we've become friends. But if she has any other interest in me, it's probably only to use me to reach you. It may surprise you to know that she and I have already established contact. When? Muir appeared truly startled. Where? The afternoon she was here, she helped you retrieve my portrait. She didn't say anything to me. Did you provide her an opportunity, Mr. Muir? I thought so. I didn't ask her, but wouldn't Lucy mention it if she'd seen you? It was not visible energy. We connected in a way you might think of as telepathic. So what did you and Lucy discuss? Danielle giggled softly. You, mostly. Huh? That got his attention. Well, she was thinking that you did not appear to return her interest, and it worried her how much you seemed attracted to me, even at that early phase, before you and I had made direct contact. Muir was silent as he digested what he'd been told. Such a shame that she had to harness and redirect his romantic attention to help with her cause. I must depart soon, Mr. Muir. No, stay and visit some more, please. He was thoroughly entranced. It is not my choice, Mr. Muir. To appear in this visible form requires an enormous amount of energy and concentration. After some time, I am too weakened to continue. I must leave. Do you promise to return? I believe I have explained that ladies do not swear oaths, but I grant you my pledge." Muir grinned crookedly. "How do I know you'll keep your pledge?" "Spirits cannot lie. Well, evil spirits can, but I am not evil." "I know. I realized that when I smelled your perfume." "How so, Mr. Muir?" "Don't know. It just came into my head. Like telepathy, I guess." Danielle chose not to reveal to him how much access and control she already had upon his thoughts, or how much more she may have to exercise. "By the way, what is that fragrance I smell when I think you're very close? Is it verbena?" "Oh, no, I found that odor of verbena too strong, too medicinal. This was something special Father imported from France. I doubt you would know it." "Well, whatever it is, I approve. When I smell it, I know you're about to show up, or sometimes it's a brief reminder of you right after you've just left." "It's nice to be noticed by one's scent, but impolite to be overpowering." Muir grinned as he shook his head. "Sometimes it is overpowering, but I don't mind, not one bit. I told Lucy it smells like a herd of butterflies." Danielle would have to ponder that image, but later when she had more energy. At present, her manifestation was fading. Muir clearly noticed. "So you'll come back later?" "In one sense, Mr. Muir, I am always here, but in the manner you will comprehend, I only appear at certain times. Sometimes you will see me, but other times you will hear me." "Why do you whisper occasionally, but hum that melody at other times?" "It depends upon my mood." He smiled again. "So female spirits are moody too. Good night, Mr. Muir." Chapter 10. Wednesday, August 20th. Lucy could not understand how differently Levi had behaved since Monday's supper. Or had it been since his conversation with Miss Gregg's spirit later that evening? Whichever. The Levi who had seemed warm and interested and even comedic with his camera now acted coolish and distracted. It was nearly as though someone had flipped a switch in his noggin, almost like he was in a trance. At school, she had conferred with Anna, who, in typical chirpy and perky fashion, had tried to spin the entire matter as simply the stress of the first several school days on both Levi and Lucy. Maybe, maybe not. The only time on Tuesday that Lucy and Levi had been together was literally the 3 seconds when they'd passed in the faculty lounge doorway. She'd been inside waiting for him, and he'd rushed in as she was finally leaving. Bummer. I'm certainly not going to chase after him like he's the big man on campus and I'm the pimply, gawky girl with knobby knees, Lucy said to herself, then turned to be certain it had not been heard by anyone. The best way to deal with such situations was text messaging, so she sent him a short invitation to join her, Dutch, for supper. Meet at Tower for pizza, 7? During his next break, Muir texted back, "Magnolia has Tower?" She'd forgotten Levi was not only a newbie to teaching, but also a new guy in town. She responded, "Leaning Tower, X from courthouse." "Okay," was his texted reply. As an afterthought, she started to send a text offering to pick him up if he couldn't find it, but realized the courthouse should be visible from at least 2 of Muir's hotel windows. At 6:30 p.m., Lucy stared into her bedroom mirror and tried to decide how to dress for a Dutch treat date she had arranged. Could not keep on what she'd worn to school that day, but also didn't want to look as though she'd gone to any trouble. After all, if Levi was cooling off, it would appear too desperate for her to dress like she was trying to interest him. "Stop it, Lucy," she addressed the mirror. "You're overanalyzing this. And if you keep this up, your neuroses will drive this guy away." She groaned and tried to arrive at a pithy debate point, but her inner voice was correct. She was thinking too hard and worrying too much. The proper attire for pizza in Magnolia was jeans and sneakers. In late August, a collared golf shirt was considered formal, so she grabbed her deep blue t-shirt with a small Spirit Chaser logo over the left breast. Once in her car, it only took 5 minutes to reach the Leaning Tower of Pizza. Levi was already there, in the same outfit he'd worn at school. He smiled and reached for her hand. Not to shake, but to hold. Is this new, or has he done it before? She couldn't recall. The faded awning in red, green, and white was not necessary to protect them from the early evening sun as the establishment faced east, but it was a bit warm to dine at one of the 3 outside tables, each with plastic checkered tablecloths and straw-wrapped wine bottles holding unlit candles. Inside was too noisy for conversation other than chit-chat. After they'd found their pizza, they took beverages to the screened porch at the north side of the main dining area. To the west, the sun was setting into bare cypress of the swamp, though hardly visible from their table because of the row of buildings lining the square. Though Levi seemed relaxed and content, Lucy couldn't claim either status. "So we haven't really had a chance to catch up since you called Monday night. Anything new with Miss Gregg?" "She showed herself again, second time," announced Levi, as though he'd carved a corresponding notch on his belt. "Another visible manifestation?" She decided not to mention holograms again. He nodded, looking a bit too pleased. Why didn't you call me?" Levi studied the carbonation in his cola before responding. "I sort of got the impression that it offended you when I relayed what Danielle said before, so I figured maybe it was a bad idea to keep briefing you about our conversations." "No, I want to know," she tapped his wrist. "This is important stuff. You may not realize how significant these contacts are. Nobody in our group has seen a physical manifestation for more than a fleeting glimpse. And even that was hazy. Yours seemed quite well defined." "Yep, she's got terrific definition." He grinned. "Oh, stop with the drooling." Lucy whapped his forearm. "She's just a ghost." "Well, she seems to know a lot about us." "What do you mean?" "Not even certain there is an us yet." He flicked a crumb off the chair's arm. "Danielle was assessing how I felt about you, and vice versa. Not that it's any of that meddling spook's business, but what did she say?" His silence suggested he would censor the report. Mostly that I'm interested in you, which is true, though it clearly embarrassed him to say so. Encouraging as far as it went. And the other part? Well, Danielle seems to think that you're, puzzled about our situation." She scooted her chair closer. "Levi, I like you, and I think we've made a nice start." He nodded in agreement. "And I'd like to build on that beginning." Another nod. "Provided you don't get carried away by that spirit." "Carried away?" He frowned. "I'm living in her apartment and she's still there. It's hard not to notice." "It's a lot more than merely noticing her, Levi. You seem, lately, to be practically intoxicated by her." "Intoxicated?" Maybe overwhelmed is a better word. Or entranced. "So I was right. You don't want information about my contacts with Danielle." "No, I do want to know, for multiple reasons." "And you won't get ticked off?" She needed a moment to get the phrasing right. "I admit I reacted poorly to parts of your report. I suppose because it felt like I was being lectured." "Yeah. It kind of felt that way to me, too, and I wasn't even guilty of the harassment and whatever else Danielle mentioned that she'd received from investigators. As I recall, she also questioned our motives." "Right. Well, in any case, I am also not guilty, as you put it, because I've never made any effort to contact her particular spirit." Lucy closed her eyes to double-check memory data. "In fact, as I told you before, we've never even been allowed in the hotel. My first visit ever was with you over the weekend." He nodded. "By the way, Danielle appreciates us finding her portrait, which you played a big part in." It sounded like faint praise. "Well, anyway, please do keep me in the loop. I'm a dedicated researcher, even if Miss Gregg doesn't care for our efforts." She pointed to the logo atop her left breast. Levi put down his drink and squinted at her shirt. Then he leaned way over, so close that she could smell his pepperoni. "So you guys do have a T-shirt after all." Exasperation. He had the maddening habit of selecting the least significant detail of a conversation to focus upon and not seeming to comprehend the larger issues she was trying to convey. "Forget my shirt, Levi. Please tell me what else Miss Gregg revealed in her second visible manifestation." He slapped the table so hard that it startled not only Lucy, but the diners in the main indoor area. "Nearly forgot. Danielle dropped a bombshell last night." Her eyes wide, Lucy scooted forward in her seat. "What?" "About her suicide." "It wasn't." "You mean the train didn't kill her?" "No, the train killed her dead, but it wasn't suicide. She was crossing the track and her dress got caught somehow. Total accident." Are you certain? Muir nodded smugly. Wow, this changes the whole narrative. Exactly, and that's very important to Danielle, for us to get the word out. She stared at him for a moment. Get the word out? What does your spook have in mind? That's not completely clear. We got sidetracked on other issues. Well, I'd like to hear those other issues as well, but tell me more about this PR campaign to change everybody's belief about Miss Gregg's suicide. Muir shrugged. Not sure, but it seems to be part of what's holding her in limbo, or wherever she is. Do you have any clue how bizarre it would sound for you to start telling people that a suicide story they've known and repeated for 100 years is totally wrong, and your only proof is the ghost of the dead girl visited you to say so? Hey, I'm the skeptic, remember? A thumb stabbed his chest. Danielle convinced me. Do you have any clue how bizarre it would sound for you to start telling people that a suicide story they've known and repeated for 100 years is totally wrong? And your only proof is the ghost of the dead girl visited you to say so? Hey, I'm the skeptic here, remember? A thumb stabbed his chest. Danielle convinced me. Yes, but a ghost can be a lot more convincing than a newbie English teacher from wherever in Louisiana that nobody knows. If word got out that you were seeing ghosts, Mrs. Gold would probably tear up your contract. But you and Anna hunt ghosts. We're scientific investigators, but we've never actually conversed with any spirits, and certainly have not entertained any for evening tea. We didn't have tea. Lucy waved her hands to shake him from focusing on the insignificant detail. Levi, listen to me. Assuming this is true, that Miss Gregg's death was an accident, it certainly is newsworthy, and we do owe it to her and everybody else to clear up the record, if possible. But we have to find a way that people can accept. In a valid investigation, we would uncover new evidence or something, but we can't walk around Magnolia with a sound horn telling everybody that her ghost told you so. Evidence. What kind of evidence would verify Danielle's story? Don't know. Let me think about it. And maybe we need more time in the archives. She squeezed her eyes shut. Now go back to that part about the other issues you discussed with Miss Gregg last night. Well, she wanted some tables moved around and asked me to hang the portrait. More flutter of her hands. Not the housekeeping stuff. I want the important data. I finally knew the singer of that melody she hums. Ever hear of Al Jolson? Of course, but not his song list. Me neither, but Danielle's beau Nettie gave her a little music box which played that song. Nettie? Yeah, remember? The archivist mentioned a local boyfriend? Or have I got the info jumbled up? Lucy squinted into her beverage glass. Mr. Sproul mentioned a suitor who was chased away by the indignant father, but he said there was no record of his name. Nettie something. Whatever. She waved her hands again. You can look up Jolson's songs on your laptop. Let's get back to Miss Gregg. Any more recriminations about investigators? No, she was mostly fussing at me because I'd asked if she was really as beautiful as the energy form she'd manifested. Lucy's jaw dropped as Muir continued his explanation. His reiteration nearly took as long as the original conversation it represented. As Lucy struggled to digest the bizarre nature of Levi's conversation with the spirit of Miss Gregg, Muir had opened an exciting, fantastic new topic: contact. What kind of additional contact? You're already in contact with her. She speaks, she appears, y'all chat. What more could you want? Contact, he repeated as he poked Lucy's forearm. I want to touch her. You can't touch a ghost. It came out at least twice as loud as she'd intended, and most of the inside diners looked in their direction. Why on earth do you want to touch a spiritual hologram? She's beautiful. It sounded as simple as a man selecting a dance partner. Lucy studied the man before her. Sufficiently intelligent to earn a degree and pass the praxis test, adequately capable to serve his country, presumably mature enough to manage his financial affairs, yet totally ignorant about the spirit world. A ghost does not have physical form that you can touch. That's what Danielle said. But she can move things. If she can do that, she can touch. And I think be touched. That's different, Lucy exhaled impatiently. Spirits used focus energy to move things. Look, I'm no scientist, but I still think it's possible, and I plan to find out. Levi, in the sense of between these two realms or dimensions, contact consists of interaction, awareness, and communication of some kind. It's not about being touchy-feely. But maybe that's exactly what Danielle needs, to get her where she's going. Lucy shook her head slowly. Monday's barbecue had felt almost like a date. Tonight's pizza felt like a briefing with Groucho Marx or Harpo. Muir waited and watched her as she composed herself. Forget all this spook-touching stuff, please, but let's shift gears back to us for a minute. His brow furrowed. It seems to me that something changed since Monday's supper. I thought we were getting closer. He nodded, so he evidently agreed. Yet these past 2 days at school, I had the feeling you were ducking me. Was that only my imagination? Or my insecurities? I felt something different, too. Different how? I'd be thinking about you, or start to track you down to say hi, but suddenly it was like somebody turned on a radar jammer in my brain or something. Lucy's eyes widened. Could you explain that sensation? Muir sighed. Radar's the wrong word. Think of it as a satellite transmission that the enemy wants to block. They aim a particular electronic beam and the transmission is garbled. That's happened to you. Definitely entranced. Yeah, but only in these last 2 days. And only when I start thinking about you. He took a sip of cola. Weird, huh? Weird did not even come close. So you've been thinking about me at school? Sure. His hand covered hers. You can yak for hours to a ghost, but you're tongue-tied with me. She didn't have the patience to wait for his version. So we're good. Muir nodded, clearly relieved not to have to express their status. But when you think about me, about us, the signal's jammed somehow. Right. Muir seemed genuinely puzzled. It's almost like something comes over me. At times I can perceive that I feel, and guess I also might act differently. But other times it seems like somebody else is in control of me somehow. Do you realize what you just said? He looked as though he'd like to play it back. Not really. What? Have you ever heard of someone being possessed? Sure, by a demon or something evil. Lucy nodded rapidly. But not by a ghost. Can they do that? It depends, she squinted, on what they want from you. Wednesday night. Danielle monitored her sweetmate before she made her presence known. Muir, looking comfortable and relaxed, smelled of burned cheese and baked bread dough. Not counting their contact during Muir's dreams, tonight would be her 3rd visit and 3rd visual appearance. Never before, in her 100 years of lingering limbo, had she made multiple appearances to one individual, much less sustained visits. Muir had certainly intrigued her, along with creating considerable perplexity and consternation. Muir sat in the upholstered chair gazing through their east window. No doubt he would enjoy the sunset if he occupied the opposite corner of that structure. This time, after concentrating a delicate gust of air into his face and humming part of her favorite chorus, she manifested her form on the opposite side of that parlor, near the open entrance to the kitchen. Muir did not know where Danielle was until she spoke. Oh, hi. I was hoping you'd come. He turned in his chair and started to rise. She motioned for him to remain seated. Remember? No approach. He groaned. So many stinking rules. I hope you understand by now that I do not establish these parameters. I merely inform you that they already exist. Yeah, I know, but still. He was definitely impatient and stubborn, but Danielle found many attractive qualities among those demerits. One of the most impactful, she realized, was Muir's total lack of apprehension. Her contacts with him had been her first ever normal interactions. Well, as normal as could be between a mortal and a disenfranchised spirit. He also somewhat reminded her of Nettie. A shame to take advantage of him. I notice you enjoy that window, Mr. Muir. It was also my favorite for the many months I lived here. Muir nodded. Sometimes I sense I should be able to see something particular out there, but unless I look northeast toward the river and the railroad bridge, all I see are buildings in general. He pointed. But something keeps pulling my attention to the southeast. All I can make out, that direction, is the south parking lot of the library. Danielle's form moved near enough to look over his shoulder. Oh, I believe I know what your eyes search for. The monkey puzzle tree. The what? Across Orchard Street used to be many single-story wood-frame shops, and beyond Mayapple Street there were several fine homes. One of those belonged to a retired sea captain. who planted a peculiar tree he'd obtained from Chile, I believe. And what did you call it? It has a Latin name I do not recall at the moment, but everyone referred to it as a monkey puzzle." Muir's face indicated its own puzzlement. "Supposedly named because some member of royalty exclaimed its branches were so irregular that even a monkey could not climb it." Danielle gazed toward the spot of the captain's former home. "However, I believe monkeys are no more puzzled by that tree than by any other." Monkey puzzle tree right here in downtown Magnolia. It was not a particularly attractive sight, but it intrigued me nonetheless. Sometimes I can still see it, but not at this moment. I wonder if it is only a memory, or possibly a periodic illusion. Muir did not respond. "Or perhaps it is not the captain's monkey puzzle tree which has harnessed your interest." "Hard to say, Danielle, but I assume it has something to do with you." Now Danielle was without words. Her form shifted again, this time to a spot in front of her portrait. She studied her sweet mate as he eyed both her and the painting. "I gather you have been out with that woman again." "Yeah, Pete's at the tower. Evidently a town joke since it's only 2 stories, like 90% of the other downtown buildings." Danielle felt jealous, but not only of the Turney woman. She was also covetous of the freedom mortals had to come and go, not confined to one area for an indefinite, possibly endless holding period. Muir was talking about their meal when Danielle tuned out briefly. Once she refocused, he was asking her about the sensation of his thoughts being jammed. "Perhaps you will explain that term, Mr. Muir." As he explained, Danielle smiled wryly. Exactly what she had intended. However, she did not answer directly. "I need your assistance, Mr. Muir, and to have constant thoughts about that woman would be far too distracting." "So you are jamming my brain?" She nodded almost imperceptibly. "I am able to vex the thinking of mortals with whom I have been in contact." "Why would you do that?" Now Lucy seems to question whether I like her. "Do you?" "Yeah, a lot. At least I did, and I believe I do still. But when I start thinking about it, I get confused." "It would be advisable not to confuse yourself, so do not think of her any more." "If this is because she belongs to that chaser group, Lucy said she's not trying to harass you or anything else. She just wants to help. What do you want, Mr. Muir?" "I'd like to help you too, but I'm extremely fuzzy about what we're trying to accomplish or how to do it." "I will guide you." She could tell he was still pensive. "What else bothers you tonight?" "Well, Lucy said I shouldn't mention this, but if that woman is against it, I may be for it." "Proceed," said Danielle with a minor wave of her fingertips. "I enjoy your visits, Danielle, and I really like talking with you, but I'd also like to touch you." "Touch?" Her eyes widened. Muir nodded. "When a guy sees a beautiful girl and they're forming a closer, friendship, they usually touch." She blushed. "I can only imagine times have changed, Mr. Muir. In my day, ladies were chaperoned during early interactions and no touching was allowed. None whatsoever." "But I only want to be close to you." "We are close, no more than 4 feet apart." Just out of his arm's reach. "I'm a tactile learner, Danielle. You're beautiful, and I want to touch you." "I am a spirit, Mr. Muir. The manifestation you see is the energy I have focused to allow my form to register with your eyes." Muir nodded impatiently. "Then let me feel your energy." "It does not happen that way. It would be like grasping a vapor or clutching a handful of smoke." "Let me try." Danielle was frustrated. "You do not listen well, Mr. Muir. This is not possible." "I believe it is." He stood suddenly. "If you can move a bookcase, why can't you touch me?" "Oh, that is slightly different. Conceivably, I could touch you." "But you just said you couldn't." "No, you cannot touch me." Muir was obviously confused by this distinction. "If you touch me, would I feel it?" "I believe so, though it would not be the same as a physical touch between 2 humans." "Doesn't matter. I'm game." Realizing Muir would not be easily dissuaded, Danielle considered the situation he'd proposed. "You may have to close your eyes to disconnect the visual interpretation of my energy. I'm not certain." "Well, let's try." "You are so very forward, Mr. Muir. Look, this is new territory for both of us. You said you basically hide from investigators, so you really don't know what's possible with them. You've shown yourself to me, however, so let's figure out what else is possible." She leaned forward and studied Mr. Muir's eyes. Do you harbor this desire merely so you can boast of its achievement? No. He looked offended. I don't even believe in ghosts, yet I'm sitting here talking to you. His demeanor calmed and his voice softened. When I'm with you, it makes me feel warm inside, and I just want to feel warmer. Danielle's face reddened again. She had blushed more in these visits with Mr. Muir than all the rest of her 100 years of waiting. You certainly can turn a phrase, Mr. Muir. Please, let's try. Touch. Give me a moment. I have never attempted this with a mortal being, only with inanimate objects. Then think of me as a table, but touch me. After concentrating at length, Danielle finally placed her fingertips on the side of Muir's face. But his hand reached up to cover hers, and he ended up slapping himself. I cautioned you not to try and reach for me. Sorry, I forgot. Touch me again. This time he did not interfere, but gently leaned into the energy of her hand. In doing so, his face grew so languid and warm that it nearly glowed. For Danielle, it was also so pleasurable she knew it must cease, and she withdrew her hand. What happened? He nearly fell to the side she'd been touching. It was consuming too much energy, but it felt so good. Muir's eyes looked dreamy. Was it good for you? She was unable to phrase how it made her feel. A combination of warmth and chills, blushing flesh and goosebumps. It reminded her of stroking Nettie's freshly shaven cheek. A lady should not be asked such a question. But I need to know. Why, Mr. Muir, so you can boast of it? No, because I think I love... She quickly positioned her fingertip near his lips. Please do not use that word unless you mean it. Actually, you should not speak it to me at all. That word and what it apparently meant to someone else is mostly why I'm basically trapped in this manner. I don't understand. He reached for her again. You will not be able to understand. I'm not certain I do either. In all these years, I have never been confronted with any mortal like you. Danielle placed a hand to her throat and gazed at her portrait, then back to Muir. You vex me, sir, with your fearlessness and your ardor. I want to help, but how can I if I know almost nothing about how you spirits tick? If you didn't want me to become, fond of you, why did you pick me to haunt? He was right to question, but Danielle ignored it. She needed his assistance and was willing to do nearly anything to secure it, no matter how much she regretted it. I must leave now. But you just got here, Danielle. No, I have been here for quite some while. You tend to lose track of time, Mr. Muir. Only when I'm with you, or with that woman, I dare say. Who? Excellent. And I will answer your earlier question. Muir looked clueless. When I touched your cheek, I remembered the lovely masculine aroma of Nettie's shaving soap. So, yes, I enjoyed our contact. She paused to see if that registered with Muir, but could not tell. Now I must depart. Will you return? Very likely, yes. When you come back, will you touch me again? What could have sounded lewd if spoken by others sounded childlike, almost innocent when asked by Muir. Entrancing her cohabitant had consequences Danielle had not intended. She needed his assistance, but not his ardor. I will consider your request, but your motive puzzles me. If such is possible to repeat, I predict it would consume a great deal of energy. More, perhaps, than my capability. But you'll try. It sounded so plaintive. We shall see, Mr. Muir, we shall see. She vanished in a blink and left the room smelling like a swarm of butterflies. Chapter 11. Thursday, August 21st. On day 4 of the new school term and his first teaching job, Muir was finally gaining equilibrium with the schedule, lesson plans, and students. But he was still unbalanced with respect to Lucy. He would feel just fine, then Lucy's image would enter his mind and he'd perceive little but static. When he'd asked Danielle, she didn't deny being the cause, but acted like it was for his own good. Why or how could that be? Muir had read in a college psychology text that the human mind had nearly unlimited untapped powers to overcome things like external stimuli, including illness, pain, and fear, among many others. Problem was, hardly anyone knew how to harness even a fraction of those brainy powers, or, if identified and harnessed, how to focus those mental muscles. But at the very least, Muir figured, he could concentrate on blocking the blocker. Surely a lit major could wrangle enough underutilized brain cells to raise a deflector shield of sorts. If so, then perhaps he could think about Lucy when he wished to, without having those inclinations distorted or impeded outright. Perhaps. He caught up with Lucy in the second-floor faculty lounge during early afternoon. Their breaks were hardly more than the time it took students to change classes, so any contact of that type was always hurried. He got straight to the point. "I convinced Danielle to touch me last night." When other teachers turned and stared, Muir realized he needed to adjust his volume. "She did what?" Lucy's dismay was evident in both voice and face. "Where?" "In the parlor," she sputtered. "No, what did she touch?" "Right here," he said, pointing to his cheek. Immediately, she examined that area as though there might be residual spectral fingerprints. "Don't see anything." "Me either. I checked the mirror after she left." Lucy was clearly fascinated. "What did it feel like?" "Warm, soft." Muir closed his eyes to remember. "A bit like a kitten's paw, but no claws, of course." "Of course. Not yet, anyway. But you still need to keep in mind that they do have claws." She paused. "And so, I suspect, do lovely ghosts." Muir left that one alone. "I can't believe a spirit touched you." Lucy's eyes were wide. "This changes so much about our knowledge base." "Well, add this to your encyclopedia. Danielle said that it takes a lot of extra energy to generate a sensation of touch, and she had me close my eyes so my own sensory receptors could focus on touch instead of sight." "Wow." Lucy scribbled several notes. "This is epic." And she basically indicated she might try it again. "I sure wish we could set up some instruments," said Lucy, still writing notes. "At least in EVP reorder." Suddenly, she put down the pen and looked stern. "Wait. You had me going for a minute because of the science. But this is all wrong. You cannot pursue this direction with the spirit. It's too unpredictable and probably too dangerous." "But it felt good. It was fantastic." "Great. Just great," she grumbled. "What could be next? Spooning with a spook? Oh, Lucy, have you ever heard of a monkey puzzle tree?" She groaned. "A what?" As always, the faculty clock buzzed at 1 minute before the bell would ring. "Never mind. Tell you later." They hurriedly separated for their respective classrooms downstairs. Muir had to travel the additional distance to the other side of the building. After school, Muir drove around the town square looking for the old-fashioned barber shop he learned about from the school janitor. He finally found Leon's on Orchid Street, next door to the office supply store, but couldn't find a parking place within 2 blocks. That short hike did not unduly pain his ankle, so perhaps it was finally healing. "Need a trim?" asked the thin, balding barber as he lowered his newspaper. "I'm Leon." He pointed to the front door's lettering. "Not today, Leon, thanks, but I'm looking for something called shaving soap, probably from around the early 1900s. A slow smile creased the older man's face as he placed his paper on a chair. "Any grocery store has shaving cream, and the cheap brands run about $1 a can. No, this needs to be the vintage stuff from about 1914, if possible." Rising unsteadily, Leon moved closer, holding on to the back of a chair as each stepped gingerly. "Now, why would you care how old it is, friend?" Muir silently considered how extensively to reply. "Oh, this is about a lady friend, I'll wager." Another smile from Leon. Muir nodded, relieved he didn't have to mention his ghostess. "She has a particular scent in mind, and I know it was around 1914. Well, barber soap didn't change much for a good while, and some of those old companies are still in business. Main difference is their shaving products used to come as stick, powder, or cream." He paused, apparently to see how much Muir comprehended. "You'd put it in a cup and mix it up with a brush." Leon made those motions. "Then you'd brush the lather on your face." The light came on. "Oh, okay. Got it. I've seen those old round brushes. Just wasn't sure how the lather got on the brush." He looked around the shop, decorated with framed sports prints, both college and professional. In a prominent position was the current season's football schedule for Magnolia High. "I teach there." "Must be new. I know all the men teachers." Muir nodded. "First year. Levi Muir." He belatedly extended his hand. Leon responded in kind and then stroked his own wrinkled chin. "So you're wanting some old-time shaving cream that you've got to mix, instead of the kind where you push a button on the can." "Right. Trying to recapture the scent of the old stuff." The barber shook his balding head. You won't find anything that old, and if you did, it'd be all dried up." He raised a slightly trembling hand to his own cheek. "But that lather didn't change much all the way up to the mid-1950s, about the time shaving brushes started phasing out. Where could I get some of that newer vintage?" He pursed his lips and stroked his chin again. "Hold on a minute." Then he moved unsteadily past the 3 empty barber chairs and disappeared into a back room. Shortly, Leon returned holding a flattened tube, which, if full, would have been shorter and thicker than a typical toothpaste container. "Nothing much left in there, but might be enough to give you a whiff." "True. There was only a bit of dried residue." "This is all you've got?" "Yeah, but the old Magnolia hardware store used to carry a few shelves of retro merchandise for the tourists we don't have anymore. Included toiletries like mustache combs, straight razors, and shaving brushes. They probably have some tube cream like this." "Where is it?" "Just a block down Orchid, other side of Magnolia, across the street from the old hotel." "Oh, okay, that should be easy to find. I live in the White Cliff Apartments." "You live in the Majestic?" Muir nodded. "It's haunted, you know." "So I've heard." He took another sniff of the mostly dried contents and then handed back the tube. "Thanks, Leon." Thursday night. As had become her recent custom, Danielle studied her suite mate before making her own presence known. Initially viewing the out-of-towner as little more than a naive but blunt carpetbagger, she had quickly grown fond of him. No longer a disruptive interloper, Muir presently seemed like a handsome guest with nearly enough charm to counter his lack of social grace. It was a shame she had to take advantage of him. But Danielle had also been deeply introspective, a condition not often appearing in her perpetual state of being neither here nor there. In this recent self-analysis, she had identified 2 distinctly new aspects of her post-death behavior. One, how willing she'd been to succumb to the current of Muir's impetuous urges and unorthodox requests. Accommodating Muir was also selfish because of how pleasurable those experiences had been so far to her. And 2, how hostile she had been about that other woman in Muir's mortal sphere. To attempt interference between Muir and the woman pursuing him was also selfish because it potentially deprived each human of further developing a satisfying relationship from their promising early contacts. She would need to think further on both matters. But now Danielle the hostess would greet her live-in visitor and try to remember to thank him for hanging her portrait and moving the table and desk. Positioning her concentrated energy very near, though not yet visible to him, she focused an odorless puff of air that raised goosebumps on his neck. As before, Muir turned to face the brief gust and seemed to bathe in its tickles. Then Danielle hummed her favorite chorus. He greeted her warmly. "I'm glad you came back. I thought you were close because I could hear you thinking." "Oh, could you now?" This was disarming. "Exactly how many of my thoughts could you hear?" "No particular words," he stated, facing the direction of her voice. "More like I could hear your mental motor running." "Do you suggest my spiritual brain is powered by a steam engine, sir?" She smiled to herself. Muir leaned forward in his chair. "Well, let's just say that I could hear that you were thinking, but don't know what it was about." "Very well." She was satisfied, as it should be. It is impolite to eavesdrop on a lady's thoughts. "But still okay for you to mess around in my brain." His grin indicated he might not totally object to her intrusion. "On that matter, I should note I had sensed certain resistance today when I embarked on the endeavor, if indeed I had been in your mind at all." "Oh, you've been in there all right," Muir nodded. "And I love the feeling of you being inside me, but I don't want you to jam my thoughts about Lucy." She was silent for a moment. "I see. You would fence that area from my encroachment?" He wrinkled his brow, suggesting worry. "It was confusing to both of us and seemed to be creating some difficulty. I don't want any external problems between her and me since men and women already have enough baggage to deal with." Muir's phrasing was unusual, but Danielle got the message. Stop interfering. "Very well, Mr. Muir, I shall resist the temptation to meddle, unless and until the participation of that woman begins to interfere with our efforts, yours and mine. I recall a passing reference to something that needs to happen, but you haven't explained yet." "Indeed, I have struggled to comprehend it myself, but without much success." Danielle paused to let that sink in. The part I am relatively certain of, however, is that they involve you. Me? He pointed theatrically to his own chest. Besides being a total skeptic, I'm also a rookie. You'd be better off using someone like Lucy who understands some of this spirit stuff. I have come to the conclusion that your female acquaintance may also have a role to play. Muir looked perplexed but did not inquire further about either role. Oh, and before I forget, what's that tune you keep humming? I searched the internet for Al Jolson songs and none were familiar except Mammy. Danielle hummed the entire chorus again. I suppose a hit song of 1913 predates your awareness. Yeah, but it's familiar sounding. What's the name? You Made Me Love You. I Didn't Want to Do It. Her form not yet visible, Muir stared toward Danielle's portrait. What did you say? That is the title, Mr. Muir. Then she combined the melody with those words. Oh, that song, he smiled. That was popular during World War II. I've seen it in documentaries and war movies. A huge hit from one of the big bands. I suppose it could have been re-recorded by others later, but the original Jolson version is what played in my music box. The one you got from Nettie. She nodded. It saddens me to speak of Nettie. Let us please discuss something else. Well, before we get settled in, won't you at least make yourself visible? I enjoy seeing you too, you know. She had not completely forgotten, but her own visibility was not something she had given measurable thought to during the past century. Very well, Mr. Muir. The instant she spoke, her form appeared, though on the other side of his chair from the direction he was looking. I thought you were over there, he laughed. You're a regular ventriloquist. She knew that term, having seen a vaudeville routine. Spirits do not have the same constraints as mortals. My energy was speaking to you, but I had not concentrated it into a specific form at that point. Guess I've got a lot to learn about you. Yet we do not have a surplus of time available. What do you mean, Danielle? It is something we should discuss later, but you will know when the time is opportune. Muir groaned. Such a mystery, so many secrets. I do not have the luxury of blurting out every aspect of the differences between your realm and mine, Mr. Muir. I assure you it is also frustrating to me to need assistance from a mortal to accomplish certain things. Maybe I could help better if I knew what was going on. In due time. Please be patient. Muir was quiet for several moments as he looked back and forth between Danielle and her portrait. Something troubles you? Several years ago, I saw a movie with a woman and her kids who spent the whole film being terrified of the visitors and hiding from them. Only at the end of that spooky story do we realize that she and the kids were actually the dead people. They were the spirits. Muir paused. Is that the way it is sometimes for you? Danielle weighed a reply. I do not hide, I merely resist trespassers. I'm not frightened by mortals or even by the antics of presumptuous investigators, but it is irritating and cruel. It is as much harassment as a willful child poking a caged animal. Do you feel caged? I am captive, trapped, restrained, contained. She felt tears. It is a prison despite having no visible iron bars. I'm sorry, Danielle, I didn't mean to upset you. He reached in his back pocket for a handkerchief and extended it toward her. It still amazes me that a spirit can cry. Her hand positioning indicated she could not accept his offer. Thank you, but that is a mixture of our two realms which does not work properly. I can dry my own tears with my own kerchief, but your linen would pass right through me. Can you explain your tears? As static spirits, we feel pain that is not completely unlike yours, but in contrast to yours, some of our agonies last for eternity, or until our situation changes. She dabbed her eyes again and then tucked her own kerchief into her lightly ruffled cuff. Let us please change the topic to something less distressing. Muir closed his eyes as he apparently searched for one. Oh, I told Lucy that we touched and she positively freaked. If that conveys her astonishment, then I can well imagine. Of course, she also said it was a big no-no. Your friend is mostly correct. How did you respond? I told her it felt so good that I couldn't believe it was wrong. Muir anticipated Danielle's question. but she scoffed at my reasoning and warned me to turn around and not to even think about it again. Is it your intention to follow that woman's wise counsel? It took a moment for Muir to reply. She teaches science, and yet she apparently has no scientific curiosity about this part of the mystery of these two worlds, or its investigation. Is that what it is to you, Mr. Muir? Investigation? No, it should be that to Lucy. To me, it's excitement and exploration of the mind and soul and the heart. Muir nodded. I guess it's no surprise that I'm very attracted to you, Danielle. He was supposed to become entranced and useful to her purpose, but not passionate. Yes, you have been quite focused on my appearance, which is flattering, but it's a lot more. I also have deep feelings for you. He gulped as though the words were too large in his throat. And I want us to... Her only reply was to shift him off that topic. Please. Okay, sorry. He settled back into his chair. But tell me about kissing in your time, he said suddenly. What was it like? I should imagine it has not changed all that much. People certainly kissed in Shakespeare's time, as I'm sure you know from your own studies. Yeah, but I had a notion it might be different now. Maybe a bit hotter than it used to be. He grinned mischievously. Did you ever do it with any of the guys you dated? With Nettie? Her blush admitted to it. That's something else I don't understand. How a ghost can blush. I dare say, Mr. Muir, that no spirit has had occasion to blush if they had not encountered you and your brash statements and questions. He smiled again. Will you kiss me? It partly surprised Danielle that Muir could still shock her. Spirits and humans do not kiss, Mr. Muir. Why not? I do not know if I can explain it to someone so dense and yet so brazen. You said we couldn't touch either, but we did. Actually, it was my directed energy which you perceived as a touch. Muir scooted forward slightly in his chair. Okay, then if I can't kiss you, you kiss me. You do not know what you ask, sir. You said we don't have compatible forms, but I feel as though our energies are similar. I'm sure our energies can kiss. And I want to taste you. Besides impertinence, Mr. Muir, you are stubborn beyond belief. He merely grinned. Let's try. You actually believe that I can kiss you. And if I possess the ability, I also have the corresponding willingness? Muir nodded. Danielle shook her head. This feels like a schoolyard dare which children would use to manipulate others. But it could be science, too. Call it what you want. And you will not be discouraged from this insistence. His smile faded and his eyes seemed to plead. Your touch on my face, beautiful. On my lips, it could be... She blushed again. I have never met anyone more impertinent. Kiss me, please. Danielle leaned closer. What is that aroma? She took another sniff. Shaving soap. I found some across the street. Thought you might like it, since you said it brought back memories. Mr. Muir, it is delicious. She inhaled deeply. Not exactly the same brand Nettie used, I gather, but quite close. Very nice, thank you. I didn't actually shave with it, just rubbed a little on my face. Muir grinned slyly. I thought it might be a little extra incentive for your kiss. Your trickery can be forgiven by your forthrightness. As I hoped. So how about it? Oh, very well. Give me a moment. She remembered a component which would affect the outcome. Be certain to close your eyes so all our energies can be focused on the tactile sensation. Muir rubbed his palms on his denim-covered thighs and nodded eagerly, then closed his eyes. She kissed him lightly, then quickly pulled away and relocated her form a few feet farther back. It was not Nettie's face or lips, of course, but with her own eyes closed, she could well imagine and remember. For a long moment, Muir's lips remained parted. Then he opened his eyes as he licked his lips. More. You do not realize what you ask. Please. Danielle sighed and pointed to his eyes. When he'd closed them, she kissed him again. Longer. Deeper. Then she abruptly pulled away, this time frowning. After Muir licked his lips and opened his eyes, he obviously saw she was troubled. What's wrong? It is all wrong. We are not supposed to have this sort of contact. It is a terribly erroneous combination of physical elements with communication that is everything but physical. But it's what I've been wanting since I first saw you. Why, Mr. Muir? To what end? What do you mean? He appeared demoralized. Many others have entered these premises. When they have sensed me, whether they just thought about it or sensed some other manifestation like sounds or smells, or even if they actually glimpsed me, they usually panicked and fled. So I was not faced with these perplexing and likely dangerous temptations. But you have remained. You are interacting. Indeed, you want more than contact. Much more. He nodded slowly. I must leave. Her form backed away, though not very far. Can we kiss again before you go? She shook her head sadly as she positioned a fingertip near his lips. No. Then she turned, looked over her shoulder, and mouthed a silent goodbye. Just one more. You are impossible, Mr. Muir. Flustered at him and frightened by her own feelings, Danielle immediately departed, leaving the aroma of 1,000 butterflies. Muir called after her. Good night, Danielle. I'm counting on you to come back, please. Chapter 12. Friday morning, August 22nd. In the faculty lounge, Lucy stared at her handwritten note as she stirred a single sweetener packet into her lukewarm coffee. With all the money in this school's budget, you'd think they could afford a device that makes hot coffee, she remarked to Anna, who'd just plopped down. What's on the note? Since it was still 7:45 a.m., Anna had not yet shouldered her usual perkiness. You look like you just got notified of a tax audit. Huh? Oh, this. She handed over the note. It's from Mr. Sproul at the archives. He said he tracked down the name of that employee who was basically blackmailed by old man Greg. What's the name? Anna squinted at the scrawl. Harrison. Doesn't ring any bells with me. Me either. Lucy's hand waved away the note's existence, and then her head fell forward until it nearly touched the stained table. What on earth is eating you today, Luce? You won't believe what he's done now. I gather this is about the new Romeo of the spirit world? She tugged on an errant sprig of her straight black hair. Don't make light of this, Anna. He's going to ruin everything. What do you mean? What happened? She leaned closer. Ruin what? You know, all this. As we comprehend things, there is basically a wall or chasm between our worlds and the spirit realm. Anna nodded. Yet sometimes we are able to breach it. Or they are. Correct. Well, Levi's been hypnotized or something. Now he's apparently pursuing a relationship with this ghostess. That's nuts. It wrecks everything. Anna had a way of restating things to make them seem like her own observations. That screws up the entire continuum. Fact is, we don't know what it affects. Could involve things we've never heard of. Of course, we don't even know how much contact is feasible, but he's already taken a step I didn't think was possible. So what did he do? Snap her photo? Douse her with salsa dip? Worse. Lucy lowered her voice. Levi touched her. Touch a ghost? That's, well, it's... Exactly, said Lucy as her chin jutted slightly. Why on earth? Lucy silently stared at the donut fragments on the napkin, close enough to grab if she had more energy. Anna finally plopped the last significant donut piece into her mouth and chewed hurriedly. That poor English teacher is in love, honey. But his paramour is not even human. Lucy shook her head sadly. That really makes it sting. Just as we were trying to get his attention back on you, Luce. And I thought we were getting closer, but now he's totally smitten with her. Can a beautiful entity put a spell on a man? Happens all the time in Hollywood. Lucy shook her head slowly and stared at her cooling coffee. True, but in South Alabama, ghosts shouldn't be possessing mortals. Well, possession might be too strong a word, but she's certainly manipulating them. That's not right. Anna tapped the table for emphasis. Levi's got no defenses against spectral manipulation. How extensive is it? There's been no update from their tete-a-tete last night. For all I know, Danielle pulled out her broom, flew him to Vegas, and married him. Anna gasped. Did they even let ghosts marry out there? After overhearing Anna's comment, a nearby math teacher looked up and relocated to a table farther away. Only Anna giggled. You think he heard us? Lucy's eyebrows conveyed the answer. So what's the next step, Luce? We need to break her hold on him, so we've got to have a plan. No way to make plans. Besides everything else going on, Levi's also keeping us from investigating the most active manifestation any of our members could have ever imagined, right here in Magnolia. I thought you said that was the ghost's mandate, and Levi just relayed the message. Whatever. I think he's got more to do with it than he's letting on. Anna thoughtfully pinched a remaining piece of cold donut, but didn't yet raise it to her full lips. Hold on. Now, I'm not testifying for the defense here, but everything you told me prior to this suggested that Levi is more in the dark than the rest of us, and he was simply repeating things the Spirit told him. Maybe so, maybe not, Lucy groaned. She usually visits him in the evenings. Most other nights, after Danielle left, Levi called me with an update. Not every night. Lucy held up her hand to halt the interruption. And I'm pretty sure I know what they were up to last night. I sure hope he doesn't try to kiss her. Me too, but tell me your reasoning. Remember when Jack Nicholson kissed that ghost in The Shining? Yeah, Lucy nodded. She turned out to be a worm-eaten hag. And she wasn't nearly as old as our Miss Gregg. Yuck. Friday afternoon. Muir had only about 4 minutes before the pre-bell buzzer when he hustled into the faculty lounge and went straight to the far corner chairs where Lucy sat glaring at papers in a folder. Got a minute? She nodded civilly and closed her folder. When he plopped into the adjacent chair, its cushion expunged air with a disagreeable sound, and several teachers looked their direction. Sorry. Lucy just frowned. I got a call from the archives. Mr. Spruill thinks he found the name of the employee who was threatened by Danielle's father. Anybody you know about? Anna and I were talking earlier. Doesn't ring any bells, but as I sit here and stare at the name, I get a vague sense of déjà vu. He slid over the note and read it carefully. Pretty common name. Maybe that's it. She retrieved the note and tucked it into her purse. By the way, your ears must have been burning this morning. What do you mean? Anna and I were talking before school about how regrettable, how potentially disastrous this is, and the business about touching your ghostess. Well, you keep chanting about disasters, but nothing bad has happened. In fact, things are going very well, and we're already past the touch. When she lurched forward, her folder fell and spilled papers to the floor. You're what? How far past? How many bases did you reach last night? Well, I'm not sure what it's called now, but at least first base. He tried not to look smug. You kissed a ghost? Yep, twice. She groaned. Any tongue? Hard to tell. There's something about the sensation that's not totally complete. At this point, nothing would surprise me, unless you said she left spectral lipstick on your face. She peered closely as though she were checking. No lipstick that I know of, but the sensation felt wonderful. It was both warm and cold at the same time, but a stimulating mixture. It was a bit like electrical current, but just enough to tickle. He took a breath. It made my lips and tongue come alive. Numerous sensory impulses. Lucy's expression was almost a glare. Better than human kisses? I'm out of practice with humans. It's been a while. He immediately regretted saying that out loud. I was available for lessons, she gulped. At least until you were Frenched by a spook. Each had said more than they'd intended, so it was time to shift gears. What I came to tell you is I've been practicing a mental exercise to keep Danielle from jamming my thoughts when I'm thinking about you. Well, that's promising. It sounded quite sarcastic. Be sure to patent that before all the other ghost kissers steal your invention. Uncertain how to respond, Muir looked at his shoes. Why are you continuing this bizarre involvement with the spirit of Miss Gregg? Lucy seemed genuinely concerned. I'm not sure I can explain it, but something comes over me, and it almost feels like I'm not making up my own mind. Can't you invoke that mind trick you just told me about and get your brain back? He shook his head. Doesn't seem to work that way when I'm with her. It's a bit like being inebriated. Yeah. And everything you hear sounds totally agreeable and cool, so naturally you just go with the flow. Sounds like a form of hypnosis to me. She snapped her fingers in front of his eyes. What's that for? To get you to snap out of it. I'm not hypnotized here. Whatever control she has over me is there in the apartment, so don't go back. I have to. Why? Not sure, but I know I do. Danielle keeps saying she needs my help with something that's about to happen. She even hinted that you might be involved somehow. About the only help she'd get from me is a big push under another train. That's cruel. You don't mean it. Lucy's eyes clouded. Maybe not, but I think she's taken over your life to a large extent, and not only do you seem powerless to get away from her clutches, you appear to be enjoying yourself. He couldn't deny either, but part of him wished he could. Muir checked the wall clock, about a minute before the buzzer. If anybody had told me prior to a week ago that I'd be living with a ghost, making out with her, and enjoying it, I would have called him crazy. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing, Levi, but it's all wrong. And it distresses me to hear how far you're taking this, or at least how far you're letting it haul you along. Look, I'm sorry I mentioned it. I was thinking, you're the scientist, you're the psychic investigator. I'm in the middle of the most potent experiment since Houdini conducted his seances, and I thought you'd want to know. You're in way over your head, Levi. Admittedly, but why don't you examine it instead of trying to squash it? I'm still not certain if you're making any of your own choices or if she has you bedazzled. Lucy appeared to grind her teeth. Either way, you're not objective and your motivation is totally skewed. What do you mean? On your own or with her unusual spell, you've fallen in love with a beautiful ghostess, but you're barking up the wrong tree. There's no basis for any relationship with a spirit except possibly some form of intellectual companionship, and that's only in theory. Mine isn't intellectual. It feels like it's in here. He patted his own heart. And that's absurdly impossible. Your mind has been deceived. Besides, you're mistaking emotions for abnormal ghost lust. Muir could not reply, even if the pre-bell signal had not buzzed. Levi, you're stretching the boundaries which define these two dimensions, and the results could be terrible. Terrible for whom? Everyone involved. Friday night. Danielle gazed at her handsome suite-mate, napping in what had become his favorite furnishing, her old chair. Even with his mouth partly open, Muir seemed adorable, in that boyish way her own Nettie had looked, before father ended everything. Everything. She hovered near enough to sniff his face. He had applied the shaving soap again. What a sweet gesture. Even though not the exact scent Nettie had worn, it reminded her, as did Muir's considerate efforts to please her. Of course, her guest also had a disquieting forwardness and an urgent focus on physicality. She wasn't sure how much she had directly instigated. Danielle did not really want to wake Muir, but did prefer to keep a reasonably predictable schedule. Besides, time was running out. The important anniversary was only a week away, and she might not have another opportunity this favorable for another 100 years. She still could not discern the precise role to be played by the handsome live-in visitor, but Danielle knew he was intimately involved. Intimately. For Muir's part, he seemed clueless. He was enthusiastically jumping over fences into fields he could not see, with circumstances he dared not imagine, for reasons impossible to explain. No, Muir had not verbalized this, but it was abundantly clear from the way he acted and reacted. The naive English teacher could have taken lessons from tragic heroes who leaped before looking, or who looked but leaped anyway. But Muir appeared to have ceased thinking with his own mind. The young man napping in her chair relied on his painfully ardorish heart and his rather immature soul. A combination agreeable to impetuous lovers, but not of much practical value to spirits restrained for perpetuity. Oh, he was stirring. She would not have to wake him after all. As Muir yawned, not covering his mouth, Danielle softly hummed the chorus to her music box song. He smiled and turned that direction. I was hoping you'd show up. Missed you today. It is unusually lonely here also. On this occasion, she materialized her visual form right away instead of waiting for him to ask. Muir smiled as he saw her, then straightened in his chair. I wanted to leave school and be here with you, but that would be irresponsible. Think of your students. I don't want to be responsible, and I'm not sure I even want to teach. I just want to spend all my time with you. What about that woman? Danielle had not intended to bring up Miss Turney, but it slipped out. Look, I know you don't like her, or maybe you're a bit jealous. Whatever, but Danielle bristled. It is she who was jealous of me, Mr. Muir. Probably so. I know she looks stressed when I mention you or tell her about our visits. How much have you told her? About your kiss on my cheek? He felt that area as he spoke, and about our kiss. That kiss was our second mistake. Please don't say that. It was beautiful. Beautiful, yes, but a mistake nonetheless. Danielle leaned forward slightly to peer into his face. Have you kissed that woman yet? She is very attractive. Oh, she's pretty, shapely, kind, fun to be around. He shook his head slowly. But I haven't kissed her yet. Every time things began to get lined up right, that buzzing would return to my head, which I believe you're responsible for. I have merely been trying to protect you from the distraction of a predatory female, but I noticed you have been strengthening your countermeasures. Muir smiled lamely. Wasn't sure if they'd work, and didn't know if you'd even notice. They are becoming more effective. Not that I will ever need to know this, but I'm curious where you conceived of using your mind that way. We didn't have to go to SARE school, which is mainly for pilots, but we did attend several briefings from their instructors. We learned a bit about the mental aspects of survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. I have not heard of that university. When Muir started to interrupt, Danielle waved him quiet. We do not have many more visits, I fear. She frowned. Time is running out. Time for what? You won't explain anything, but you keep acting like we've got a tight deadline. It is simply because I do not comprehend enough myself. I know only that it is soon, most likely in 1 week. What? He started to rise, but she motioned him back down. How do you know? I know very little, but I strongly sense the time is quite near. How does it involve me? What am I supposed to do? Danielle smiled sadly. Truthfully, I do not know yet, but I sense you will realize it at the time, and all will become clear when the information is necessary. But not before? She shook her head slowly. I do not think we will know much of anything beforehand. None of us. Who else is involved in this, whatever it is? You hinted that Lucy had a role somehow. That will become clear in due time, Mr. Muir. Seeing the defeated look on his face, Danielle tried to brighten the mood. Let us change the topic and stop fretting about things over which we have little control and about which neither of us are fully informed. I got nothing, he shrugged lamely. I just want to be here with you. It was touching how fully involved he had become when she'd only needed his focus and assistance. What was the reaction of that woman when you confided to her about our contact? She couldn't believe it, for one, because none of her research suggested it was even possible. For another, she started preaching gloom and doom about how it could upset the balance of time and space or something. Oh, plus she seemed totally ticked off at me for, doing it. Was she aware that our contact was at your behest? I didn't volunteer the info, but she seemed to guess it. When you speak of her, it is clear she registers highly in your emotional involvement. Danielle studied his eyes carefully for a reaction. Surely, as a mortal, you would rather be in her company. But she's not you, Danielle. She felt guilty for taking over Muir, but his comment still warmed her. I take that as a compliment, Mr. Muir, and I perceive that your flattery is angling for my favor. Muir nodded as he straightened in his chair. Another kiss, if possible. Without warning him to close his eyes, she gave him a quick peck on the forehead. I wasn't ready for that one. He stood. Besides, I want more. She moved slightly away. Additional kisses, Mr. Muir? That and more. He started to reach for her, but evidently remembering past reproaches, he ceased, though he remained standing. I am only a spirit, remember? We've touched, we've kissed. True, I succumbed to temptation, but I should not have allowed either. But we did, and there has to be more. Mr. Muir, you do not grasp the fundamental issue. What occurred was not physical. Our energies were briefly in contact. It felt delicious, and I want more of your energy. She shook her head slowly. I just want to be as close to you as possible, but there are so many restrictions." "Not of my doing, I assure you, sir. I only iterate facts. We are of different forms and have variant capabilities. And I'm trying to find ways to merge those capabilities." She struggled for an explanation he could understand. "If you tried to embrace me, it would be like squeezing thin air." "But you could embrace me, couldn't you?" "You are so direct, sir. You put me at such imbalance. A refined lady should slap your face." "I'd rather a hug." She made the motion of stamping her foot, but it created no sound. "But I'm drawn to you, Danielle. It's a craving I can't control." He hesitated before adding, "Besides, I think you enjoy intoxicating me." That caught her off guard. "Mr. Muir, everything which has happened has basically been experimental, but there are limits." She cleared her throat. "Even if not limitations from the boundaries of our realms, then at least restrictions for the sake of propriety. I want to hold you." Muir seemed close to salivating. "Embrace you." "You ask too much. You have no restraint. Besides, you already know the answer." "We've been through this conversation before. If we can touch and we can kiss, surely we can embrace. A mortal cannot embrace a spirit, at least not in the way you imagine." "Why not?" "You already know this. Because I do not exist in a substance that you can feel." "Right, so you keep saying, but I feel certain you can hold me." "If even possible, it would not be advisable." "Danielle, you're focused on what divides us, but I'm trying to bring us closer together. You, sir, appear to have misguided carnal motives, and you do not comprehend how unalike we are." "Does attraction have to follow similarity?" "That distorts my meaning, and besides, you assume far too much." "So you're not attracted to me?" Danielle chose her words carefully. "I enjoy our interaction, Mr. Muir, and I need your assistance, but I have not voiced any declarations." "You don't have to. I can feel them." "As you believed we conversed in your dream?" Muir smiled. "You knew about it, whether dream or reality. We spoke that night and several times since, and last night we kissed." "What occurred last evening was not actually a kiss as you know them. It was a brief unity of two energies." "So you keep saying. Well, your energies felt wonderful, and I want more of them. I want to feel your body against mine. I know you can make it happen." Tears leaked from her manifested eyes. "I do not have a body, Mr. Muir, and having to remind myself of that mournful fact for a century makes me all the more forlorn." "Maybe I used the wrong words, but I think you know what I mean." He looked so pitiful that her heart melted. "Very well. I'm not certain if I can make this occur, but you will need to take your seat again and keep your eyes closed. Try to shut out any hearing except for my voice in your head. Do you understand?" Muir took his chair and nodded. "Yes." She spoke the rest of her words directly into his thoughts. "Move forward to the edge of your seat, and I will position my form directly in front of you. Keep your arms by your sides, and the entire embrace will be manifested by my arms and my upper body. Nod if you comprehend, Mr. Muir." He nodded slowly, and his visible skin looked like freshly plucked goose flesh. "Hug me." "Shh." Danielle took a deep breath and slowly wrapped her arms around Muir's shoulders, pulling his head against her breast. She could feel him leaning into her. "Tighter. Closer." "Hush, Mr. Muir." She transmitted directly into his thoughts. "Just feel the sensation, but do not speak. We have only a few seconds before I must release." Her chin rested upon the top of his head, and warm tears fell to his hair. Danielle felt like she was melting. After some tender words, barely audible, she disengaged, and Muir nearly toppled over. He opened his eyes and jumped from the chair. "We were hugging!" Danielle turned, crying. "We have taken things much too far. We cannot continue along these pathways." "I'm sorry. I'm just happy and surprised." "I am equally surprised, Mr. Muir, but as I feared, this was a terrible mistake. You are full-blooded, young, and mortal. I am none of those. We have already been more intimate than is appropriate, and for that I apologize. I allowed your ardor to influence mine, as latent as it is at this point. The error was mine. Her image began to fade. Are you leaving already? I must contemplate what has happened and try to discover what can be done about it. I did not want our contact to end, especially not this way and not this soon, but it must not continue in this vein. Why not? It felt awesome. Immediately, Muir realized she was gone because she left the aroma of her imported perfume. Why did you haunt me, Danielle? Is it only to tantalize and then vanish? Is it only because you need my help for whatever? He scraped away his own tears with the heel of each hand. Silent, she realized she was being selfish, yet she had not even garnered solace for herself sufficient to compensate for the hurt she had caused him. Why, Danielle? She did not reply, because in every way understandable to a mortal, she had already departed. Chapter 13. Saturday, August 23rd. Muir felt a peculiar sensation as though a dark vapor had entered the room and nearly suffocated him before it finally let go. As he struggled to breathe again, his primary awareness was a pressing desire to see Danielle's unclothed body. Knowing she was present and already aware of his thoughts, Muir did not repeat the specifics out loud. You seem to have a fine figure, Danielle, or is that all bustles and corsets? Even to himself, it sounded coarse and unlike him. Her face flushed. I wear the customary apparel of my day, sir, but beneath it all I believe I have a commendable shape. When I had physical form, I took daily walks and rode my horse often. I want to see you. You disarm me with your frank words, brash requests, and raw emotions. Why are you so crude this day? What manner of man are you? After a long silence, a lonely one? I certainly comprehend loneliness and have a great deal more experience than you, Mr. Muir. However, I am able to restrain my comments to civil discourse. Well, your portrait shows a little bit of flesh. Again, it sounded as though somebody else were speaking. But I've never seen anything beside your face and your hands. As it should be. You're very beautiful, but I want to see more of you. She blushed again. Are you, sir, actually asking me to disrobe? He nodded earnestly. With a human woman as desirable as you, I would want to see everything. Danielle's form moved backward slightly. Muir held out his hands. Let me see you. He pointed toward her bosom. With tears in her eyes, she responded, Why do you ask this of me? We've kissed and we've embraced, but I want more. His words continued, but they sounded hollow and cruel. Please desist immediately. If you do not, I shall not be able to continue to visit you. He was not deterred. I felt your arms around my shoulders, your tears on my head, and your breast against my face, all of which comprised a terrible mistake. But I still have not seen the beauty of your body. She gasped. You seem to believe that because I need your assistance, you should be able to have your way with me. But I assure you, Mr. Muir, I am not your chattel. Without speaking, he pointed to her bosom. Tears streaming down her face, Danielle undid 2 buttons as Muir watched, transfixed. When she paused, he demanded more. After 3 more buttons, Muir moved closer and peered down her cleavage. His hands were positioned as though he might grab for her. Through sobs, she gasped, It is not in my abilities for you to touch my form. Yeah, I forgot. Well, let me see your beauty, and press your beauties against me. His language and tone seemed so foreign. Does your carnal curiosity truly have more value than my virtue? You are so beautiful, but your beauty has been imprisoned for a century. I want you to set it free and definitely want to be here when you do. Hands shaken, Danielle removed 2 more buttons. Looking down, she realized he could now see the swell of her creamy flesh pressed upward by her corset. I could get lost in those. He moved closer. It seems to me that examination should be sufficient for your curiosity, and it certainly is already far too much for my dignity. Her hands positioned to refasten the buttons. No, too brief. My way would be a long journey with stops at every feature. She certainly did not wish to hear his word choice. He nodded and smiled. I need to memorize them. He peered from different angles. Her blush deepened furiously, and she clutched the loose flaps of her bodice. I do not comprehend the persuasiveness you exert over me, sir. It seems I will comply with nearly any request you present until I suddenly come to my senses. I cannot believe what I have done. Muir woke from his disturbing dream with a violent lurch as though a dark force had suddenly ripped through him. When he could finally focus, he checked his watch. It was 7:45 a.m. on Saturday. Danielle already knew it took Muir several minutes to get his bearings early in the morning. She monitored as he rubbed his eyes while stumbling around the apartment, searching for her and calling her name, but she would not appear to him that morning. The terrible dream she'd also witnessed had obviously disturbed Muir as much as it had her. Danielle now knew it was impossibly perilous for them to carry on their quasi-physical relationship any farther than it had already gone. Additionally unsettling was her realization that she wanted it as badly as Muir did, possibly more. But what primarily squeezed her heart was the memory of Nettie's kind face, loving eyes, and gentle voice as he had once viewed the upper part of her bosom. Their experience had seemed so tender, natural, even innocent, quite the opposite of Mr. Muir's dream. Muir had evidently given up on her appearance because he threw himself into the upholstered chair and broadcast his comments without specific direction. "You promised you'd come back sometime today, and I'm holding you to it. I know very little about spirits, but you've said you're not allowed to lie." "Correct, Mr. Muir, I'm not allowed to lie, but I can omit fragments of truth." Not having been present enough for him to censor, Danielle departed quickly, leaving the aroma of her imported French perfume for him to inhale once again. Saturday, midday. Muir had no one with whom he could discuss his bizarre dream, though Shirley felt there would be sufficient content for a year's worth of counseling therapy. Insisting to see a ghostess nude. Good grief, what's next? Equally disturbing in the dream was Danielle's willingness, though reluctant and mortified, to accede to his demands. And what was that dark force inside him? Or the cruel way he spoke to Danielle? None of it made any sense, and he'd felt depressed for the several hours since he woke. If he thought he could return to sleep that early in the day, he would have, because to keep pondering this would drive him nuts. Yet if Muir were to sleep again, perhaps he'd resume that dream and continue treating Danielle as a voluptuous slave instead of his lovely, ethereal companion. He vigorously rubbed his face as if that could freshen his dark mind. His only friends were Lucy and Danielle, and in his dark dream, he had just coerced Danielle to undress. But he and Lucy were still okay, right? His recent revelations had staggered her, but if he could get the buzz out of his noggin, maybe he could make it right. He picked up his phone. No, whatever he would try to explain should be done in person. And since he couldn't comprehend himself, why should he imagine he could explain it to Lucy? Lucy. Kind, smart, beautiful, and presumably available. Yet after a promising start with her, he'd bungled everything. He tapped his phone's photo album and easily located the picture she'd snapped of them both. He'd joked about kidnapping, and they'd both been so full of enjoyment. They'd seemed so natural together that he'd finally started to relax and actually think of a new relationship as possible. Was it still? Not sure. When the photo was taken, it was. But what about now? I can't talk to Aunt Martha about this. She'd be totally lost. If Muir had any local male friends, perhaps he could hit a few balls on the driving range or maybe blast some targets at the gun club. But he didn't feel like doing either alone. Sometimes, when everything else failed to clear one's head, the best course was a stiff drink. So Muir searched through his desk for the very general town map which Lucy had carefully marked with selected building identities. No bar indicated downtown, and he certainly didn't want to drive after ingesting alcohol, no matter how small the amount. Nobody he could call for information, because if he had a buddy to ask, he'd just talk to the buddy and wouldn't need the bar. Muir pulled on his shoes and walked across Magnolia Avenue to the square, presumably a non-threatening location in which to ask questions of strangers. First passerby was a woman he didn't bother. No more female trouble today. Then 2 teenage boys ambled along. Couldn't ask them in case they recognized him from school. Finally, he saw an older man in a much heavier coat than one would expect for late August in South Alabama. This guy will know. "Excuse me, can you tell me if there's a bar within walking distance?" The wizened man looked at Muir like he was an angel sent in to answer fervent prayer. "It so happens I do, buddy." He licked his lips. But since you're obviously unaccustomed to these parts, it's better I just showed you instead of handing out instructions. You start following directions in a town like this, and you're likely to end up in the swamp." Muir knew where this was heading, but he didn't mind. He'd be out a couple bucks, but information is never cheap. "Sure, lead the way." When the old man smiled, he showed more gums than teeth. "Name's Tackett. I know all the buildings downtown. Levi Muir, and I know about 4 buildings. So where's this bar?" "It's the General Lee, and I'll deliver you safely right to the door." Big grin, mostly toothless. "Folks say that the good general himself stopped off here for a drink during the big war, but I don't believe it myself. Lots more likely that a man named Lee owned the place originally and figured his name would sound better with a bit of southern charm and military rank." Muir nodded occasionally, but had nothing to add. In fact, Tackett's running discourse continued until they'd traveled a block and a half south on Bridge Street. Turned out the bar was right across from the community hospital. Though Muir could easily have found it with verbal directions, he held no grudge against Tackett. The man wanted refreshment, and Muir needed a temporary companion. When they entered the dark space, its cool air hit them agreeably, and the soft, low jukebox music felt soothing. Tackett pointed toward a corner which was obviously his favorite, but stopped at the bar. "My usual, please, and my new friend here will have your finest." "Finest what?" The dour bartender dried 2 glasses from the rinse rack and clacked them to the counter. He poured a draft beer for Tackett. "Same for me, and I'll cover his." Tackett flashed a broad smile and slapped Muir on the shoulder. "Much obliged, Muir. I could tell you were not only new in town, but you brought with you the generous spirit which unfortunately departed the local folk some time back." When the bartender slid the glasses forward, he didn't let go right away. "You starting a tab?" Muir nodded and took his beer toward the far corner. Tackett scurried to arrive first and marked his own spot with the glass before inspecting the other 3 chairs and pulling one away. "Busted. I keep telling him about it, but nothing gets done. He doesn't own the place, just serves drinks." "I understand." Muir pointed toward the defective chair. "Thanks." "Thank you." Tackett took a long swig, smacked his lips loudly, and wiped them on a wrinkled sleeve. When the sleeve rode up, it revealed a faded tattoo, the eagle, globe, and anchor. "You were a Marine?" Tackett nodded proudly. "One tour in Nam, most of it near the DMZ. He took another short sip. "Each generation of my family has had somebody in uniform, even though I don't recall every one anymore. Great-grandfather in the Civil War, grandfather and great-uncle in World War I, both in the 81st Infantry Division, the Wildcats. Daddy in World War II on a battle wagon in the Pacific. I didn't want Army or Navy, so I went to the Corps." He paused and eyed Muir carefully. "You served, too." Muir nodded. "Infantry Brigade Combat Team. 1 tour in Afghanistan." "Did you come back kind of messed up?" After a deep breath and a low exhale, Muir replied, "Worse for the wear. It wasn't the conditions so much as the constant awareness that any civilians could be innocent victims or might have bombs strapped in their robes. That included the women and children." His hands trembled slightly when he took a drink. "Some of the guys couldn't handle that uncertainty and tended to shoot at anybody who moved suddenly. Occasionally it was an innocent civilian." "You didn't." "No, thank God. But I came really close one time when a man ran toward our Humvee waving his arms and yelling." Muir started to take another sip, but the glass wouldn't stop shaking. "He was trying to warn us about something. If we hadn't had an interpreter in the vehicle behind us, that civilian would have had about a dozen holes in his torso." He gulped. "It changes a man. Civilians don't understand." Tackett's hands were steady. "I lost a few pals to the Kong, but the one that hit hardest was my buddy who bought his body bag from friendly fire." Muir nodded. "You seem to have worked through a good bit of it, Tackett." The reply began after a long pause. "I was pretty messed up for a good while. Looked into a really good counselor at the VA, and things eventually got better. But even after all these 40 years or so, the darkness still comes back occasionally. I'm still looking for that good counselor. Combat stress reaction." He stubbed a thumb to his chest. "Next time I'm at the VA in Mobile, I'll ask around." Tackett took a noisy slurp, apparently satisfied they'd closed the topic. "So what's really on your mind today, Muir?" Beg your pardon? Oh, young stranger in town looking for a bar in the middle of the day? Something's on your mind besides Afghanistan, I'll wager. Just wanted to clear my head a bit. Tackett eyed him closely. I've got you figured for an educated man. Not many jobs around here where that makes much difference. Teacher, high school, English as a matter of fact. English the language or English the reading? A bit of both, actually, but my main focus is on literature and writing. Oh, okay. I had you confused for those who teach foreigners how to speak American. Tackett smiled and took another long drink. So lit's your game. I studied some of that back in the day. He proceeded to recite a few mangled lines from Robert Frost. Poem's my favorite. Didn't take as long to read as those boring books. Muir nodded. Can't argue with that. So what's a lit teacher got on his mind that a few drinks will help with on a Saturday afternoon? The disturbing dream was what he wanted to explore, but Muir feared any dream interpretation from an old Vietnam vet barfly might not be particularly helpful. So he shifted to the topic that nearly every male in bars has expert proficiency in. Females. Well, I'm involved with 2 women. Female problems. Why, you've come to the right man for advice. I could have my own TV show except they're too concerned about me missing a few teeth. His big smile revealed at least 7 long gone. Which one do you like the best? Well, that's the thing. I like 'em both. Brand new in town and already got 2 girlfriends. Tackett whapped Muir's shoulder again and took another long draught. So what's the problem? Do they know each other? Well, they know about each other, but they aren't actually what you'd call acquainted. That simplifies things considerably. It's always best to keep your female folks separated. The less they know about the other one, the better. After another loud slurp, he dabbed his lips on a frayed cuff. And don't you never, ever let them get together to talk about you. Yeah, I've already figured that part out, but each seems intensely curious about the other. I'm afraid one day soon they'll hook up, and that worries me. As well it might. Hold 'em off as long as you can, Muir. Keep 'em separate as much as possible. He eyeballed the diminishing contents of his glass and took another swig. So what's the first one like? Muir wasn't planning to reveal any names, of course, but he didn't think mentioning general information would breach confidentiality. One is a colleague of mine at school. You know, I was thinking just the other day, the female teachers these days are a lot prettier than those old spinsters that taught me in school. Fact of the matter, some of them are flat out gorgeous. This one is really cute, plus friendly, smart, and kind. Great teacher, lots of terrific qualities. But you haven't gotten very far with her, have you? Why do you say that? It's all over your face. We went out to eat a few times, but something started interfering. That other female, I'll wager. Tackett nodded eagerly. Actually, yes. How does this guy know so much? And things have been a bit fractured with my teacher friend since the other woman entered the picture. Tackett nodded sagely as though he'd been counseling hurt relationships for years. Number 2 bumped number 1 aside, but you still want to get close to number 1, and now number 2 wants all your attention. Yes, exactly. Danielle doesn't even like me thinking about Lucy. Oops, the name slipped out. So number 2's named Danielle. Sounds French. No, don't think so. Local, I believe. Muir had only taken a few short sips of his brew, but remedied that with a long gulp. Both local. Well, that does complicate things. Now, Danielle might not be considered truly local anymore, but the Gregg family was big in local society when she was alive. They lived for a while in the Whitecliff building when it was still a hotel. Tackett's mouth hung open. Did you say Gregg? Muir nodded hesitantly. There's some bad blood between my clan and the Greggs. Muir didn't really wish to know any detail. Wealthy men usually made enemies as part of acquiring their riches. Well, this was the daughter, Danielle. Danielle Gregg? The suicide lady from 100 years ago? That's girlfriend number 2? He hurriedly drained his glass and signaled the bartender for a refill. But she says it wasn't a suicide after all. Her dress got caught somehow and she couldn't get off the track in time. Whatever. Tackett snatched the full glass from the surly bartender's hand and took a big swallow. You're dating a 100-year-old ghost, and the thing you focus on is how she died? Yeah, I guess. Muir, that's incredible. I know. Every source I've consulted says it was suicide. No, the other part, that you're dating a lady ghost. Well, I thought so too, at first. But since I don't really believe in ghosts or hauntings and such, I figured it was okay. Tackett squinted at his table mate, then shook his head rapidly, like that might help clear it up. So what does your teacher girlfriend think about your ghost girlfriend? Pretty jealous, actually. Plus, she's a spirit chaser, and she's more interested in taking electronic measurements and all that stuff with fancy equipment. What do you do with your lady ghost? Well, we talk and stuff. Muir decided not to mention their touching and kissing. Plus, she wants my help to get on to where she's supposed to be going. How are you going to help with that if you don't even believe in ghosts? Don't know. He shook his head. And the problem is, neither does Danielle. I bet your teacher friend knows how to send that spook on her way. Maybe so, Tackett, maybe so. Muir took a final swig, leaving a few ounces in the bottom of the glass. Maybe Lucy is the key to the entire situation. Thanks. For what? Helping me figure out my situation. No problem, Muir, and good luck, with both of them. Muir blinked his eyes slowly. I'll need it. Thanks again. He rose from his chair but didn't leave the table. So what's the bad blood between the Tacketts and the Greggs? Well, actually, it was on my mama's side, the Harrisons. There's a lot of family confusion about what actually happened. Muir imagined some sort of land grab or similar chicanery. How far back? Not sure exactly, but a couple years before the First World War. Tackett took another sip. Mama said it was one of the reasons Granddaddy's brother went to war, but other families said he was drafted. Sounded like a typical Southern soap opera. Well, after 2 generations, surely the axe has been buried. Sometimes you bury things, but they don't lay to rest. Tackett nodded sagely, but didn't explain. Well, anyhow, thanks again. Muir extended his hand. After wiping his own hand on his trouser leg, Tackett shook Muir's in a firm grasp. Vets stick together. Certainly should. After Muir paid the tab, while leaving the dark establishment, he saw Tackett's reflection in the long mirror behind the bar. The old man was waving his forefinger in a circle at the side of his head as the bartender nodded silently. Maybe I am nuts. Maybe I am, Muir said to himself as he walked out into the early afternoon sunshine. When he returned to his apartment, he opened his laptop and accessed a familiar auction site. Typing in the words, antique music box, he immediately got 143 hits. To further narrow his results, he added Al Jolson's name. That brought the total down to 3, and none had the correct tune. He backed out to the previous search results and added the lyrics, "You made me love you, I didn't want to do it." That resulted in 7 hits, and he began reading the details. Saturday evening, Danielle did not appear. Chapter 14. Sunday afternoon, August 24th. Danielle hovered within the parlor for several moments, trying to decide whether to visit Mr. Muir one final time or merely to remain accessible for the indefinite remainder of his stay in her suite. Her senses detected his application of shaving soap again. Finally, but without any of her customary overtures, she materialized off to his side. Muir seemed startled even though he was obviously hoping she'd appear. "I wasn't certain you'd return, Danielle, but I'm glad you did. I feel sure you know about my dream, and I want to apologize. Some dark force swept over me. It was not an ordinary dream." "Yes, I know. However, it was still quite disturbing. I don't want its content to change our—" He clearly could not describe their relationship. "Can you forgive me?" After a moment, she smiled softly. "I hope we should not be held accountable for our dreams, Mr. Muir, however unpleasant they may be to the other party inside that vision. Well, I want you to know I would never do something like that to you. I mean, forcing the situation. That wasn't me. Actually, I'm afraid it was you, Mr. Muir, at least the subconsciousness of you." She struggled to remember the article she'd read on the work of a popular psychiatrist from Europe. Certain desires expressed in dreams are often rooted in that person's real issues. Muir looked guilty. Surely lurid carnal thoughts had crossed his mind at some point. "But what concerns me nearly as much is, in your vision, the images of my entity were basically party to that unfortunate situation. All you did in the dream was share your beauty with me, and a very little bit of it, by the way. I saw less of you than I would have from a waitress at the Bama barbecue. I am unfamiliar with that establishment, but if their female attendants exhibit the upper part of their bosoms to male guests, then I can only imagine what else occurs within its premises. No, it's a restaurant. I only meant the women these days show a lot more flesh just in their daily comings and goings. And you desired to see that much of my body. I wanted to see more, but I understand I've offended you, both in my dream and in our discussion. Please believe me, I didn't intend to. I am not accustomed, Mr. Muir, to someone so forward, so urgent, so carnal. You're beautiful, and I wanted to see all of your beauty. That, sir, is reserved for a lady's wedded husband. But we can't marry, or so you said. Indeed, we cannot. Besides, Danielle, it was just a dream. She sighed heavily. What you fail to realize is that our two realms are often connected, however loosely, through the mechanisms of the unconscious or subconscious, perhaps both. I know a little bit about those from my psych classes, but you have also insisted that you do not believe in what I understand many refer to as the supernatural. Well, I guess I've stated it wrong. He seemed to struggle for words. Since I was a kid, I've been aware certain things exist which humans don't and can't understand, but what I really meant was that I didn't believe most of the ways those extra-normal situations are presented. You know, ghosts clanking chains, houses being haunted, all the stuff in movies and books. Your skepticism is just as well, I fear, because now I realize I cannot continue our association, not even though we reach the anniversary next week. What do you mean? What anniversary? She responded only to his first question. I regret I must end things and stop visiting you altogether. Where would you go? What will you do? All of the past 100 years, Danielle had been there in the second-floor corner of that building. I do not possess those answers. Muir looked pained. Tell me the rest of what happened back then. All I know is that it was an accident because your dress got caught. Why were you running across the tracks to begin with? I've told you of Nettie, who courted me, how Father cruelly ended that relationship. Not long afterward, I had a horrible fight with Father about the engagement he had arranged with the pitiless Mr. Fairley. It was a terrible match and had nothing to do with affection by either party. After we argued and Father would not relent, I fled on foot, intending to cross the river on the railroad bridge. Where were you heading? At that time, several fine houses stood along the north bank of the river. My aunt lived in one, though it was already a bit run down by that point. I believed she would give me sanctuary and purchase enough time for Father to cool down and reconsider. I knew at all costs that I must not marry the aggressive Mr. Fairley. But you never got that far. No, I did not expect a train at that time of night, but Father had gotten word somehow to Mr. Fairley, who, on horseback, was close in pursuit. Even before he dismounted the horse, it was clear from his vile curses he was furious, and I feared he would do me harm. But that anger seemed more about his pride and whatever their business dealings were than about our betrothal ending. Then the train struck you. Danielle nodded somberly, but did not reveal the rest of the incident. And now you're intent on leaving me? I fear I must, Mr. Muir. What can I do without you? Though I have significantly interfered to this point, you must again find your love among the living. But I love you, Danielle. You cannot, she cried. It was not to happen this way. I was not supposed to ruin your life, too. You didn't ruin my life. You've made it better. But I want you to stay with me. But I am a spirit. Is it possible you truly do not comprehend? I do not belong in the human world, even though I am restrained on its periphery. Muir's eyes were moist. If you can't stay with me here, then bring me to where you are. Your thoughts are fogged by emotion and possibly still by my interference, Mr. Muir. You do not comprehend what you ask. Would I be with you? Danielle was not certain at all. It is possible, but... Then take me, or bring me, whatever makes it work. She could not respond. You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. His voice choked. Isn't that the lyric? Danielle wept and fled, departing so swiftly she did not even leave behind her scent. Had she looked back, the ghostess would have seen the tears of Mr. Muir. Chapter 15. Monday morning, August 25th. Lucy had about 9 minutes before first bell, so considerably less to finish her cool lounge coffee and get downstairs to her homeroom. She took a final sip as Muir dragged himself through the door and approached the table. "You look awful, Levi." "Thanks. Feel that way, too." He plopped down in the chair beside her. "I didn't hear from you all weekend." She studied his fatigued face. "What on earth happened Friday night?" No reply. She'd seen that look before, however. "Are you actually in love with Danielle?" After a long pause, he said quietly, "She told me not to use that word." Lucy peered into his eyes. "You are! Levi, do I have to remind you that she's a ghost?" "She's reminded me repeatedly." "What did she say?" Lucy stood abruptly. "That I shouldn't have physical desire for her." She clutched Muir and practically dragged him into the farthest corner from the doorway. In a hushed whisper, she demanded, "What have you done?" Those words had sufficient volume that several nearby teachers looked at them with obvious disapproval. Lucy repeated her question. "It must have been major if you can't even respond." His words emerged with no celebration whatsoever. "We embraced." "Impossible. Not to mention totally crazy. I can't believe you groped a spirit." Muir shook his head sadly. "I know it was wrong, but there's more than our hug. I also had an erotic dream Saturday morning, and she saw it." "She saw it? What happened?" When he explained the dream, they both blushed. "But that wasn't me. It was somebody else. Some dark force took me over." "This is uncharted territory, Levi. You need to back way off this track." "But you're the one who convinced me ghosts exist. I didn't even believe in them, remember?" "Yeah, but I've also been warning you not to mix your physical and emotional baggage with her spirit world." Muir tried to explain his attraction. "Something had a hold on me and wouldn't let go. I wasn't always making my own decisions. But the thing is, I knew it was happening, that somebody else or something else apparently had control of me, but I just let it happen anyway." "In your dream?" He nodded, and she saw every bit of it. That's, she sputtered so much that flecks of spittle rained on his face. "That'll probably upset the entire balance of what divides us from them. One more step and you're talking about making love to a spook." That final phrase was even louder and more heads turned. Before Muir could reply, Principal Gull entered the lounge and walked straight toward them in the corner. Someone must have texted her. "Exactly what is so important that you two have to huddle in the corner to discuss it so loudly?" Muir seemed speechless. "We were talking about the Majestic, where he lives now. He's trying to assimilate all the history and legend and such." "Well, keep it down." The principal waved vaguely to the apparently distressed faculty behind her. "You're disturbing your colleagues, and Lord knows they need a few minutes apiece before being thrown back to the Panthers." "It was my fault, Mrs. Gull. I should have waited until after bell this evening." "Indeed." The principal turned sharply and strode away. As they watched her leave, Lucy touched Muir's arm tenderly. "Levi, you're an absolute wreck. One more stumble and I'm calling an ambulance to haul you off." He slumped to a nearby chair. "I've hardly ever let people see my hurt before. We were always taught to walk it off." "I can see it." Lucy waved her hand toward the rest of the lounge inhabitants. "Everybody else can, too." Muir seemed taken aback, but then sighed heavily and looked up at her. "Yeah, I guess so. This is the first time since pre-separation Army counseling that I've even talked about it." Lucy could only imagine how much depth or compassion he received from the out-processing military personnel. "Have you discussed any of this with Miss Gregg?" He nodded, but it wasn't necessary. She already knew. Among her other tele-abilities, she must be an empath. Muir scanned the lounge quickly and then whispered, "Danielle said she's not coming back. Hasn't she used that line before?" He nodded grimly. "But this time I think she really meant it." Monday night. After stopping at the gas station on Park Street for a 6-pack of refrigerated beer, Muir went back to the Whitecliff apartments and waited for Danielle, despite a cold certainty she would not appear. Several times he called her name, but Danielle made no contact. No puffs of air, no whispers or hummed tunes, and no scent of butterflies. He waited and sipped beer. No trace of the ghostess who'd been in that suite for 100 years. Muir went slowly into every room and called her name. "I've ordered a music box to replace the one you used to have, Danielle. It should arrive in a few days. Same melody, but they said it's Harry James from 1941. No response. When it gets here, Danielle, I'll play it for you. Nothing. Not able to return to his regular chair, Muir collapsed on the davenport. At 9:55 p.m., Muir phoned Lucy. She's gone. Chapter 16. Friday, August 29th. Muir had experienced no contacts from Danielle on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday evenings. Though he held no real expectation that she'd appear, he intended to call out for her every night, from the uncomfortable davenport in the apartment they'd briefly shared. By Friday, he'd become certain his ghostess was no longer present at all. However, he knew from things she'd said that Danielle possessed the ability to perceive thoughts and emotions, so it seemed likely she was aware of his misery and grief. But had decided not to interact anyway. Did that make her callous? Or just a steel magnolia? He wasn't sure. He'd hardly had a chance to discuss this situation with Lucy at school. Knowing Muir was grieving, Lucy had evidently decided not to crowd him. Except in the parking lot, after all the students were gone each afternoon, she'd given him a long, warm hug. That first hug Tuesday had so taken him by surprise it brought tears to his eyes. After that, he'd spent much of the day Wednesday and Thursday looking forward to their next embrace. Even though they didn't feel comfortable discussing the matter, those hugs were powerful medicine to his pain. He'd coped with a student's occasional misbehavior and had tried to ramp up his own enthusiasm for class sessions, but in the faculty lounge he'd been a zombie. Lucy and Anna, both knowing the situation, had tried light chit-chat to cheer him up, to no avail. Responding to the principal's unexpected and cryptic note Friday afternoon, Muir entered her office half expecting a pink slip. Instead, it was the sturdy Mrs. Gull hemming and hawing, seemingly reluctant to move on to the presumed purpose of their meeting. So we end your second full week of high school English. Yes, and I'm approaching the part of the syllabus I believe the kids will like. Now he worried she would announce her intention to mentor him. Yikes. Good. She was obviously not interested in his curriculum details, but at least Mrs. Gull finally arrived at her point. Mr. Muir, you've lost your glow. Whatever she'd seen and interpreted as idealistic glow had most likely been shell shock, but Muir didn't correct her. He realized which tree she was barking up. I still love literature. Most of the kids are fine, and I really believe I want to keep teaching, Mrs. Gull. But it's my personal life that's kind of in the toilet. She held up a hand. Say no more. Gull explained she had already guessed it was about his relationship with Lucy, and the good principal proceeded to offer well-intentioned but ineffectual bits of motherly advice. Trying not to cringe, Muir simply nodded. Mercifully, it was a short lecture. However, let me also warn you that whatever happens, you two need to keep it off campus. If you were in the same department, I'm afraid I would be at the point of ultimatums. But we're in science and English, oil and water, not to mention opposite sides of the facility. True, she nodded, but on the same floor nonetheless. Muir wondered whether to volunteer the full story, about mourning the loss of Danielle's ghost, or just leave it with Gull's convoluted spin. Let her keep thinking what she wants to think. Yes, I'll keep my personal relationships off campus, Mrs. Gull, and thanks for speaking with me. The matronly principal stood abruptly and extended her fleshy hand. Well, there's a nice 3-day weekend ahead so you can rest up for class on Tuesday. It seemed a fitting curtain to their odd scene together. Thanks. Gull looked as proud as a guidance counselor having finally identified a career field for the kid with no aptitude whatsoever. Thankfully, she'd apparently forgotten about assigning him a mentor. Muir was delighted to see Lucy had waited for him in the parking lot, presumably to provide another warm, comforting embrace, and that was indeed part of her reason. He breathed in the luxurious scent of her hair as he pulled her body into his own. What did Gull want with you? She whispered. He capsulized the principal's main thrust. She's concerned about me, says I lost my glow, blah, blah. Nothing about spooks? Fortunately not. Muir decided not to mention Gull's focus on faculty romances. I received the Gull speech in about my second or third week, too. She must have it on her calendar for each newbie. Did you get the same spiel? No, we've all figured that Gull needs to have a newbie talk so she can check it off her list, and she looks for some hook to hang it on. What was the hook with your first 2 weeks? Lucy looked embarrassed. It was some minor misunderstanding about a lab experiment. What happened? Let's just say I quickly learned why none of the gas valves at student desks have handles until you distribute them for specific assignments. Oh, Muir nodded. Boom. Right. Cradling Lucy's elbow, Muir led her toward her vehicle. So you think Gull's session was not primarily about me moping around this week? Well, I'm sure that was also on her mind. Pretty much everybody's noticed it. How many colleagues realize it involves a 100-year-old ghostess? Just you, me, and Anna, as far as I know. The rest of the faculty understand you live in a haunted hotel, but they're probably just thinking it's traditional stuff like clanking chains that keep you awake. I wish that was the problem. Earplugs could fix that. Lucy unlocked her vehicle door. Say, how about some early supper? I feel like I haven't eaten for days. Maybe you haven't. I think I can see your ribs. She pinched his midsection. Yes, let's. How about Ethel's Diner? It's right on your street and stays open till about 7, I think. I've never even noticed it. Where? One door west of that little drugstore on Magnolia Avenue. The front makes it look like a hole-in-the-wall joint, but inside it's pretty nice. Vintage decor, great food, a few studio apartments upstairs. One of our colleagues lives in one, I think. Okay, when? Muir checked his watch. Give me time to get home and veg out for about half an hour. She pulled over his wrist so she could see the time. How about 5:30? Sounds good, Lucy. You want to swing by my apartment first? It was obvious she considered it, but declined. I'll just meet you at the diner. She hugged him again, but quickly, and then got into her vehicle. Muir waved slowly as she drove away. Something made him want to chase after her. But he wasn't a school kid anymore. A bit over an hour later, they were seated against the east wall at Ethel's Diner. The menus, in cracked and faded plastic sleeves, looked like they'd been individually created on a typewriter rather than printed from a computer. If the menu hasn't changed in over 30 years, I guess the food must be okay. It is. You'll like it. She pointed. Try their meatloaf. The place was moderately busy, and the proprietor, presumably Ethel, appeared briefly at each table to check on her customer's satisfaction. The meal and dessert peach pie moved along quickly with rather little conversation. Then, after the waitress cleared their dishes and refilled their iced tea glasses, Lucy plopped a hot topic on the worn table. I know this has been tough on you, Levi. I still totally think you're a lot better off now that Danielle's gone, because the human and spirit worlds should not have that sort of involvement. But I am sorry how much you're hurting. She eyed her glass but did not drink. From any way you look at it, the entire experience has been bizarre and unexpected. And I'm aware she manipulated me so I would assist her in some way she never explained, but I still feel rotten at how I ran her off. I'd like to, if there's anything you think I could do, I'd like to help you through this. He wasn't sure what she had in mind, but felt uncomfortable at the short silence. Your group makes spirit contacts, or tries to. Could you help me reach Danielle? Lucy looked disappointed. Maybe she'd expected a different suggestion. Didn't you say she specifically holds back when spirit chasers come knocking? He nodded. Yeah, but she already knows you. Right, from that day we found the painting. She clutched her glass but did not raise it. I hate to ask, since neither one of you approved of the other being close to me. When Lucy's eyebrows rose dramatically, she started to say something but managed to catch those words before they escaped. She sipped her tea thoughtfully. Well, even though Danielle knows me, whatever that means, she won't necessarily allow my contact. I assume you meant me alone and not any of my group members. Yeah, just you. If Danielle saw the others trooping in, she'd freak. Well, I might freak too. Her hand shook slightly. I've never before attempted a spirit contact alone. I shouldn't even ask. Muir patted her still trembling hand. I apologize. Forget about it. No, I really do want to help, Levi. She placed her other hand on top of his. Let me try to speak with her. It may have gotten lost in these past few days while you've been so gloomy about your ghostess not visiting, but I really care about you. You do? Don't act so surprised. We've discussed it, both when your mind was clear and when it was controlled by the spook. Yeah, that was freaky the way my brain was sometimes haywire. Well, how is it now? No recent thought jamming or whatever she was doing? He shook his head. Well, now that your brain jam has been lifted, perhaps you'll tell me how you feel about me. Awkward to be asked. You don't already know? She gulped. I think I do, but a girl likes to hear it just so there's no extra misunderstanding. That is, more than already exists between... Muir cut her off. Lucy, I think you're fantastic, and I loved being with you. He paused to see how that part had been received. Can't really tell. I thought we had a promising start that was derailed by, other parties, and I want to spend more time with you to get to know you better. Lucy looked vaguely disappointed. Perhaps she'd expected more powerful words. She nodded and slowly withdrew her hand. Okay, I think I understand. Muir did not think the subject was closed and actually wanted to tell her more, but it was difficult, so he returned to their previous topic. You'd be willing to do this for me? I mean, try to contact Danielle? Yes, but only for you, she sighed. Not a habit I want to start, chasing ghosts by myself in haunted hotels. Thanks, Lucy. Muir searched her face expectantly. So where do you start? Your apartment, of course. But Danielle's gone. No, she's not. She's just hanging back because she's hurt. How do you know? I just do. It's a woman's thing. But she's a spirit, supposedly. Women are women, Levi. Females are females. Muir closed his eyes to think. What will you say to her? I think it's best for me to listen. Lucy eyed her tea glass. There's more to this than just what happened between you and Danielle. You mentioned in passing something she'd said about Mr. Fairley witnessing her death. Muir nodded. And that she was only trying to reach her aunt's house across the river. And she insisted her death was not a result of suicide? Positively. In fact, that's the big deal I told you about, that she wants me to help correct somehow. Still don't see how, but maybe she'll tell me. Muir remembered Tackett's admonition not to let two females huddle together to talk about him. Can I come too? Absolutely not. You're the reason we're in this mess. If you hadn't chased her down like a randy schoolboy, she'd still be chatting with you each evening in her genteel parlor. What did I do? Lucy glared for a moment. You treated Danielle like any other woman who you thought needed to be conquered. But that was just the dream. Maybe the undressing part was a dream, but evidently the kissing and hugging was real enough. In fact, it probably has her topsy-turvy not knowing what to think. Danielle wasn't used to your maneuvers. She's been out of the game for a good while, you know. But I thought we were in love. Don't say that word unless you truly know what it means. When it's tossed around like some men use it, there's no actual meaning. It's just a device. Her expression was a mixture of concern and anger. It leads to enough trouble in the human world, but when it's applied to a weird cross-form matchup, it must be horribly disorienting and potentially destructive. Muir gulped and considered whether to keep attempting a defense. Not worth it. When are you going? Now, give me your key. She stood and held out her hand. You wait here. He provided the key and took another look around the nearly empty diner. On second thought, I'll wait down at the General Lee bar. I made a new friend down there. She looked puzzled but did not inquire. If I'm not back in... Lucy checked the time on her phone. Oh, never mind. Chapter 17. Friday evening. As Lucy approached the gloomy hotel, her brain whirred with all the frightening stories she'd ever heard about the ancient structure or any other. 1 hour before that moment, she would have said a third of the tales were fabrications, a third were exaggerations, and likely only a third had sufficient foundation to warrant serious investigation. But as she stood near the Majestic's bleak entrance, she was suddenly willing to believe 99% of those reports were gospel. Already dark outside, a bright sliver of moon grinned like a lunatic over her shoulder. This was not the time to be noble and leave the man behind, she said softly. Some people whistle in the dark, but Lucy decided to chat with herself, partly to keep her teeth from clacking. Before placing Muir's master key in the outside door, she looked up at the ominous bird shapes which in the daylight seemed merely architectural details, but presently resembled gargoyles and other monstrous forms. Can't believe I'm doing this, especially alone, and without any instruments. Lucy looked for a way to block open the front door, but couldn't find anything she could move. But maybe I won't need any scientific measurements. The ghostess might just zap me and leave my charred body as evidence for my colleagues to study. Lucy mounted the dark stairs one slow and quiet step at a time. Why don't they pay the light bill in here? After counting solemnly to 25, she finally reached halfway up the staircase. Hearing a sudden creak, she froze and tried to look about without turning her head even a millimeter. "Must be the stairs," she whispered as she completed her ascent and approached Muir's suite. "The crazy thing is, when Anna asked me to join her Spirit Chasers group, I thought it was just a bunch of church singles who hung out in their fellowship hall." No response from any entity in the bleak corridor. The hall's heavy shadows looked a lot more threatening than when she'd visited in daytime with Levi. "I'm sure you'll be up here, Danielle, because I know you can't leave these premises until something gets settled." It was an avocational thrill for Lucy to be certain she was finally about to make direct contact with the spirit realm, but she also worried it would scare her to death. "Of course, I still don't know what unfinished business you have in Magnolia, but I'm willing to talk about it if you are." No reply. Pausing at the suite's doorway, Lucy considered this was not just any ghostess. Danielle Gregg was the same spirit who had controlled Levi's mind and seemingly captured his heart. She turned the key. "Okay, ready or not, I'm coming in." She entered the apartment slowly, purposely leaving the door wide open. A sudden, oppressive chill swept over her. It was dark except for the faint indirect glow from street lights through the windows. She flipped the wall switch, but the chandelier did not come on. Peering into the blackness, Lucy's heart raced when she spotted the ghostess standing in the shadows at the window facing east. Her insides turned to ice. "I would not have expected you to be frightened, Miss Turney. We have met before, even communicated. Besides, you came here seeking me." "I'm sorry, it's still a shock." Lucy clutched at her own throat. "Just give me a minute to catch my breath." "It may be useful for you to have a certain degree of fear." Danielle moved from the window and faced her reluctant guest. "I considered appearing in a different form in order to make definite that result, but I changed my mind and you see me as I was before I was killed." "Is this the way you appeared to Levi?" "Yes, exactly, though he struggled with the notion. So he told me. It's because he thinks you're even lovelier than the painting." "You don't agree?" Danielle did not pose it as a question. "Actually, Levi was correct. But it would pain you to pay the compliment yourself." "I'm not really here to become your best friend forever, Danielle." She felt slightly bolder. "We have a mutual interest." "Ah, Mr. Muir." "Yes, and if we can settle that matter, I'd also like to help you move on, assuming that's still what you want." "It is. I long to see Nettie again." When the ghostess swept her hand gracefully, the door slowly closed and the latch distinctly clicked. Lucy shivered. "Why did you lock the door?" Danielle's lip curled slightly. "It is important that you know who controls what happens in this meeting." "I think I already do." Lucy held out open hands. "But you should know I came here in peace, which is not always the case with groups who harass and agitate spirits. All that is different, Danielle. I'm here as a friend. Not as my friend, however." When the ghostess glared, Lucy's brain felt dizzy. "Can you really read minds?" "Not everyone's. The masses walking back and forth and going about their lives just represent a distracting buzz, as though there were millions of bees. But for mortals with whom I have come into contact of one type or another, I have certain insights." "So you can read my mind, Danielle?" "I know many of your thoughts, and most of your fears." Lucy shivered. "What do you perceive as my fears?" "You are not actually much frightened of me as a spirit, but you do worry I have pulled Mr. Muir from your grasp." "And I have, to some extent, though only temporarily." Danielle paused for effect. "You also fear that either I shall remain here or I will finally move on but take Mr. Muir with me, both of which are yet to be determined. That's why I came." The ghostess motioned to her davenport. "Now, please be seated." "Thanks, but for the time being, I think I'll stand." "Oh, I see that you also fear I may take control of your thoughts, as I have some of Mr. Muir's. You need not worry. You come to this unusual situation armed with defenses he did not possess, so you are comparatively safe. Be seated and let us try to solve your problem and mine." Lucy gingerly sat but remained on the edge of her cushion. I understand why you do not allow yourself to relax around me, but for each of us to help the other, you must trust me, or try to. But we hardly know each other. In fact, I'm still overwhelmed that I'm speaking with a spirit." Danielle nodded slowly. "Tonight's topic being our mutual friend's confusing situation." "Yes. And Levi's really broken up that you've stopped visiting him. It was necessary, and I cannot place the total blame on Mr. Muir because I went along with the directions he pushed things." "Why?" Lucy frowned. "He didn't know any better, but you should have." "Correct. There were a few aspects of your Mr. Muir which reminded me of my Nettie, and I allowed myself to lower some barriers." "Levi thinks he's in love with you." "I understand," the ghostess nodded. "I had not foreseen that possibility, but our relationship has caused very warm feelings in me also." "But do you love him?" "I never allow my mind to contemplate that question," replied Danielle. "Partly because my heart still yearns for Nettie, but also because I knew from the outset it was not possible for a relationship with Mr. Muir to, shall we say, culminate." "Well, unless Levi was exaggerating, you two already went off the charts for what I would have thought possible." The ghostess spirit looked very sad. "Yes. Again, it was my responsibility not only to define the established limits, but to enforce them. Somehow I let his pleading interfere with my better judgment." "Danielle, did you ever have any real feelings for Levi?" "Do you now?" "Let me say that as things progressed, I also found them pleasurable, and had to fight the impulse to behave as recklessly as he wanted to." "You're struggling not to admit that you love him too." Tears formed in Danielle's eyes. "When I looked into his face, I often saw my Nettie." Crying is sometimes contagious, but Lucy stiffened. "I didn't know spirits could cry." "I also have had several recent surprises." The ghostess dabbed the tears with her kerchief. "There is much you and your group members do not know." Lucy stared at the tear-stained linen. "How can we misunderstand so much about what is possible?" With Mr. Muir, there was not only his skepticism and what I will call his fearlessness, but he had such an open heart. Closed mind, but open heart. "Yes, open and warm and innocent," added Danielle. "So it was possible for him to learn much more than someone with instruments, clipboards, and other equipment. I always thought my objectivity and scientific curiosity would count for something. I cannot speak for every spirit, but to me those felt very cold." Lucy slid back slightly in her seat. "Well, now that we have a bit more understanding of each other, let's focus on Levi. I'm sure he doesn't realize you're still in love with Nettie, so Levi evidently thinks this is considerably about you and him. He's devastated." "I understand. It has been difficult for me, too." "He still wants to help you, move on?" The ghostess made a lazy motion with one hand. "Well, that's a big part of the problem. I think Levi thinks of this process as bringing you over to his side of things. From the beginning, I've tried to explain if your spirit was ever cleared of whatever held you there, or here, that you would move on, but to somewhere else, not here. He kept thinking he could pull you into his world with willpower and charm, or something." "Thank you for explaining. I could tell Mr. Muir was quite confused, but did not completely realize how distorted was his grasp of the situation. I can see I did the correct thing by departing from him, even though it was much later than I should have." Lucy shook her head sadly. "I've had other rivals for a man's affections, but never thought it would be with a ghostess. Truly, I am not your rival, Miss Turney. I need Mr. Muir's assistance, and I found his company far more pleasurable than I imagined possible. It was never meant to go this far. He was not supposed to fall in love with me. I asked this before. Are you in love with Levi?" Still, Danielle did not reply, which provided the answer. She was. The ghostess read her mind. "You misunderstand my silence, Miss Turney. I am extremely fond of Mr. Muir and certainly could grow to love him, but my heart still pines for Nettie." She paused to settle the emotion in her voice. "In any case, however, it would not work. Mr. Muir and I are in two different worlds, and only in certain places and times are the curtains even parted sufficiently for one to sense or see, but no spirit can return." "And no human can reach your realm unless he dies? And it is not Mr. Muir's time. So what do we do? I can't believe I've finally met a ghost and we're strategizing about this schlub with a broken heart. I sense he has deep feelings for you, Miss Turney, even though I interfered, for which I apologize, and I am certain you feel strongly about him. How serious has your relationship become? Colleagues who became friends, friends who became close friends. We were headed closer before your mind control gambit, so that's as far as it's gotten from his participation. And yours, Miss Turney? I thought I was ready to start moving from close friend toward becoming lovers, but I question whether that's even possible now. Because of me? Fighting tears, Lucy nodded. You may love Nettie much more than Levi, but he hardly realizes Nettie is still in the picture. Levi evidently thinks you and he have a future. I have not reappeared to him in 4 days. Levi told me. I think he knows the number of hours. Is his melancholy that severe? Lucy nodded. Well, after tonight, I shall not haunt either of you any longer. Danielle seemed as though she were about to depart. I have 1,000 questions to ask you. How you appear, where you stay, how you select who you appear to, and 997 more. Some I cannot answer, many I do not know. There is significant involvement with energy. My group believes it's largely about electromagnetic fields. Danielle took a moment to consider. I do not fully comprehend your term, but it seems to connote energy of a sort. Perhaps they overlap. She folded her graceful hands. But to become a successful encounter, it has to be with someone whose heart is receptive. Lucy scooted forward in her seat. Mine has been for 4 years. No, that was your mind, Miss Turney. Your heart has been receptive only in the past few days. When it broke, seeing Levi's pain. Correct. Now to marshal my energy for tonight, I must depart. Will you come back here? To him? The ghostess nodded. This open wound with Mr. Muir must be healed. How? It partly involves you, Miss Turney. Me? Except for a few isolated moments, Levi has recently looked right through me. I may as well be a ghost. Her hand flew to her mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. Danielle did not reply. After an uncomfortable silence, Lucy asked, How could I possibly help you heal Levi's emotional wounds? The only way I can hope to undo the hurt I have caused him is to eliminate all traces of myself from his memory. But that will kill him, Danielle. You're most of what he lives for now. If it does kill him, then he will be somewhere on my side of the divide. Tears flooded Lucy's eyes. And if it doesn't, then Mr. Muir will have some periods of confusion which might seem like déjà vu or something stronger, but he should not be able to connect it directly with me. Are you kidding? He's got your portrait hanging on his wall. She pointed. Plus his desk and table and briefcase are filled with material about you. What's he supposed to think all that's about? It shall be up to you to help him understand this was all just a research project. Perhaps for a historical article to correct the gross misrepresentation of my death long ago. Or a book. Lucy nodded as she quickly went on. Every English teacher wants to publish a book. Danielle smiled thinly. Perhaps. That remains up to you. Well, suppose this memory zap doesn't kill Levi and he still feels about me like he said the other day. That he would probably be in love with you already if not for my haunting him. Yes. Suppose he does fall in love with me and I can convince him all that documentation about you is for a revisionist research project. That would be the desired outcome. Danielle turned briefly to look through the east window. But will I still remember you? I mean that you were really here and we actually communicated? I predict you might retain hazy bits and pieces, but not recall everything. Then Levi and I can presumably have a future and let things go where they may? The desired outcome. But what about you, Danielle? What's to become of you? I sense I'm to remain as a spirit in this realm until the situation is resolved which has kept me here these 100 years. Are trapped spirits aware of the realm where they're stuck? Some are in the dark, as it were, but many are painfully aware of their confinement. How do y'all describe that realm you're in? Danielle pursed her delicate lips. Allow me to hear your terms for it. Well, our group thinks it may be a simultaneous or parallel existence, possibly alongside us living humans. It might be a realm, dimension, or plane, but could even be in a time warp. Time is definitely a component, Miss Turney. but I believe your notion of parallel existence is reasonably accurate. We are often present whether or not humans can sense it. I'm not trying to pry, but can you explain, or do you even know what your eventual destination is?" The ghostess faced the window again and spoke softly. "Rest, peace, a pleasant end to the yearning. Most of my friends assume it's related to heaven. There's a degree of uncertainty about our eventual destination, Miss Turney, but heaven is our hope. Have you ever figured out exactly what it is that holds you here, and why you haven't moved on? I thought it related to my heart, to the experience of truly falling in love, as opposed to the horrid contractual arrangement Father made with Mr. Fairley." Danielle's gaze returned to her own portrait on the far wall. "Now, I must prepare, Miss Turney. Do you understand the significance of today's date?" August 29th. No. 100 years ago exactly." "Oh, the train incident. Levi told me it wasn't suicide." "It was a complete accident. I was reckless and desperate, but did not realize the danger of what I was doing. I was only trying to cross the track. Then seeing the train, I thought I had time, but my hem became snared. Levi also said your fiancé saw the whole thing. Not only did Mr. Fairley see that I was caught, but the horrid man made no effort to assist me, none whatsoever. He just backed away so he would not be splattered by my blood." "That's so cold. How horrible. I'm terribly sorry." "Had my Nettie been there, he would have perished trying to save me." Lucy quivered. "Is there anything I can do to help? As I have told Mr. Muir, I wish people would not think ill of me about the alleged suicide. If there is any way you and he could correct that century of misunderstanding—" "Well, I can't exactly broadcast that I got it straight from the spirit herself." Lucy realized it sounded callous. "Sorry. It is all right. So if you actually do this mind erasure process on Levi, how will that work? Shall I be there too? It must be between myself and him. In one final appearance, I shall try to ease his pain and then erase his memory of me forever." "Where? How? When?" "You must convey Mr. Muir to the south end of the railroad trestle at midnight tonight." "Tonight?" Danielle nodded. "Midnight." "That's not much time. Can I ask why?" "I cannot explain to you because Mr. Muir must not realize what is at stake. His actions and reactions must be as innocent and natural as they were when he and I first met." "But I wouldn't tell him anything." "Yes, you would. Even if you could refrain from verbalizing it, he would read it in your face. Your responsibility is to get him there. The rest must come from within him." "Not even a hint?" With a wry smile, the ghostess said, "You should wear a slicker, as there will be a light drizzle tonight." "I meant about what's going to happen." Danielle shook her head slowly. "I must go now. 100 years ago tonight. Remember that event, but do not interfere. I will communicate directly through your thoughts. Midnight." "Okay. But after all this is over, whatever's going to happen, and you've erased his memory of you, will you still remember him?" For a long moment, Danielle gazed out the east window. "Oh yes, and fondly, for all eternity." Chapter 18. Lucy had continued asking questions of Danielle until she realized, on smelling the aroma of expensive antique perfume, that she'd been talking to herself. The ghostess had already departed. She also realized her respiration and heart rate were both high enough for her to have just finished a 5K power walk. Normally, Lucy would move about and stretch to cool down, but at present she found herself shivering. Moving through the darkened, icy room to the illuminated portrait, Lucy studied the beautiful face and looked directly into the spirit's eyes. "I can't say I understand most of it, Danielle, but I think I'm getting an inkling of its importance. To all three of us. So I'll do my part. I'll get Levi to those train tracks by midnight." She reached toward the 100-year-old canvas. "But if you double-cross me and take Levi with you, be advised that I will hunt you down and nail your spirit skin or whatever piece of your soul that I can snatch to the front door of this hotel." When she touched the delicate face in the portrait, Lucy felt a jolt of electricity and jerked back her hand. Okay, just wanted to be positive we understood each other." Lucy sat in the dark kitchen and took several minutes to compose herself. It would not do to rejoin Levi looking like she'd just been scared stiff. As she left the darkened suite, by habit her hand touched the wall switch, which was already in the on position. Without thinking why, she flipped it down and back up, and, sure enough, the lights worked just fine. You're a sly one, Danielle. You had to set the mood completely, didn't you? Then she flipped the lights back off, closed the door, and hurriedly departed. By the time Lucy had descended the elegant staircase and exited the hotel's front doors, her vital signs felt on their way back to normal. As she emerged to the sidewalk along Magnolia Avenue, the August heat and humidity smacked her like someone had suddenly wrapped her in damp towels. Must have been a 40-degree difference from the suite's temperature during their encounter. About 2 blocks away in the General Lee, she found Levi at a corner table talking with an old geezer who looked vaguely familiar, though Lucy could not place him. Figuring Levi would get up and join her, Lucy remained near the doorway, but the rumpled companion waved her over. "Me?" she mouthed, after checking whether anyone was behind her. Then Muir hurried over and grabbed her arm. "I want you to meet somebody." "Levi, we don't have much time. We've got to—" "Just for a second. He thought I was making you up." Muir tugged again. Lucy groaned. 2 bizarre encounters in the space of 30 minutes. "Tackett, this is Lucy, my, friend and colleague at school." Then, with an archaic wave of the arm, he announced, "Lucy, meet Mr. Tackett." "Actually, I think I recognize you from somewhere," she said as she extended her hand. "Have we met before?" "If we had, I'd remembered you for sure." Tackett held her hand a few seconds longer than necessary as he scanned her visually. "Muir, she's every bit as beautiful as you said." Then he released her hand and motioned for both to sit. "Oh, I can't stay. We've got to be—" "Just for a minute, Lucy. Tackett has some interesting information about Danielle's train death." "Okay, but we need to hurry." She started to sit at that position, but Tackett waved her to the next chair. "That one's busted. I've told—" "Skip ahead to the train stuff, Tackett. I think we have another engagement." He made sure Lucy was seated and then took his own chair again. "Let's see, I was telling Muir here that I worked with train freight, just for a year or two, a long time ago. There was this old buzzard who used to tell stories about the antique steam locomotives and hobos riding empty boxcars and such." Tackett paused for a sip of brew. "Of course, he also had tales of train wrecks and even a few stories about ghost trains that people still see sometimes." Muir pointed to his watch. "Yeah, okay. You wouldn't rush Faulkner like this." His indignation appropriately expressed, Tackett grinned and continued. "Well, anyhow, one of those stories was about some old porter named Scroggins who was walking from the depot late one night about 100 years ago. He lived in one of those rickety shacks that used to be up on the levee east of the tracks." Another noisy sip of beer. "So this porter claimed he actually saw that famous accident with the Gregg heiress, but he wasn't close enough to help." "What happened?" Lucy leaned over the table. "Lady, all dressed up, standing on the tracks around midnight and screaming for help, right before the locomotive ran her down." Muir interrupted. "And when Scroggins reported this, it went up the channels but stopped at the inquest." "Why?" asked Lucy. Tackett tapped the stained tabletop with a blunt and feathered fingertip. "Some money changed hands to keep the porter's story out of the record. Ruled it not admissible." "That's eyewitness testimony," sputtered Lucy. "If she was calling for help, then it wasn't a suicide. Why was that inadmissible?" "Scroggins was black, and this was 100 years ago," replied Muir, who'd evidently heard a complete version of the story just before Lucy arrived. "His status, plus the bribe, from whomever, equals no testimony." "How come nobody's ever heard this version before?" Tackett's finger made a lazy oval in the moisture ring left by his glass. "In one place I lived, there'd been a lynching. White guy who allegedly shot the county sheriff, around 1895 or so. About 90 years later, some historical folks found a few papers about it and wanted to do an article for a magazine. But several of the men involved in that lynching were ancestors of local folks with prominent names. Somebody put a lid on it, and the article never showed up." "Mr. Tackett, how certain are you about this information?" Before she realized what she was doing, Lucy had clutched his jacketed forearm, but quickly retracted her hand. With his generous, untoothy grin, Tackett replied, "I'm not, lady. Was just telling Muir here some of the stories I remembered from that old buzzard at the train depot." "But it clicks with what Danielle told me," added Muir, "except I don't recall her mentioning the porter in the distance." "That late at night, she probably didn't even see him," added Lucy. "So your other girlfriend, the ghost lady, she had something to say about that train killing?" Muir nodded and then explained what he'd learned. Tackett smiled again. You two have been talking to a lady ghost, and you're asking me if my source is reliable? He chuckled so harshly it turned into a cough. A sip of brew finally settled it. At least my source was flesh and blood. Levi, we've got to go. I have lots of new stuff to tell you. Important. Lucy rose. More news bulletins from the Haints? Tackett signaled the bartender for a refill and pointed to Muir as the benefactor. Both of y'all really sit around talking to that ghost in the Majestic. I just left her, stated Lucy, tugging at Muir's shoulder, and she's expecting to meet us in about 3 hours. Tackett's eyes widened. I think I'll sit this one out. Thanks for the info, Tackett, said Muir on his way to pay for their drinks. Don't mention it. If you need more stories, you know where to find me. Tackett rubbed his hands together as the gruff bartender approached with his refill. Muir paid and didn't wait for any change. Outside the bar, Lucy shuddered. I've been in lounges before, but that was my first old-timey bar. They're kind of dark and dingy, but you find some really interesting folks in there, Muir smiled. Lucy scratched her temple lightly. I've seen that Tackett guy before. Somewhere. Maybe at the bandstand in the town square. That's where I found him. No, not the square. Somewhere else. She closed her eyes briefly. There's something very familiar about him. It'll come to you. Now give me the lowdown on your meeting. Apparently Danielle returned. Let's sit down for a minute first. Lucy pointed to a row of benches along the hospital, across Bridge Street. Okay, but 3 hours from now would be around midnight, he observed as they crossed the road. I should tell you I'm not always awake that late. It's Friday night of a 3-day weekend, she poked his chest. Man up. Muir looked startled but did not reply, as they sat on a partly rusted metal bench. It's supposed to rain later tonight. The sliver of moon did not seem quite as sinister with Muir nearby. Lucy mulled over what she needed to say. Muir waited but seemed agitated about the delay. Okay, not sure where to start because we covered a lot of territory, but there's something I need to know before I tell you her portion. She took a deep breath. Are you attracted to me? Even though her directness obviously caught him off guard, Muir responded immediately. Of course I am. Have been since I first spotted you during the orientation and training. I have to say, you've had some odd ways of showing it at times. He hugged her sideways. My first thoughts were, a woman that beautiful obviously already has a significant other, so I took a step backwards. Then when I realized you were not apparently attached to anybody, I tried to get closer. Which is when Danielle began jamming your brain or whatever. Apparently so. Muir leaned over enough to kiss her cheek. But after I was able to block some of her interference, I realized how much I'd fallen for you. Maybe you knew, but I didn't. Muir withdrew his arm so he could turn around and look into her eyes. What's all this about? I thought you said we were good now. I wanted to know, needed to hear it, because I think it affects what's possibly occurring tonight. Maybe I need to know what happens at midnight. Lucy gulped. This is the anniversary, the exact anniversary of her train incident. 100 years ago tonight. Didn't realize Danielle thinks this is the best opportunity, possibly her only chance to move on, to wherever her spirit was supposed to go. Just this very specific moment, and she says you have to be there. Why? For what? It's confusing, but apparently whatever happens tonight will either free her or it won't. And it will either release her hold on you or it won't. But I don't want her to leave me, which is part of her hold on you. You can't have it both ways, Levi. For her to get where she needs to be, she has to leave. And for you to get where you need to be, you have to let her go. Muir thought for a moment. And for me to be with you, I can't have Danielle. Levi, you couldn't have her anyway, not in the sense that you've been thinking about. There's no way on earth to have an ongoing relationship with a trapped spirit. What about on the other side? Lucy whacked his near thigh. Don't even think about it, Levi. You are not leaving real life to romp with what you imagine as a spirit girlfriend. This has all been an illusion of sorts, considerably manipulated by that ghostess. I've seen her, touched her. I saw her manifestation too, but she's not a real person. She's not alive. We were in brief contact with her energy or force or whatever you might understand it as. She hugged me. Lucy wondered whether she should mention how central Nettie was to Danielle's true heart. And if she did mention Nettie, would Levi comprehend there was a rival for the spirit's affections? With those words on the tip of her tongue, Lucy refrained, on the basis that Danielle needed Muir's most uncontaminated reactions for the midnight encounter. Look, I understand some of your confusion because while I was with her, I was also caught up in the excitement of the moment, in the realization I was experiencing the impossible. She took a breath. And that, I think, is the point it boils down to. It's not possible. Then what was it? High EMF readings can trigger visual and audible hallucinations, among other things like severe headaches. But how can you explain the perfume, her moving the bookcase? I can't explain it, and neither can Danielle. She's practically as buffaloed as we are. Lucy searched for imagery that Muir might comprehend. Are you familiar with theories about wormholes, string theory, or zero-point fields? He just stared, then slowly shook his head. English majors, she sighed. Well, we don't have time to develop a seminar on what physicists theorize about or how they could possibly be experienced, but many scientists believe there are connections or channels, perhaps accessible only at certain brief points, though others think more often, through which a person might travel. Travel? Not like a trip. It would be more like zooming from this reality to another reality. Shifting focus, like a stationary camera can suddenly zoom to a distant object and see it perfectly. Her brow wrinkled when she squeezed her eyes shut. You've heard of parallel universes? Theories about them. He nodded slowly. Okay, this won't be exact, but think of the spirit world as a parallel universe. While we're alive, we maybe get a brief glimpse, if anything at all, but we don't experience it until we die and become a form of life that fits there. Go on. Well, Danielle isn't even there yet. She's hung up somewhere, evidently X% on that side of things, but not quite arrived. Though she's been waiting for a century. Right, and what we've experienced here is maybe 10% of that X% of her entity. And I can't have a relationship with her 1/10 of X%. Exactly. Lucy realized her hand was still on his thigh, which she squeezed once and then let go. But you can't possess even that tiny sliver of her energy. You have to let her go completely. This is a lot to absorb. But if you're sure, I'm not certain what's going down, not exactly. But I'm positive we have to be there, or it won't happen. The train track at midnight, the spot where Danielle died. Lucy nodded. But we're not hooking up with your ghost hunters. No, just you and me are going. Muir squinted. And nobody's meeting us there? Nobody, just two mortals and the ghostess of the Majestic Hotel. Chapter 19. Friday night, August 29th. The rain began a few minutes before midnight. Danielle, in fully manifested form, waited in the light drizzle at the south end of the river trestle and looked northward along the tracks. Shifting her gaze, she saw Muir and Lucy approach. When they were within about 50 yards, she motioned for Lucy to remain where she was. Not only was she visible to both of them at the same time, their first instance to see her together, but Danielle was also still able to communicate directly to Lucy's mind. I'll do what you say, transmitted Lucy's thoughts, but you'd better not hurt Levi. That's partly up to him, Miss Turney, Danielle responded wordlessly. She had not visited the site of her train death since that event. Almost all of that century had been spent within the Majestic Hotel. In the distance, Muir touched Lucy's arm and said something. Then he faced Danielle and waved broadly. Muir approached with a grand smile. Obviously delighted to see her, he had woefully incomplete awareness of why he was there. Everything she'd waited 100 years for would occur in a matter of seconds. All three could hear the whistle sound in the distance. The train was about to roar into a shallow curve before the straightaway across the river. It was the identical coal-powered steam locomotive which had struck down Danielle at the end of August 1914. Another whistle blast by the engineer. The bright beam from its large front headlights swept across Muir as the immense black locomotive came out of the curve and approached the sturdy wooden pile trestle. As its jar and whistle sounded again, Muir raced in Danielle's direction and began shouting for her to get off the tracks. He yelped and began to hobble, though it barely slowed him. With the same train bearing down, Danielle was again pinned to the tracks with her gown's hem caught on the jagged head of a rusty spike. When Muir got close enough, he obviously realized she was trapped and sped to reach her. She could see his gait was still affected by his bad ankle. "Stay back, Mr. Muir, it's too dangerous," she shouted over the intense rumble of the wheels, the hellish heat of the boiler, and the piercing scream of the whistle. "No," he yelled and hurled himself into her with a flying tackle. The impact knocked them both off the track mere seconds before the locomotive could slam down upon them. From the distance, Lucy ran toward them. The entire spectral train had disappeared in an instant. "Why did you do that?" Danielle panted, crying. "You could have been killed." Muir tried to catch his breath. "You were going to be killed. Again. I couldn't let it happen. I figured if the train took me, then at least we'd be together. Maybe. It was dangerous and foolish." She placed a hand on the side of his face and kissed his lips lightly. "But I love you for it." "You said the L word," he gasped. "Do you mean it?" As they lay together in the damp grass just off the siding, she struggled to collect her breath. "It is a complex word, and I must explain. We haven't much time, but we need to clarify what you see as our relationship, about what you just did, and how much it changes everything. Does this mean we can be together after all?" Danielle knew Muir was unprepared for her disclosures, but there was no way she could have told him in advance without wrecking the destiny of that moment. Lucy approached them but stayed about 15 feet away, as Danielle had telepathically instructed her. Muir was evidently not aware of his colleague's presence. "Does it?" he repeated. Struggling to sit up, Danielle modestly pushed down the dress which had bunched around her knees. "No, Mr. Muir, it means I can finally move on. There were two things holding me back, even though I fully realize only one." Muir also straightened his legs and groaned as he touched his ankle. "To let people know it was not a suicide?" "Yes, that is the one I knew about, but the other was to be the recipient or object of real love. Love strong enough that the man would risk himself to save you, rather than stand there too scared to move and instead just watch you die horribly." "Like your fiancé did." She nodded. "If Mr. Fairley had done then what you did just now, assuming we both survived, I would probably have married him despite his cruelty. And I could have endured, perhaps even prevailed. Southern women have always been raised strong. But you wouldn't have been happy." "No," she shook her head sadly. "I would not with him." Muir began nodding energetically. "But you can be happy now. Us, you still do not understand." He ignored her correction and squeezed her arms. "Please say my given name at least once." "Why, Mr. Muir?" "I want to hear it from your lips." With a sad smile, she replied, "Very well, Levi, though names will not alter what must occur. But things are different. I can feel you now. Not sure what you call it, but you're not a mist or a spirit. I'm holding you, and I can sense your body. I feel the vibrations of your heartbeat and the breathing of your lungs. I can tell you're trembling. Surely that means we—" Until now it was not possible to hold me. She embraced him closely. "For these next brief moments you will feel my entire form as though it was still my physical body from a century ago. But this is merely a brief transition for me, and I will depart very soon. You have freed me from this state I feared would last for eternity. Now I must move on." Plaintively he reached for her. "Then take me with you." She had tried several days ago to release her grip on his mind, but now Muir evidently struggled to keep that link in place. "Impossible. Things do not work that way. It is not right." She kissed his lips softly. "You belong here, Levi." "You can't leave me here knowing the person I love has moved on, whatever that means." His volume increased, and Lucy could easily hear it from where she stood. "It's not fair." "I could remind you this is not my decision, and that is true. But it is also time to admit that I have someone waiting for me." "Nettie?" he sputtered. "All this time you've been reeling me in and you were only thinking about him?" She touched his cheek again. "You knew this on some level, but nevertheless I am sorry, truly. So I have to live the rest of my life knowing what you felt like in my arms, but remembering you were taken from me because of some spirit world technicalities and that you've spent 100 years pining for Nettie? That is the one thing I can do for you, Levi. Eliminate the stressful memory." "No," he moaned as he pulled her face closer. "Even though you're dumping me, I still want to remember you. It leaves too much pain to let these memories remain. When our embrace ends, I will be gone, and you will have no recollection of ever having encountered me." Muir shoved aside hot tears with balled-up fists. "No memory of you at all?" She smiled sadly. Perhaps you will experience occasional stimuli which may feel like déjà vu, possibly a tune, maybe a faint aroma or a soft breeze. It may vary, but that prompt will give you a warm feeling. Such experiences may connect you back to our time together, but you will not have any clear recollections of me or anything we did. At best, it will be images which are hazy and disconnected, and you will not recall anything of how I used you to reach Nettie. Even though you played me, I don't want you to go." He choked back a catch in his breath. "I'm afraid I'll be empty. After I am gone, you will realize Miss Turney feels that emptiness. You already knew this to some extent. It would have been a stronger awareness except that I vexed your thoughts." Muir tightened his grip on her arms. "It was cruel of you to use me, to manipulate my mind and to come between me and Lucy. I realize that, and my sorrow is deeper than you can imagine." She looked toward the sky. "There's not much time." "So it was never about me? Not at all?" "Not in the beginning, Mr. Muir. You must believe I never envisioned either of us would develop the type and extent of affection which has resulted. But you continued to play me. As I grew fonder of you, it was more difficult to take advantage of you because you were in the process of capturing my heart." "But you said it belongs to Nettie." Danielle nodded slowly and looked skyward again. "Why didn't you just tell me straight out that the reason you needed my help was to move on toward your real lover?" "Dear Mr. Muir," she said kindly as she gazed into his eyes, "a spirit has no way of knowing which mortal she can trust, or indeed whether any may be trusted. I sensed something different in you, possibly because of your skepticism, but I had no sense whether you'd assist me if you knew my complete reasons. You should have given me the chance. Even if I'd known it wasn't about me, I would have helped if I could, or at least tried to. Yes, I believe you would, Mr. Muir. I am so sorry, but I have no right to ask your forgiveness." Muir hugged her so tightly that neither could breathe. "I hate what you did, Danielle, but I forgive you anyhow. Please don't take away all my memory of you." "I must." She took another quick glance upward. "While I extract these memories, it will hurt, and you will even be sore for a few days, but afterward you will not feel any pain of this loss. By taking these thoughts from you, I quell the residual ache. Please, with each touch I peel away a portion of your memory of me." When she tapped his forehead, he winced. "With each contact, I draw out your recollections of our time together, beginning with these most recent experiences tonight." "Don't, Danielle." She closed her eyes, holding him tightly. Muir moaned and struggled to get away. "Why?" "It must be so, for to recall what happened between us would be too distressing. It would drive you mad." When she placed fingertips over both his eyes, he shuddered. "We are almost finished. I sense we are already back to the first time we met face to face." She disengaged from their embrace and then touched his neck with the back of a delicate knuckle. "No." She kissed him again, and he groaned with the agony. "It's not fair. Miss Turney is your real love, and you know this deep inside. I have only borrowed you." Then Danielle touched his left temple with the fingertips of her right hand. "Now I return you to her and take my place with Nettie." Muir writhed in the sopping grass of the right-of-way. "Don't take away everything." Danielle reached as though she would brush away his tears, but stopped. "I will leave you with the recollection of our very first encounter, the one you experienced as a hazy dream, and you will mostly recall it only as a vision. But there will be moments, especially when you smell my fragrance, you will think you know it was more." When her own tears began falling, she turned away her face to keep the drops from touching his body. "Now I must go." She whispered something so faintly that he couldn't actually hear it. Then she looked deeply into his eyes and said, "After you mended my heart, it breaks again. Goodbye, Mr. Muir. Farewell, my love." She looked upward and backed away from Muir. He reached for her and yelled, "No!" Then he collapsed. As distant lightning flashed and the drizzle intensified overhead, Lucy saw a faint glow surrounding the dim figure of a uniformed soldier. Having approached at the very end of their encounter, Lucy heard much of the exchange between the Ghostess and Levi. "Is this your escort approaching?" Danielle pulled the dripping strands of hair from her face. "Yes, at long last. My own Nettie." Then, looking at her soaked dress, "I had forgotten how awful it feels to be cold and wet. It is so different to be alive again. albeit for so few moments. You were wrong to manipulate Levi, but I agree it's best he not remember this betrayal. I apologize sincerely, though I doubt you will believe I never intended things to go as far as they did. I beg your forgiveness, too, though I realize it will not likely be possible in your case, even if I could leave your memory intact. So you'll drain my brain as well? Your memory will remain complete for only 3 more days, because Mr. Muir will need your assistance to regain his proper footing in your mortal realm. He will be weak, both physically and emotionally, for that time. And afterwards, your memory also erased, except, as will Mr. Muir, you shall retain 1 or 2 scattered and hazy images. Only rarely will you ask yourself if they were ever real. Is there a chance that I or one of my group members will ever encounter you in our investigations? No, I will have moved on. But even if I remained uncommitted, I would be able to foil their attempts. Spirits cannot be compelled to appear if we do not wish it. The glowing figure closer and more distinct, Lucy wished she had a K2 device to get a reading of the young soldier. Nettie's manifestation is a handsome, strapping man. I can see your attraction. Danielle nodded. Your Mr. Muir reminded me of Nettie in so many ways. It was at times difficult to convince myself they were not one and the same. She reached in the direction of the figure, but turned back a final time toward Lucy. Thank you for letting me borrow Mr. Muir. I truly regret the interference it caused, but there was no other way. Once your memories have emptied of me, you and he will resume your relationship right where it was interrupted. From that point forward, it is up to you. Then Danielle embraced a smiling Nettie, and they both began moving on together. Shielding her eyes from the rain, Lucy waved goodbye to Danielle's fading essence and then knelt down next to Muir. Are you okay, Levi? Not able to see the rapidly vanishing Ghostess, Muir struggled to sit up. What happened? Why am I next to these tracks? He moaned. It's raining. Ow! Who hit me? Why is it so dark? She ignored most of his questions. Can you move everything? Lucy felt his arms and legs for broken bones. He yelped when she reached his ankle. Looks like you re-injured this. It was quite a tumble. Yeah, I can move, but everything hurts. Was I mugged? No, Levi, you were helping somebody. Who? He looked around and groaned again. They've already gone, and everything's okay. They wanted you to know they appreciated your assistance. He rubbed his head like he was polishing antique silver. What did I do? They were stuck and you helped them move on. Who was it? She tried to support him with her arms. Nobody you know, Levi. Someone from far away. Well, I hope they don't feel as banged up as I do. No, they feel fine, just fine. After a long time, they're finally better. Muir winced with the pain. Huh? Never mind. Maybe we should get you to Doc Prophet. You look awfully, limp. Just get me home, Lucy, and I'll be okay. You shouldn't stay alone in your condition. She waved her hand over his crumpled form. Whatever, just take me somewhere. I feel awful. He looked up at the dark, wet sky. I'm soaked and I think I'm shivering. Yes, you are. She reached under both his arms and tugged, without much movement. Can you get up? Not sure, he grunted. Might need some leverage. Lean on me. Are you strong enough to hold my weight? You ain't heavy, you're my colleague. Now come on, Levi, push with your legs, at least one of them. It was not graceful because Muir had difficulty gaining traction on one side and he couldn't put any pressure on his other ankle. But Lucy finally got him to his feet. He staggered, limped, and weaved a bit as Lucy helped him back across the tracks. As she crossed, she paused to pick up the scrap of Danielle's dress hem which had tangled on the metal spike. Muir was pretty much out of it, not only from the physical results of the rescue, but from his recollections being drained. What's that? He pointed vaguely toward the fabric. Nothing, just a piece of memory. Leave it and the next train will swoop it along. No, some scraps need to be preserved. Okay. Muir looked a little too goofy. Levi, you cannot be alone in your position. No, sir. If you won't go to the dock or the hospital, you've got only 2 choices. You stay at my place or I stay at yours. Have you got cable? Another loopy smile. She pinched his arm. No. Now make up your mind. What's our destination? Muir closed his eyes tightly and then opened them impossibly wide. Let's stay at your place anyhow. His voice sounded tipsy. I heard somebody say my apartment's haunted. Chapter 20. Monday, September 1st, Labor Day. At her rather undersized rented duplex adjacent to the old Magnolia Cemetery, Lucy had been nursing Muir back to health since she'd dragged him home from Friday's midnight incident. Danielle's prediction that he would be physically and emotionally weak had certainly proved correct. Muir had been in bed for 2 days, part of the time with light fever. He'd slept 3 nights on the love seat's fold-out bed while Lucy had stayed in her own room, so everything was according to Hoyle. The only reference, albeit vague, to the ghostess who'd haunted him was Muir's repeated sessions staring at Danielle's grave through the window of Lucy's duplex. When asked what he was looking at, he'd only answered, "A shadow or something on the grave you showed me of that Gregg girl." On Monday morning, Lucy took him for a brief visit to his Aunt Martha, who'd been worried and had left multiple voicemails on his phone. Then Lucy drove Muir back to the Whitecliff apartments. Standing outside, Muir looked up at the second-story windows, but not with much more scrutiny than he apparently paid the architectural details of other downtown structures. "Can you tell what kind of birds those are?" he asked, pointing to the long row of indeterminate fowls sculptured in some type of masonry. "I always heard they were eagles," she replied, "and supposedly a link to the hotel name Majestic. What do they look like to you?" He squinted and shaded his eyes. "First time I saw 'em, I guessed either hawks or ravens. But now that you say eagles, I guess that sounds about right." He pointed. "Though the one right over my parlor window looks more like a buzzard." Then Muir laughed. Entering the former hotel, he took the stairs with no hesitation, besides general physical wooziness and favoring his recovering ankle. Then he went straight down the hall to his suite door. On entering, Muir took a deep breath and looked puzzled. She wasn't too far behind. "Anything wrong?" "No. I thought I had a whiff of something, but I guess not. It feels like I've been gone for weeks. The place seems different somehow." "Well, it's September now. Might be you're sensing an early taste of fall weather." Muir shook his head. "No, not weather. More like atmosphere. Can't really explain it." "You've been poorly for a couple of days. Probably just your equilibrium." "Maybe so." Lucy remembered Danielle's instruction that she'd only have 3 days of memory, so everything had to be completed before Monday midnight. On both days that Muir was in La La Land, Lucy had visited his empty suite and carefully packed away most of the Ghostess material. However, she'd left the framed portrait, though not on the wall anymore. Over near the door, its faded tan canvas backing faced outward. During his recovery, Muir had asked numerous questions about how long he was out of it, why he felt so odd, why he remembered seeing an antique train locomotive really close up, etc. Lucy had tiptoed around most of his queries, trying to ascertain whether he remembered anything on his own. Of that fateful Friday night, Muir mostly recalled eating supper with Lucy, introducing Lucy to Tackett at the bar, talking with Lucy in front of the hospital, and then regaining consciousness alongside the train tracks. He finally rationalized the close inspection of the locomotive as a scene he'd experienced in a 3D movie. On the other hand, Lucy remembered complete details of her meeting with Danielle and all the rest of that evening, including Tackett and the sights and smells of the bar. Plus, she recalled every second of the horrifying incident with the train, the excruciating emotional exchange between her Mr. Muir and the ghostess, and the glowing figure of Nettie coming down to escort Danielle. She knew when she awoke on Tuesday morning all those memories would be gone. Bracing herself and Muir for beginning that new chapter was Lucy's focus for the rest of Monday. Lucy was still angry at Danielle for her callous manipulation of Levi, and still jealous over Levi's anguished expressions of affection for the ghostess. But she took Danielle at her word that the relationship between Levi and Lucy would resume at the spot it was when the trapped spirit had interrupted and thwarted. She'd kept the scrap of linen from Danielle's dress, still amazed that it existed in physical form. Lucy wondered if it would still be in her possession after midnight, and if so, whether she'd recognize it. As for Muir, he seemed significantly better and should be fit enough to resume classes the following morning, provided they could keep Mrs. Gull from inspecting him too closely. He'd appreciated all the care Lucy had provided, and had told her so frequently during that long weekend. But there were several moments during that time when Muir appeared puzzled about their relationship. He knew he was sick, of course, though unclear about what type of virus, but he couldn't quite seem to grasp why he'd spent 3 nights in Lucy's duplex. He had not yet asked her about it, however, at least not directly. Muir had stumbled a bit around the topic with awkwardly phrased references to Lucy's couch bed, but she merely smiled and reminded him it had been either there or the hospital. To initiate their effort to correct the misrepresented verdict of Danielle's suicide, Lucy had contacted Mr. Sproul at his home on Saturday afternoon and fought vigorously with Mrs. Sproul just to get her husband to the phone. "I'm not trying to jump his bones, Mrs. Sproul," she finally said. "I'm trying to pick his brain." Lucy had mentioned the depot worker who remembered the Scroggins eyewitness testimony of the locomotive's collision. Sproul's files already included the porter's affidavit, and he reminded Lucy he'd tried to show it to them when they'd visited nearly 2 weeks before. "Is it enough to reopen the case?" she'd asked Sproul. "By itself, not likely," he'd replied, "but with the added details of someone allegedly bribing the coroner not to accept Scroggins' testimony, perhaps there is justification to search more deeply through the records and correspondence." Then he reminded Lucy that such investigation would require a great deal of effort and time. "No particular hurry, Mr. Sproul," she'd replied. "Danielle Gregg has already waited 100 years to correct this record, so another week or two won't matter. Oh, by the way," Sproul had added, "I finally located another piece of correspondence which referred to the Harrison boy. That would-be suitor of Danielle's whom her father threatened. Turns out his first name was Ned. He'd been despondent since Danielle's death and couldn't seem to find his way here in Magnolia, so he joined the Army when they raised the 81st Division during 1917. He would have been about 23 by then." Lucy had inquired further about Ned Harrison, Danielle's Neddy. "Young Ned died during one of the Meuse-Argonne offensives," Sproul had reported, "buried somewhere in France. The Harrison family never had enough money to bring his body home. That plus the earlier threats from Mr. Gregg made the whole clan quite bitter, and that includes the Tackett line, some of whom still live here." "The what line?" Lucy had asked. Once Sproul explained, Lucy finally understood those feelings of déjà vu when she'd bumped into Tackett, whose mother, they quickly established, was a niece to Ned Harrison, though he'd died without ever seeing her. Before Lucy could ask any more about the Tackett connection, Sproul's wife had ended the call. Lucy had made copious notes, but did not know how much of this she could explain to Muir, or how much she would even comprehend once her memory was wiped. Presently, back in his own suite, Muir busied himself with showering and dressing so they could go to supper. As he was occupied thusly, Lucy walked about the apartment, struggling to store up visual and tactile clues which she hoped would help jog her memory after midnight when everything was supposed to vanish. At her own place on Sunday evening, while Muir was napping, Lucy had typed a detailed account of the entire bizarre series of events. While doing so, she inserted several admonishments to the reader, such as, "When you see this account, you will not remember that it actually happened right before your eyes, but it did." Even as she'd written those prompts, she had resigned herself to Danielle's prediction, that she and Levi both would recall only fragmented snippets and would mostly perceive them as pieces of a dream. "So what will you think when you read this account after tomorrow morning, Lucy?" she asked herself. "You'll probably think those prompts to the reader are a literary device that Levi very cleverly suggested inserting into your fictional tale." "What'd you say?" inquired Muir, entering with damp hair and a broad smile. He wore a body-flattering plaid shirt and pressed jeans. "Nothing. Merely talking to myself," she smiled back. "Oh, just remembered, this little package arrived in Saturday's mail." She pointed toward the kitchen table. "What's in it?" He returned to the bathroom for a small towel, with which he vigorously finished drying his hair. Lucy held it out. "No idea. It's addressed to you. What were you expecting?" "Nothing. Not that I remember, anyway." "Well, open it and we'll both be surprised." He hesitated, but finally put down the towel and grasped the small parcel. He shook it very gently as he held it next to his ear. "Sounds like a clock or something." "It's ticking?" "No, not ticking, but—" "For heaven's sakes, Levi, just open it." He slid a pocket knife from his jeans and opened the largest blade. With 2 expert flicks, he cut the taped flaps, folded them back, and began extracting the packing tissue. "So?" She spotted the packing slip and opened it. It's a round jewelry box or something." "That's a music box, you ninny." She waved the page. "Weird. Let me see." He handed her the box and studied the slip she traded him. "According to this invoice, on last Saturday I bought it for the asking price from an auction in progress." "You sound puzzled, Levi." Well, I usually place my maximum bid, then wait till the auction ends to see if my bid wins. Well, this thing I evidently had to hurry. Couldn't wait for the auction to run its course. It must have been important to you. Crank her up and let's see what she plays." Muir went to his bedroom and returned holding a pair of cowboy boots. Lucy had just flipped up the music box's lid when he re-entered the kitchen. "Oh, that's a lovely tune. Sounds kind of familiar, but I can't place it. Is there a song title on that paperwork?" He pointed to the table. She squinted to read the handwritten scrawl. "You made me love you, I didn't want to do it," and tears immediately fell. "What's wrong, Lucy?" "Nothing." She tried to stem her emotion. "It's the Harry James Orchestra from the early 1940s. Lucy pointed to the shipping slip. "So why are you crying?" "Levi, don't you realize why you bought this music box?" While seated at the kitchen table, he struggled to pull on his boots. "Well, certainly not for myself." He picked up the box, rewound the key, and let the melody play again. "So I guess it's a gift." Warm, salty tears filled her eyes. "For whom?" "Who do you think, Lucy?" He smiled awkwardly. "Obviously, I bought it for you." She nearly knocked the box from his hand as she lurched over to hug him in his chair. "Oh, Levi, are you sure?" "Who else?" He picked up his phone, tapped on the photo album, and showed her their picture. "You're the only woman in my life, Lucy." He pushed her back enough to look into her eyes. "You do like it, don't you?" "Yes, Levi, I love it." She sniffled noisily. "Every time I play it, I'll think of you." Muir placed the box on the table and stood, pulling Lucy up beside him, and then embraced her tightly. "You're certainly acting spooky today." "What do you mean by spooky?" She inhaled some of the congestion from her sinuses. "Spooky like a young colt on a spring morning, just discovering new sights and sounds in the field." "Oh, that kind." She pressed her face back into his firm chest. "Yes, I suppose so. It's been a long weekend and I've been indoors a lot." She pinched his belly. "Taking care of a sick newbie. I haven't been outside getting my proper exercise. So I guess I am a bit spooky. But I'm glad you're feeling better and I appreciate this music box." She rose up on her toes and kissed his lips. When she started to disengage, Muir pulled her back, tighter, and kissed her more deeply. Their embrace was becoming far too warm and a bit too soon, so she ended it. "Say, I like those boots. Don't think I've seen them before." He was visibly disappointed about the kiss ending, but did not complain. "Don't believe I've worn them yet, Magnolia, not until now." "Why now, Levi?" He shrugged. "Not sure. Just felt like doing something different. Plus, I wanted to see if my ankle would let me wear them again." "Very nice." She leaned over to examine them more closely. Muir selected that moment to bend forward until his face nearly touched her head. When Lucy straightened, they collided. "Ow! What were you doing?" "Just smelling your hair." "Why?" He grinned self-consciously. "Not sure exactly, but I have this powerful feeling that I just can't get enough of you." It warmed her considerably. "Well, there's plenty of me to go around, Levi. We'd better get some supper first or I'll keel over." Muir reached out his long arms and pulled her into him tightly. She could hear his heart beating and feel the sturdy rhythm of his breathing. "I must say that this getting past that 2-week hump at school really seems to agree with you. I think you're one newbie who'll do just fine, Levi." "Well, the verdict's still out on sophomore English, but I'm mighty glad I moved to Magnolia and met you." "Really?" She knew it deep down, but still relished hearing the words. His reply was a short kiss on her forehead. Then he pulled away, gazed deeply into her eyes, and kissed her again, on the lips. Lucy wanted more, and knew Muir did as well, but she disengaged again and patted his denim-covered rump. "We'd better go eat before they run out of peach cobbler." "I'd be willing to make that sacrifice, if the trade-off was advantageous." He grinned slyly. "Well, behave yourself and you might get lucky." She reached for her purse. "Now grab your keys and let's scoot." Muir noticed the portrait leaning against the wall beside the door. "Where'd that picture frame come from?" "Oh, it has a connection to the hotel." He picked it up and turned it over, gazing fondly at the image of the beautiful young lady. "Who is it?" "That's the Gregg girl, the one whose grave is not far from my duplex. I thought you'd seen it." Maybe so. Didn't that guy at the museum show us a picture?" She nodded. "Wow, she's hot. Wish I could have met her." Lucy pinched below his rib cage. "You could have, if you were around 100 years ago." Then she monitored his face as she added, "Unless you believe in ghosts, because people say she used to haunt this hotel." "Nah, you already know I don't believe in all that. No offense to you and your chaser group." "No offense taken. Now let's go eat, or I'll leave you here and dine by myself." "Hold on, this portrait shouldn't be down on the floor. It ought to be hanging on the wall." "Actually," she fibbed, "I borrowed it from Mr. Coombs' storeroom for some research I was doing. I'd meant to take it back, but I've been busy nursing an invalid." Her eyebrows arched theatrically. Apparently tuning out her explanation, Muir scanned the suite for likely wall space and then situated it in the same spot it had hung before, though no longer in his memory. "Maybe the manager will let me keep it a little longer. I like seeing her face. It gives me a feeling of comfort, like somebody's watching over me." As Muir spoke those words, a sweet aroma entered the room, rather as though a swarm of magnificent butterflies had just been startled and darted away.